The city had already been reduced to ruins, with shattered streets and wreckage stretching as far as the eye could see. Over the radio, an urgent emergency warning crackled through the chaos. Several Class 4 monsters known as Beltos had appeared at the Sedamun intersection. At the same time, the Class 2 Spearmaster Gam Sang-Hu and his team were already rushing toward the battlefield to deal with the threat. Several Beltos were rampaging through the city, and Gam Sang-Hu soon found himself standing directly in front of one enormous monster. Then the Beltos began gathering power inside their bodies before releasing a savage blast of wind. With 10 monsters attacking at once, the crushing roar of the gust made Gam Sang-Hu feel as though his eardrums were about to burst. Just as the pressure became unbearable, a bolt of lightning suddenly tore across the sky and struck down above the monsters. Gam Sang-Hu froze in confusion. A flash had appeared out of nowhere, and in that exact instant, every single Belto lost its head. The Spearmaster could only stare at the scene in disbelief, unable to understand what had just happened in front of him. All of the Beltos that had been standing before him had been killed at the exact same moment. One of his companions immediately praised him for wiping out so many monsters in a single move. But Gam Sang-Hu quickly denied it, explaining that he had not done anything at all, especially since wide-range attacks were not his specialty. His companion blinked in confusion and asked him who had actually killed them. Gam Sang-Hu admitted that he had no idea. He wondered whether another unit might have arrived before them, but she shook her head and said she had not heard of any other team operating nearby. Gam Sang-Hu fell silent as he considered it. As far as he knew, no one in the entire country possessed skill on that terrifying level. Then the girl noticed something strange. Whoever had killed the monsters had left all of their magic stones behind, even though those stones were incredibly valuable. But Gam Sang-Hu could not stop staring at the clean cuts across the Beltos' necks. The strikes had been impossibly precise, clearly the work of an A-rank awakened, or perhaps even someone at S-rank. What confused him most was that the killer had slaughtered the monsters and vanished without leaving behind even the slightest trace. After forcing himself to stop thinking about it, Gam Sang-Hu ordered his team to collect the magic stones and contact headquarters so the corpse elimination team could be called in. As he looked around the damaged street, his eyes landed on a restaurant standing right beside them. Gam Sang-Hu remarked that if the mysterious awakened had missed even one cut, the Belto's massive body could have crashed straight into that restaurant. In that sense, he figured the owner had been incredibly lucky. With that, he stretched his tired body and said they should leave, because after a fight like that, he was suddenly in the mood for a drink. Meanwhile, not far from the battle site, Chul-Ho Kang came down a set of stairs and calmly made his way toward the restaurant. Once inside, Chul-Ho turned on the stove and placed a pot over the heat to warm up. Then he walked over to the fresh meat and laid it carefully across the table in front of him. He studied the pile of meat for a moment and quietly wondered whether he might have sliced up a little too much Belto meat. Thinking that the monster corpses outside had probably already been collected by now, Chul-Ho decided it might be interesting to turn some of this extra meat into jerky later. Just then, someone knocked on the restaurant door and called out for him from outside. Chul-Ho greeted the visitor, who introduced himself as an employee from the Awakened Association. The man then asked whether the person standing there was Chul-Ho Kang. Chul-Ho confirmed his identity, and the association employee got straight to the point. He said he had come because of the several Beltos that had attacked the area earlier. Although it was fortunate that the monsters had been contained so quickly, the incident had frightened people across the neighborhood, so he was there to check whether the restaurant had suffered any damage. Chul-Ho said he understood, though he did not think it was such a serious matter. After all, the world had been living like this for quite some time. The association employee agreed. He said that even though the world had become more stable in recent years, everyone was fortunate that no homes were located nearby, since that had kept the damage to a minimum. Then, in the middle of the conversation, the man caught a rich smell drifting through the restaurant and suddenly remarked that something smelled unbelievably good. Chul-Ho casually replied that it was only natural for a restaurant to smell good. The man immediately became embarrassed, then admitted that since the place was open and he had been running around all morning, he would really like to eat something. Chul-Ho seemed pleased by that answer and simply invited him to come inside. The association employee stepped into the restaurant and looked around in surprise. Its interior reminded him of the old dramas people used to watch before the gates had appeared. He asked to see the menu, but Chul-Ho told him there was no fixed menu. He cooked according to whatever ingredients they managed to obtain that day. As Chul-Ho began preparing the meal, he announced that today's special would be Belto steak. The man stiffened the moment he heard that name. He asked whether Chul-Ho meant the same monsters that had attacked earlier that morning, then explained that Master Gam Sang-Hu had defeated them, and that their meat had probably been sent to the market. Still working on the food, Chul-Ho calmly confirmed it. Thanks to that, he said, he had managed to get his hands on a generous amount of fresh Belto meat. The association employee began to worry. The food looked delicious, but he had never imagined that he would suddenly be served monster steak, and he was not even sure whether he had enough money to pay for it. While the man worried beside him, Chul-Ho continued slicing and seasoning the meat, his thoughts slowly drifting back to the past. 30 years earlier, Chul-Ho had awakened and been summoned into another world, a place where dragons filled the skies and monsters roamed everywhere. In that harsh world, he had no choice but to fight if he wanted to survive another day. As time passed, Chul-ho grew stronger and stronger, eventually surpassing even the dragons before finally defeating the Demon King himself. Because of that victory, he was finally granted the chance to return home to Earth. But when Chul-ho came back, the city he remembered was gone, replaced by a completely different world. As he rubbed seasoning into the meat, Chul-ho remembered how he had spent 30 long years battling monsters and fighting the Demon King. He had seen so many creatures during that time that he had eventually grown sick of them. That endless experience had taught him every monster's traits, every weakness, and the best possible way to fight them. But after returning and seeing ordinary people living their lives again, he began wondering whether there was truly any reason for him to interfere. He kept preparing the dish while thinking about how Earth's people now had their own methods, their own rules, and their own awakened protecting the world. Once those thoughts came to an end, Chul-ho poured the sauce over the meat and allowed himself a small smile. At last, the dish was finished. The belto steak was ready to be served. That day's main course was a thick cut of belto breast, covered in a sauce made with cowhall milk. The man's eyes immediately lit up the moment the plate was set before him. He had only come in hoping to quiet his hunger, but he never expected the food in front of him to look this incredible. Unable to resist any longer, he cut off a piece and took his first bite. The steak was unbelievably juicy, and as he chewed, he could not help thinking that the beltos had been a complete nightmare that morning, yet now all that tension was slowly melting away. Deciding there was no point in thinking about anything complicated right now, he lowered his gaze back to the plate and continued eating, savoring every mouthful with growing satisfaction. The more of the steak he ate, the more amazed he became. At that point, he barely cared what it might cost, because he wanted to forget his worries and enjoy himself properly for once. So, after clearing the first plate, he looked up at Chul-ho and immediately asked for another serving of belto steak. After finishing the second steak as well, the man rose from his seat and asked for the bill. But Chul-ho calmly told him that he did not charge his first customers. The man quickly refused to accept that. The food had been far too good for him to leave without paying, and he honestly admitted that the meal had comforted him so much that all the exhaustion from the day seemed to disappear. He promised he would come back again, but first, he insisted on paying for what he had eaten. Chul-ho smiled at his determination and finally gave in, telling him that if he truly insisted, the total would be 10 silvers. Choi paid right away, then thanked Chul-ho once more with genuine appreciation before getting ready to leave. Before walking out, though, Choi turned back and told Chul-ho to stay safe. In a world like this, people who had not awakened suffered the most, so he urged him to evacuate whenever monsters appeared near the restaurant again. He then handed Chul-ho a card and warned him that even though cafes, bars, and markets had begun opening their doors again, the world outside was still far too dangerous. Chul-ho looked down at the card in his hand and quietly agreed that this was truly a difficult age for the non-awakened. After Choi finally left, Chul-ho thought that the civil servant was not a bad person at all, then silently hoped he would live a long life. Afterward, Chul-ho cut himself a piece of the steak and tasted it. The flavor made him feel relieved, because it was genuinely delicious. As the restaurant grew quiet again, Chul-ho decided it had been another peaceful day. He began thinking about having something to drink so he could relax and wind down for the evening. He also considered making a few snacks with the belto eggs he had bought earlier that day, or perhaps simply cooking them into another meal. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the restaurant door. A red-haired young man appeared outside and loudly announced that he had finally found Chul-ho, leaving Chul-ho standing there in confusion, unsure of what this was about. The boy pointed forward and shouted that he had come to take back what belonged to him. A few hours earlier, Chul-ho had been walking through Seodamun Traditional Market, where people all around him were buying medicine made from cooked beltos and paying high prices for monocrystals. Ever since monsters had appeared in the world, fresh beef and vegetables had become precious necessities, making ordinary ingredients increasingly difficult to find. Humans had no choice but to eat monsters instead, even though many people initially resisted the idea. Still, whether because the flavor was better than expected or simply because monster meat was cheap, it had gradually become more accepted. Artificial farms could still provide enough meat and vegetables to keep people alive, but monster ingredients remained popular and widely sought after throughout the city. Chul-ho realized that this was exactly why the city's monster market had been able to grow so quickly. As he watched, a vendor loudly called out that a large shipment of monster eggs had just arrived for sale. The vendor explained that the eggs had been inspected by the Awakened Association. Still, he openly admitted that he could not tell whether eggs from different monsters looked alike, because to him, they all seemed almost impossible to distinguish. At that moment, Chul-ho activated his ocular detector and began examining the eggs one by one. The ocular detector was an artifact from Canis, the silver dragon who ruled the northern mountain range of the empire in that other world. Its power allowed Chul-ho to see the true essence of whatever stood before him. The ocular detector identified one egg as a Class 4 raptor egg, while another was revealed to be a Class 4 belto egg. Seeing the results, Chul-ho remembered taking this ability after capturing the Demon King, and even now, it remained one of the artifacts he relied on the most. As he checked every egg in the pile, Chul-ho discovered beltos, A-types, triceraptors, and several other species mixed together. He found the artifact useful because it could reveal a target's strength, nature, and even whether someone was lying. Still, he rarely used it on people, because knowing the truth too clearly often only led to regret. After considering the selection for a moment, Chul-ho told the vendor that he would buy every single egg. But while looking through them again, Chul-ho noticed something strange. For some reason, one particular egg produced no information at all through the ocular detector. His curiosity immediately rose, and he pointed at that specific egg before telling the vendor that he wanted it as well. Once he returned to the restaurant, Chul-ho cracked one of the eggs open and began preparing it. As he worked, he remembered how eating had once seemed like a waste of time on the battlefield, when even imagining a delicious meal felt like an impossible luxury. But after so many years, good food had become one of the few things that still stayed with him. Thinking back on those days, Chul-ho finished cooking the bento scrambled eggs and set the completed dish in front of him. The smell rising from the food brought another memory to the surface. Chul-ho had always believed that meals and familiar scents were the easiest way to remember a place, especially when he thought about eating beside his comrades on the battlefield. He began eating the scrambled eggs and found them thick and filling, while the cowhall milk blended into them surprisingly well. The flavor was good, and he especially enjoyed the soft texture as it melted in his mouth. As Chul-ho continued eating, he lifted his eyes and thought that closing them might bring back the old days, along with the faces he still missed. Remembering people he could no longer see made him wonder whether he was becoming an old man, until his gaze slowly shifted toward the side of the room. There sat the egg that had given no result through the ocular detector. Chul-ho remembered that when a dragon was born, a dragon artifact naturally formed alongside it and inherited part of that dragon's power. Such artifacts could exert tremendous force over other beings, but they could not be used against their own kind. Chul-ho placed his hand against the mysterious egg, and wondered whether it might actually be a dragon egg. He never expected that one day he would find something like that sitting in an ordinary market. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind. He became curious about what a dragon egg might taste like, and what kind of dish he could possibly make with it. That was when the red-haired young man arrived at the restaurant. He looked around and asked whether this was the place, then suddenly shouted that he was searching for his merchandise before pointing directly at the egg. Chul-ho immediately activated the ocular detector again, only to find that he could not see any information about the person standing in front of him either. Since the young man had come for the egg, Chul-ho calmly asked whether he happened to be a dragon. The question instantly frightened the red-haired young man, and his expression changed the moment Chul-ho said it. Chul-ho found it surprising that dragons existed in this world as well, though he had already begun to suspect it after seeing the strange egg. At that moment, flames began erupting from the redhead's body. Clearly irritated, he shouted and demanded to know how Chul-ho had discovered his identity. The red-haired dragon demanded an answer again. But Chul-ho said he had no desire to fight. He explained that he possessed an artifact called the ocular detector, and dragons were the only beings whose information it could not reveal, which was exactly what had exposed him. The dragon grew furious after hearing that explanation, and immediately questioned why a dragon artifact was in Chul-ho's possession. Chul-ho found it interesting that his visitor already knew about the ocular detector, since that would make things easier to explain. But the dragon pointed out that Chul-ho was clearly no ordinary restaurant owner, and he could not understand how a human could remain so calm while facing a dragon. Chul-ho told him to take the dragon egg, saying he was glad its owner had finally come to collect it. Then he casually ordered him to clean up everything before leaving, because the flames he kept producing were making a mess. The red-haired dragon clearly did not appreciate the way this human was speaking to him. Then he glanced upward and noticed a knife made from blue dragon scales, prompting him to ask whether it was some kind of weapon. Chul-ho answered that it was simply a knife, though it could certainly be used as a weapon when necessary. Most of the time, however, he only used it while cooking in the kitchen. Khan then caught the scent of the cutting board and realized it had been made from dragon bone. That discovery made him even angrier, because dragon bones, scales, and meat were all extremely valuable. Yet this human was using them as ordinary kitchen tools, and Khan could not believe someone had killed a dragon for such a purpose. He warned Chul-ho that he would never forgive this. Fueled by rage, Khan released even more energy from his body, forming a powerful sphere of force in front of him. With flames and pressure gathering around him, he shouted that the insect standing before him had to die. Chul-ho let out a long breath, looking around at the scorched mess inside his restaurant, before asking whether cleaning up after himself was really that difficult. Khan ignored the question completely, and released his power without hesitation, letting his blazing energy surge forward. With an annoyed sigh, Chul-ho used his own power to pull a cooking pot toward his hand, muttering that dragons really were nothing but trouble. Then, with one casual motion, Chul-ho completely dispersed Khan's attack. The blazing power vanished into nothing, leaving the dragon staring in utter confusion at what had just happened. Before Khan could react, Chul-ho stepped forward and struck the red-haired dragon squarely across the cheek, making it clear that this brat needed a lesson. The blow sent Khan into a hazy flashback. He suddenly recognized Chul-ho's voice from 30 years ago, when that same man had stood before the Demon King and declared that he would capture him. Back then, Chul-ho had gotten straight to the point, demanding the artifact because no one was using it anyway. He had even warned the Demon King that if he refused to cooperate, Chulho would beat him up and take it by force. The colossal dragon standing before him had only laughed at the absurd sight of a human talking so boldly, then slowly moved closer and closer. The baby dragon had stretched out a small paw, realizing that he could not interfere. He had seen that human 30 years ago, so he knew exactly who Chulho was and understood that his father was about to get beaten badly. At that moment, Chulho noticed the child nearby and calmly warned him that he should not be watching this. Only then did Khan finally snap out of the strange memory and return to the present. Chulho asked whether Khan was awake now because they needed to talk. First, he wanted the restaurant cleaned properly, and once that was finished, Khan could take his belongings and leave. But Chulho gave him one more warning. He had personal reasons for disliking dragons, so if Khan refused to listen, he would have no choice but to settle things with violence. That threat terrified Khan completely. Without wasting another second, the dragon hurried over and began cleaning up every bit of the damage he had caused. While Khan worked, Chulho asked whether he was not native to this world, since he somehow knew about the ocular detector. Khan explained that he had been born on the continent of Espan and had arrived here not long ago after a crack opened through a dimensional rift. Chulho found it interesting that this continent was connected to his old world. It also explained why the monsters here looked familiar, since they had probably crossed over through similar dimensional openings. Then Chulho mentioned that in the other world, his name had been Lycus Miro, while on Earth, he went by Chulho Kang. He asked Khan whether that name sounded familiar. Chulho then ordered him to work faster. The moment Khan heard the name Lycus Miro, cold sweat began running down his face because he finally understood exactly who this restaurant owner was. After checking the restaurant again, Chulho admitted that Khan had cleaned everything surprisingly well. With the mess finally gone, he allowed the dragon to take his things back. Khan finally gathered his courage and asked why Chulho had never returned his father's artifact after defeating the Demon King. Chulho blinked at the unexpected question and asked who the hell Khan's father was supposed to be. The red-haired dragon answered that his father was Rex Ekmund. Chulho was surprised to hear it, though not completely shocked, because their auras did feel somewhat similar. That was when he realized Khan had been the baby dragon standing there 30 years ago. Seeing Khan tremble nervously, Chulho told him to come closer and promised that he would not hit him. He said he had stopped beating dragons more than 30 years ago, but Khan clearly did not believe that, after getting smacked in the face with a pan just moments earlier. He asked Chulho not to lie, adding that even if he did not understand human aging, Chulho clearly had not aged at all. Chulho asked Khan how old he was, and the dragon replied that as far as he could remember, he was a little over 50 years old. Chulho found that age rather impressive and casually told Khan that he himself was already 60. The redhead stared at him in surprise and asked whether Chulho might secretly be an elf, someone who could live for hundreds of years just like them. Chulho asked why Khan was looking at him like that, then jokingly wondered whether he was simply too handsome. He also added that punishing disobedient dragons had once been the usual remedy in his old world. Khan became even more frightened until Chulho suddenly started laughing. He found it amusing that a dragon was walking on eggshells around a human. Khan immediately argued that even dragons could be afraid, especially when the human before him had killed members of his species. He wanted to know whether Chulho planned to kill him too. Chulho said there had clearly been a misunderstanding. The knife made from dragon scales and the cutting board made from dragon bone had both been gifts. He admitted that he had beaten up a few dragons in the past, but he had never killed any of them. Then Chulho apologized, explaining that Khan's father's artifact had been destroyed during the battle against the Demon King. Even if he had wanted to return it, there was nothing left to give back. Khan was stunned by the explanation, while Chulho apologized again and admitted that he had truly needed the artifact back then. Then he invited Khan to have a drink, though it was obvious the dragon still had plenty of questions. After only a few drinks, Khan proudly claimed that he could never drink with a mere human. Not long afterward, he collapsed face first onto the table, completely drunk and drooling. Even while drunk, Khan declared that Chulho was probably the first human ever allowed to drink with a dragon, so he should feel honored. Chulho found that amusing, saying he had earned yet another title as the first human to do something. Then he asked whether Khan had laid the egg and praised him for accomplishing something so impressive at such a young age. Khan immediately became furious, shouting that he was male and that males obviously did not lay eggs. The egg belonged to his younger brother. Khan explained that a dimensional rift had recently opened inside their lair, while their parents were away. Chulho asked how long Khan had been stuck in this world, and the dragon answered that it had been roughly half a year. Hearing that, Chulho thought it was quite a coincidence, since it had happened around the same way and nearly the same time as his own return to Earth. Khan revealed that he had heard Lycus Miro disappeared after killing the Demon King, then asked whether Chulho had not returned right away. Chulho answered that he had a few matters to settle first, which was why his return took so long. Now thoroughly drunk, Khan said he found that interesting, but still could not understand why someone like Chulho was hiding inside such an ordinary restaurant after saving an entire world, disappearing, and then appearing in another dimension. Khan pointed out that someone as monstrous as Chulho could easily take over this entire world if he wanted to. Chul-ho asked whether Khan truly believed that. Khan slammed his hand onto the table and angrily said humans were always the same, chasing power, war, and greed. He asked whether after Chul-ho had destroyed the Demon King and saved the world, humans had not eventually begun fighting among themselves anyway. Chul-ho thought about those words and admitted they made sense. Still, he had no interest in power or conflict anymore, because he was simply tired of all of it. Khan said he did not believe a human's words so easily. Chul-ho did not argue with him and only told the dragon to take good care of his only younger brother. Without hesitation, Khan hugged the egg tightly against himself and answered that he would. Just then, a powerful glow burst out from the egg, forcing Chul-ho to close his eyes against the blinding light. When he opened his eyes again, Chul-ho saw a small creature standing right in front of him, while Khan sat behind it with a wide smile on his face. Only then did Chul-ho realize that the egg had cracked open and a baby dragon had been born right before his eyes. Looking at the newborn dragon, Chul-ho asked whether it already had a name, or whether everyone would simply call it Baby Dragon like usual. Khan admitted that he had not thought of a name yet. Chul-ho began gently petting the little dragon and asked whether it was male or female. Khan became irritated and told him not to treat her like some ordinary beast, adding that she was obviously female. Chul-ho leaned closer to inspect the baby dragon properly. Aside from a few tiny teeth, she looked remarkably similar to a millet bird, making him wonder whether dragons might actually be omnivores. Chul-ho kept staring at the tiny dragon for a moment longer, until Khan proudly asked whether his little sister was not adorable. He clearly found her completely charming. Chul-ho gently petted the baby dragon again, then looked toward Khan and asked where he planned to take her from here. Khan paused to think about it, but Chul-ho simply smiled and said that if they had somewhere to go, they should eat first and worry about leaving afterward. Not long after that, powerful gusts of wind began sweeping through the restaurant, rattling the air around them. The stormy wind carried a heavy scent of blood, and with it came memories of those cursed demons appearing on the battlefield. Whenever rain and violent wind filled the air like this, Chul-ho could not help remembering the war. Even after sharing one last drink while sitting on the ground, he could still feel that old sensation in his chest, the proof that he was alive. That day, Chul-ho quickly prepared hamburger steak for everyone. The main dish was belto chicken breast mixed with meat from a triceratops footpad, soft and sponge-like in texture, making it easy for elderly people and children to eat. After Chul-ho placed the food in front of them, Khan hesitantly asked whether they could leave after finishing. Looking slightly embarrassed, he then asked how much the meal would cost. Chul-ho told him it would only cost $10, but then said Khan could leave without paying. Still, Chul-ho found the dragon's reaction strange and asked whether he even had a place to stay. Khan quietly admitted that he did not. Chul-ho watched him for a moment, thinking that arriving alone in a new world had to be lonely. He had always believed dragons were proud creatures who could survive anywhere by themselves, so seeing one feel this isolated was unusual. If scholars from the continent of Espan ever learned about it, they would probably write hundreds of papers on the subject. Then Khan placed a magic stone on the table and said it was a Class 4 stone. He even knew it had value in this world. Chul-ho could not help laughing at the sight. Khan immediately became embarrassed and demanded to know what was so funny. Just then, the baby dragon began making small noises from nearby, and Chul-ho asked whether she was still hungry. Because of that, Chul-ho offered her another piece of meat. He could not help thinking that life on Earth was difficult enough for a dragon, and it had to be even harder while caring for such a tiny creature. That thought made him feel a little nostalgic for the other world. He quietly realized that there was probably someone there he would never get the chance to see again for the rest of his life. Khan brightened when Chul-ho told him he could stay at the restaurant for a few days and did not need to hand over the magic stone. Chul-ho knew that having someone to share secrets with could bring at least a little happiness into an otherwise lonely life. Still, Khan did not accept the offer so easily. He did not want to take advantage of Chul-ho after already being fed and given shelter. Chul-ho raised one finger and told him to wait a moment. Then he sliced through the air with a casual motion, startling Khan. A portal opened in front of them, and a goblin stepped out from the gap, immediately greeting the king of the world. Khan stared in shock at the goblin. Chul-ho explained that this was Kasim, an immortal goblin who managed the items stored inside his subspace. Then Chul-ho went straight to the point and asked how many magic stones they had stored there. Kasim answered that they had as many magic stones as grains of sand on a beach. As for the highest quality stones, they possessed 5 top-class magic stones and 120 high-class ones. Chul-ho handed Khan's Class 4 magic stone over to Kasim, who calmly announced that another grain of sand had been added. Khan could hardly believe what he was hearing. Kasim continued following Chul-ho's orders as though none of this was unusual, while Khan remained stunned by the absurd number of magic stones Chul-ho possessed. Once everything had been settled, Kasim said he would return to the subspace and respectfully bowed to his master before leaving. Chul-ho said the matter was finally resolved, then added that he would need Khan's help with some work around the restaurant. Time passed inside the restaurant. The baby dragon kept sleeping peacefully while several loud explosions suddenly echoed from deeper inside. After smacking Khan on the head, Chul-ho told him not to breathe fire carelessly. Random flames would only burn the meat, and what he needed was precise control over the heat. Then Chul-ho told him to try again. This time, Khan carefully released his breath with far more control than before. At last, they successfully grilled the Ataho meat using Khan's dragon breath. That day's finished dish became a thick, sizzling Ataho sirloin. Chul-ho liked the result, but Khan soon asked whether the rapier Chul-ho had taken from the subspace was really not an ordinary weapon. Chul-ho said it probably was not, remembering that it had belonged to someone called the Axis of Rikafel. Khan immediately remembered it. The rapier had been a masterpiece crafted by 12 Rikafel artisans, the greatest creation of their entire lives. It was a living weapon said to be unmatched anywhere in the world, leaving him completely speechless. Khan asked why Chul-ho kept using sacred treasures as kitchen tools when weapons were not meant for cooking. Chul-ho replied that it was still better than what dragons usually did, which was collecting piles of useless trash. Khan reluctantly agreed that Chul-ho had a point before he could argue further. Someone knocked on the restaurant door and called out for the owner. It was Choi, who greeted them casually and explained that he was patrolling the area. Almost immediately, Choi began eating and praised the incredible smell coming from the food. Then Choi asked whether Chul-ho had hired a new employee since he had noticed someone unfamiliar inside the restaurant. He also said he had important news. A new dungeon had appeared in the underground passage between Sinshan and Sodamun, and the association was recruiting awakened for the raid. Chul-ho found the dungeon interesting. Dungeons acted like breeding grounds for monsters, and often served as portals connected to other worlds where dimensional rifts had opened, much like what had happened to both him and Khan. Chul-ho then asked how difficult the dungeon was, and Choi answered that it had been classified as Class 5. Choi also said that Gam Sang-hu and the Zenkaku team had been assigned to Seodaemun, while Che Yuan had been assigned to Sinchon. Chul-ho looked confused because he did not know who Che Yuan was. Choi explained that she was known as something like an ice witch, and because a reserve team was being formed, the area would soon be packed with applicants. Plenty of people were awakened, but only the best would be selected. Choi explained that the whole process was similar to applying for work. He even said he felt lucky to be a non-awakened person with a stable job. Only then did Choi realize how quickly time had passed. He thanked Chul-ho for the meal again, saying it had been delicious. Khan found it amazing that the food he had helped grill was being received so well. Chul-ho agreed, quietly deciding that he would need to buy more Ataho meat to prepare later. Afterward, Chul-ho went to the market and asked for 10 kilograms of meat. At that moment, someone loudly called for everyone's attention, telling those who wanted to participate in the raid to form a single line. Chul-ho thought the person's face looked familiar. Once he looked closer, he realized it was Gam Sang-hu, the Class 2 Spearmaster. He had not known that raid recruitment was taking place in this area. He knew that dungeon raids were now commonly called raid parties, a system that reminded him of the old games people used to play. Since Chul-ho had played plenty of those games in the past, the way everything worked was easy for him to understand. With the world practically turning into a full-blown fantasy RPG, it only made sense that people had started using game terms in everyday life. And that was not the only similarity. Tanks and healers were treated almost like nobles, while damage dealers were everywhere. With so many different combat styles appearing after awakening, a huge number of people had naturally ended up as DPS. No sooner had Chul-ho thought that than he heard someone nearby ask whether there was still a spot open for a DPS. The answer came back immediately. They were not looking for more damage dealers right now. They needed healers. Chul-ho remembered what Choi had told him about most awakened having families depending on them. As he continued walking, he thought again that Choi was a decent man, and quietly hoped he would take better care of himself. The rejected, awakened, slowly walked away from the crowd, opened his wallet, and found almost nothing inside. The sight of his empty funds left him looking completely defeated. When Chul-ho returned to the restaurant, he found the kitchen spotless from top to bottom. But strangely, Khan was nowhere to be seen. Then Chul-ho glanced to the side and noticed that someone had already entered the restaurant. The man took a seat and carefully asked whether they happened to serve ramen, apologizing in advance in case they did not. Chul-ho told him it was no problem. Still, he found the request a little strange because ramen had always been a cheap meal, even 30 years ago. The price had risen since then, and the flavor was slightly different now because the noodles were no longer made purely from wheat. The customer asked how much one serving would cost, and Chul-ho answered that it was only $2. The man looked stunned by how cheap that was, then asked whether he could order 5 bowls. Chul-ho thought that sounded like far too much food and wondered whether the man could really finish it all, but the customer answered with complete confidence that he definitely could. That answer made Chul-ho suspicious, so he activated the ocular detector and checked the man's information. His alignment was good. His class was Food God, his class proficiency was still at the lowest level, but his acquisition ability was unusually high. Chul-ho recognized the class immediately, because one of his former companions had possessed it. The more its owner ate, the stronger they became, and the quality of the food they consumed made a major difference in the results. In other words, eating high-level monster meat could give someone from that class a tremendous boost. But in the beginning, the class was miserable to deal with. Its owner was constantly hungry and remained weak until reaching a certain level. Once the class was properly mastered, things improved drastically. Chulho could tell right away that this man was still stuck at the very beginning. Chulho grabbed a packet of ramen and soon announced that the food was ready. What he served was an extra-large bowl of ramen topped with grilled ataho meat. The man stared at the piece of meat in confusion, lifted it with his chopsticks, and asked what exactly it was. Chulho told him not to worry about it because the meat was on the house. He knew that good people often live the hardest lives, especially during chaotic times when decent people were usually the first to suffer. If this man's alignment had not been good, Chulho would have ignored him completely, but with such high acquisition ability, that food would surely help him. The man still looked confused about why he had been given something extra, so Chulho explained that the restaurant treated first-time customers well, in hopes that they would return. The customer did not hesitate any longer. He immediately began chewing with frantic enthusiasm, thanking Chulho as he ate. The flavor completely shocked him. He praised both the meat and its incredible smell, even though he still had no idea what kind of monster it came from. Then he attacked the ramen with even more intensity, eating until he had drained every last noodle and even finished every drop of broth. By the end, the bowl was completely clean. After finishing, the man thanked Chulho and admitted that he had not eaten such a good meal in a very long time. Chulho told him not to say that because hearing that the customer enjoyed it was enough to make him happy. The man reached into his pocket for his wallet, but several things slipped out and fell onto the floor, including some money and an object that caught Chulho's attention. It was a tie. The man handed over the money, apologized for being dirty, and thanked Chulho once again for the delicious meal. Before leaving the restaurant, he promised that he would come back again soon. Khan finally appeared, apparently unaware that Chulho had already returned. But Chulho's mind was still fixed on the customer's filthy clothes. The tie itself had looked brand new, making Chulho wonder whether the man had been preparing to impress someone. But then he remembered how difficult life had been for him during these chaotic times. Not long afterward, Chulho heard about him again. That same man was now standing in front of the dungeon portal just as the gate suddenly erupted with violent force. The movement around the portal became more and more chaotic, while guards repeatedly shouted for everyone to stay behind the barricades and not force their way forward. Manhwa stepped forward and asked whether there was anything he could do, explaining that he was an awakened. The guard asked what his classification was. Manhwa awkwardly answered that it was related to food and that he had no special combat abilities, aside from being physically strong. The swordsman made it clear that this dungeon was no place for a mediocre awakened, especially after his own team had returned injured from inside, proving just how dangerous the gate was. As Manhwa looked ahead, he suddenly spotted a healer among the crowd. It was his daughter, Mi-jin. He rushed toward her and called her name. When she came closer, he immediately demanded to know why she was in such a dangerous place when she should have been at school. Mi-jin explained that there were too many injured people, so the school had sent awakened students to help. Then she turned the question back on him, asking what he was doing there and telling him to leave as quickly as possible. Manhwa said he was only worried about her, but Mi-jin became angry. She reminded him that by his own words, his only talent was being good at eating. She accused him of spending all day eating at work and barely coming home, then asked what possible good he could do by throwing himself into danger. She pushed him away and said she needed money for a school scholarship. In her anger, she accused him of making her look pathetic by barging into such a dangerous place. As she pushed him, his tie fell to the ground. Mi-jin looked down at it and accused him of not even carrying a proper weapon. At that exact moment, someone stepped out from the dungeon portal. It was Gam Sang-hoo heading toward his partner. She immediately shouted that the dungeon assault was over and ordered the healers to gather so they could treat the wounded. Mi-jin ran off right away, leaving her father standing behind in the crowd. In this world, an awakened person's abilities had 5 stages before reaching the highest level, with every stage expanding their overall proficiency. In Korea especially, regular schools had been replaced by places known as cipher schools for the training of awakened students. Once an awakened person fully mastered the first stage through training, they could choose another path, depending on how their abilities developed. Anyone who mastered 2 stages could be recognized by the Awakened Association as Class 1 or higher. So when someone awakened with an impractical skill or had very little development potential, it was only natural for them to settle into work that suited their talents better. During his final battle in the other world, Chulho had already mastered his 6th stage. After reaching that point, he had never encountered anything that could raise his class any further. As far as Chulho knew, that was the absolute limit. Khan suddenly rushes over in a panic, shouting that something huge just happened. Between breaths, he blurts out that Kyul actually spoke while happily chewing on caramel. The MC pauses at the name, clearly puzzled by what he just heard. He asks whether Kyul does not mean orange in Korean. The reply comes with a dismissive shrug. It was simply the name he once gave his little sister, but he quickly says that detail is not important right now. Kyul, meanwhile, looks completely delighted by the situation, happily calling her brother father, again and again, with innocent excitement. The MC finds the whole thing strangely fascinating, especially since he truly heard the baby dragon speak. Still, the name keeps bothering him, because it does not sound particularly Korean at all. He points out that the baby dragon chose the name for herself in the first place. Besides, she was born in this world, so there is no reason her name has to follow Korean expectations. Kyul calls her brother father once more, and this time he cannot hide how pleased he is to hear it. The tiny dragon's voice seems to brighten his mood immediately. Cholho says that, from everything he knows, dragons are usually born with Class 1 already mastered. Curious, he asks what level this little dragon has reached, but the answer is that they will have to wait until she grows a bit more before they can know for sure. Just then, someone steps into the restaurant and heads straight inside. It is Manhwa, and the first thing he asks for is 5 more bowls of ramen. As he reaches the counter, Manhwa begins talking about why he came. He had been trying to join the Furious Gate group when he unexpectedly found his daughter there, and he learned that helping treat the wounded could earn her a school scholarship. Even so, he hates the thought of it, because that place is simply too dangerous. His voice grows heavier as he admits how helpless he feels. He could not do anything for her, and they even told him to leave because he is only around level 7, barely more useful than an ordinary civilian. His daughter, on the other hand, awakened as a healer. Since she was young, she had already been recognized as a third-class Awakener, an excellent student with a promising future. So Manhwa believes the Awakener Association will at least treat her properly. Manhwa explains that he had gone to a shop because his daughter had an important class coming up. He found a tie for her there, and although it was expensive, he thought she needed it so she could attend school looking neat and respectable. But after thinking about it, he wonders whether he should even go to the observation class at all. What is the point of calling himself a good father when he cannot even support his daughter well enough to graduate properly? The thought crushes him so badly that he starts insulting himself, calling himself worthless trash. Even in a moment like this, his stomach is still growling, and he blames himself for being useless because his ability is connected to food, leaving him constantly hungry and unable to find a proper place in the world. The MC walks over to Khan and asks him in an unusually casual tone, "You okay, chubby?" Firehair immediately stares at him like he has lost his mind. He asks whether the MC is crazy because he sounds exactly like a predator waiting for its prey to grow fat enough to eat. The MC insists that it was only a joke, but then his eyes narrow as he notices something odd nearby. Khan explains that it is only the baby dragon shedding her skin. Then he notices the way the MC is staring at it, and his expression twists with anger. Khan had wanted to keep the shed dragon skin as a precious memento, but nobody is paying attention to him at all. The complete lack of response only makes him more irritated. Before long, the extra-large quick-cook ramen is finally ready. Manhwa looks at the massive serving and warns them that this will be the last time he orders something like this. Chulho tells him not to worry about it. They still have plenty of meat left, so he says Manhwa should stop overthinking and simply enjoy the meal. Manhwa immediately starts eating, barely slowing down as the food disappears. The MC watches quietly until the entire pot is empty, and Manhwa leaves money on the table, thanks them for the meal, and awkwardly apologizes for making everyone listen to his emotional outburst. He is told there is no need to thank anyone and no reason to worry about it. Nobody is blaming him for speaking honestly. After a brief pause, he turns toward Johan and speaks more gently. Life is full of hardships, he says, but it is always comforting when even one small thing goes smoothly. For people who keep working hard every day just to survive, good things can still happen once in a while. So he tells Johan to make it through tomorrow and promises that he will be waiting for him at the restaurant. After Manhwa leaves, Khan asks why nothing has changed yet. The MC says he did everything he could, and since the customer even ate dragon skin, there is a good chance he will receive some kind of benefit from it. Firehair admits that dragon skin is an incredibly valuable item. Still, he cannot understand why the MC would give something that precious to a complete stranger. The MC goes quiet for a moment. While gently stroking the baby dragon, he explains that his own father once received support like that too. Khan looks genuinely shocked and asks whether the MC had a father as well. That ridiculous question earns him an immediate punch on the head. That night, Manhwa finally returns home and finds the house quiet. When he looks inside, he sees that his daughter is already asleep. He steps closer to her bed and notices that she picked up the tie from the floor and kept it near her while sleeping. Only then does he notice the tears on her face. Even in her sleep, she is softly apologizing to her father. Manhwa gently pats her head and tells her that it is okay. He feels terrible too, imagining all the apologies she might make for not being able to live like everyone else, for having a father who embarrasses her in front of her friends, and for never being able to give her a truly comfortable life. But no matter what happens, he promises that he will always love her. The next morning, Manhwa comes sprinting toward the portal, desperate to claim the last remaining spot. The recruiter stops him and asks to see his Awakener registration card. After checking the card, the recruiter squints at him suspiciously. He asks whether Manhwa is the same person from last time, then demands to know his name. Manhwa introduces himself, and the recruiter recognizes him immediately. He warns Manhwa that it will become a serious problem if anything goes wrong again, so he had better do his job properly this time. Manhwa gives a quick nod and says that he will be more careful from now on. The recruiter raises his voice and announces that recruitment is now complete. Everyone else is told to leave because there are no more open positions. Meanwhile, the MC is walking down the street when something catches his eye. A bus passes in front of him, and beyond it he sees a huge portal at the location beginning to close. Sang-hoo sees the portal ceiling shut and immediately thinks the situation is terrible. The portal has already closed, leaving no easy way to reach anyone inside. At that moment, Mi-jin comes running toward the area, desperately shouting for her father as she stares at the closed portal. Once the group enters the portal, their leader immediately orders everyone to stay together. While fighting the monsters, nobody is allowed to split away from the group. He barely finishes saying it before a dinosaur-like monster suddenly appears and lunges straight at Manhwa. Manhwa jerks back in shock, completely caught off guard by the monster's sudden attack. Yet his body moves on instinct, and he throws a full-force punch at the creature. The impact surprises him because he feels strangely powerful, and for some reason the hunger that usually never leaves him is completely gone. Suddenly, a girl cries out and points deeper into the dungeon. A strange fissure has opened inside the area, and nobody knows what is coming through it. A powerful tremor shakes the entire dungeon, making everyone freeze. Then a colossal dinosaur emerges before them, and Manhwa stares in disbelief as he realizes they are facing a hidden boss. The girl screams for everyone to run, and the group immediately starts fleeing. Manhwa runs with them, trying to understand what is happening, and wondering whether the enormous monster behind them is actually a tigrex. He is about to escape with everyone else when something suddenly catches his attention. On the monster he defeated, Manhwa spots several mana crystals. He quickly realizes they are Class 8 crystals, and if he manages to sell them, the money could equal several weeks of hard work. Another awakened desperately shouts at Manhwa to forget the crystals and get out immediately. But with those valuable mana crystals right in front of him, Manhwa simply cannot bring himself to leave them behind. At the same time, the hidden boss suddenly lunges forward, opening its massive jaws to bite him. Manhwa reacts at once, throwing himself into a counterattack instead of backing down. As the impact sends him flying through the air, Manhwa's thoughts turn bitter. He feels pathetic, exactly like the useless father his daughter must have imagined him to be, and even now at the very end, he is still acting like a fool. His mind drifts back to the day he first met his daughter. Then he remembers the sight of her sleeping at home, tears running down her face as she apologized to him in her dreams. More memories rush through his head after that. Her bright smile during happier days, and even the days when she was still a tiny baby who cried nonstop in his arms. The image of her as a helpless infant finally pulls him back to reality. Manhwa forces himself awake, slowly pushing his battered body off the ground because he refuses to die here and leave his daughter alone in this unforgiving world. He lifts his eyes toward the gigantic dinosaur just as it plants one heavy foot into the ground. The floor trembles beneath its weight, and the monster lowers its body before charging straight at him. Manhwa refuses to accept death in a place like this. With every ounce of strength he has left, he lets out a desperate roar and drives his fist directly into the monster's mouth. A huge surge of energy bursts from his hand, shocking even the mustached man, who cannot tell whether Manhwa's sudden power came from leveling up. Manhwa stares at the aura spilling from his body in disbelief. He wonders whether that strike somehow paralyzed the hidden boss, and what confuses him even more is that his fist does not hurt at all, and for once he does not feel hungry. The monster attacks again without hesitation, snapping its jaws toward him. Manhwa steps in, catches its massive fangs with both hands, and braces himself against the crushing force. Even as the beast drags him backward across the ground, Manhwa grits his teeth and refuses to let go. He shouts that he will keep holding on for as long as his body can endure it. Suddenly, Sang-hoo arrives and looks around in alarm. Seeing the hidden boss still inside, he demands to know why everyone has not evacuated yet. The others point toward the fight ahead and explain what is happening. One man is standing alone, holding back a Class 2 tigrex by himself. The two generals stare at the unbelievable sight in surprise. They cannot help admiring Manhwa's courage, and they immediately think that getting his card for future business would be a smart move. At that moment, Manhwa's information appears, showing that his tendency is good and that his class is Shik-shin. His class achievement is rated medium, while the skill he has acquired receives a high rating. The MC sees the information floating invisibly in the air and quickly understands what Manhwa's mirror skill does. It catches the enemy's attack and reflects it back, making the resulting damage easy to recognize, though Manhwa's fighting style is still much closer to that of a tank. By Korean Awakener standards, the MC considers it a very satisfying skill. In his eyes, it is strong enough to be rated at least Class 3. He watches Sang-hoo carry the exhausted Manhwa out of the dungeon and quietly thinks that everything turned out well. With the situation finally settled, he wonders whether it is time for him to leave too. Back at the restaurant, the baby dragon is already getting sleepy. Then the radio announces that during the dungeon team's third attack, the hidden boss was defeated, and the biggest contributor was reportedly a Class 7 awakened named Manhwa. Because of that performance, Manhwa becomes the greatest contributor to the dungeon conquest. The report explains that the team had been on the verge of suffering irreversible losses after the hidden boss suddenly appeared. Hearing the report, The MC smiles with quiet satisfaction while holding the baby dragon safely in his arms. As he looks down at her, he realizes that she has somehow gained weight during all this time. Kyul keeps happily calling him daddy, but he quickly warns her again that he is not actually her father. Then another announcement comes over the radio. A thief has been terrorizing the city, apparently obsessed with shiny objects and food, so all citizens are warned to stay alert. The MC quietly thinks over the report, especially the strange part about a thief who is obsessed with food and anything that shines. Just then, the baby dragon walks over carrying a cup filled with water. The MC asks whether she brought it for drinking and starts to reach for the cup. Before he can drink it, Khan suddenly appears and tells him not to. He warns that the water is full of germs and definitely should not be swallowed. The MC looks toward Khan and wonders why he showed up so early with such an unusually heavy atmosphere around him. Khan simply explains that the baby dragon learned about poses from a picture in a book and somehow managed to take it out from there. Chul-ho immediately asks for a clearer explanation, wanting to know exactly what Khan means by that. Sometime later, Choi is already sitting inside the restaurant, tasting the kimchi. After taking a bite, he even admits that it tastes surprisingly good. The MC says he recently managed to get some high-quality ingredients from the Sinchon area, which is why the food turned out especially well. While they are still talking, more customers enter the restaurant and begin making their way inside. It is Manhwa, and he proudly announces that he brought company with him today. Then he points toward the man beside him and introduces him as Captain Sang-hoo. Sang-hoo politely offers his greeting and says that he has heard a great deal about the MC. The MC is surprised by how respectful and well-mannered the captain is. Choi rises from his seat to greet the spear mage. The spear mage recognizes him and returns the greeting, saying that it would have been a pleasant afternoon if not for the joint meeting. The other man laughs at the remark. Only then does the spear mage realize that the other person in the restaurant is the famous Mirror. Confused, he asks what everyone means by calling someone Mirror. With excitement shining in his eyes, someone explains that Mirror is Manhwa's new nickname after his incredible fight against the hidden boss. The MC is surprised to see that once someone becomes famous, people even start attaching honorifics to their name. Chul-ho says that Manhwa's success was all thanks to the MC, but the MC immediately denies it, saying he had nothing to do with it and was only waiting for Manhwa to return to the restaurant. Someone asks whether that means he is getting ready to make another bowl of ramen. The answer is yes, because the ramen had been delicious the last few times. Sang-hoo admits that hearing about it made him crave ramen too. He says he will order the exact same meal for himself. Once the food reaches the table, Manhwa immediately starts devouring everything in front of him. The spear mage watches in amazement, thinking it is incredible that his friend can eat that much at once, while Manhwa only laughs awkwardly in embarrassment. Sang-hoo politely says that they should get going. He reminds Manhwa that he still needs to pick up his daughter from school. The MC listens to the two of them talking so naturally and feels relieved. Their relationship seems much better than he expected. But then the restaurant suddenly becomes unusually quiet when the MC turns around. He notices that the spear mage has fallen asleep at his seat. In his dream, the spear mage is shouting furiously at another man, calling him an idiot for foolishly deciding to provoke a sacred creature. That sacred creature is a terrifying wolf wrapped in blazing fire, racing wildly in every direction and spreading fear throughout the city. A moment later, the spear mage wakes up with a startled jerk. He quickly stands and apologizes, embarrassed that he stayed there so late. The MC tells him not to worry about it, since there are no customers around anyway. Then he asks whether the spear mage would like to have a simple meal before leaving. He tells him not to worry, saying he is not hungry at the moment anyway. But before the conversation can go any further, the radio cuts in again with another warning about the thief breaking into shops across the city. Chul-ho casually asks whether he wants something to drink. He adds that the restaurant only has soju and beer, nothing fancy, but enough to help someone relax after a long day. The spear mage agrees and tells him to bring whatever side dish he thinks would be best. The MC glances at the ingredients he bought from the market, wondering what he can make, before asking whether he would like some sashimi. The spear mage pauses to consider the offer, and Chul-ho quickly reassures him that it is incredibly fresh. Hearing that, the man seems more interested in trying it. The MC places the fish on the counter and studies it for a moment. He recalls that this species has been seen for around 30 years, but it is still extremely difficult to find. He remembers that it is called a German fish. A fully grown adult can easily reach 3 meters in length, which means the one lying in front of him is still only a baby. He starts slicing the fish with an unbelievably sharp knife, the blade moving cleanly through the flesh. As he works, he thinks about how he never cared much for sashimi in the past because it never seemed worth the cost. After a while, the German fish sashimi is finally ready and laid out on the table. Sang-hoo's eyes brighten immediately, and he admits that it has been a very long time since he last had sashimi. He lifts a piece to his mouth and freezes for a second after tasting it. The texture is unbelievably smooth and refreshing, with a strange flavor that somehow reminds him of noodles. Without wasting another moment, he takes a drink of soju to go with the sashimi. The combination leaves him visibly satisfied, and he cannot hide how much he enjoys the meal. Sang-hoo says that he is finally off duty after working for an entire week without a break. Since the urgent situation has been handled, He was allowed to take around 2 days off. For days, he had been fighting monsters non-stop, with every single day turning into another brutal battle. The physical exhaustion was bad enough, but the constant pressure was worse because monsters never stopped pouring through the dimensional portals. He glances toward his spear and begins talking about it with obvious familiarity. It is a weapon issued to Class 2 Awakeners or to those who graduate from Cipher School. The spear is made from a mineral called adamant, a material known for absorbing mana exceptionally well. Sang-Hoo takes great pride in it, believing that with this weapon in hand, he can protect the world and face any danger without fear. Once he stepped into the real world, that confidence disappeared almost completely. There were times when the reality before him felt so overwhelming that he even wondered whether there was truly a god watching from above. He stretches his tired body and says it has already been 10 years since he was assigned to the elite squad. Listening from behind the counter, the MC quietly thinks that he had once felt the same way. The MC reflects that there comes a day when everyone realizes they are not as important or as extraordinary as they once believed. That feeling is not limited to Awakeners, it applies to people in every kind of field. As he pours another drink, the MC asks whether Sang-Hoo is one of the city's guardians, or perhaps even one of the 5 guardians protecting all of Korea. Either way, he says, that is an amazing position to hold. Sang-Hoo admits that many people's futures depend on him. Sometimes, when he thinks about that responsibility too deeply, the burden feels almost too heavy for him to carry alone. The MC asks whether there is one particular memory that still stands out in his mind. Sang-Hoo answers that there is, then begins telling him about an incident involving a gumiho. It happened on a rainy day. Sang-Hoo had been running beside his partner, demanding to know which idiot had been reckless enough to disturb a gumiho while it was sleeping. His partner tells him that it was a knight. Sang-Hoo becomes irritated immediately, unable to understand why someone who had reached Class 2 would do something so foolish. When they finally arrive at the location, they find the enormous firewolf waiting there. Its body is so massive that its sheer size alone makes the surrounding area feel small. Sang-Hoo explains that creatures with extraordinary intelligence are usually called sacred creatures. Some people even refer to them as monsters that exist beyond the normal class system. No one knows exactly why, but sacred creatures are generally not hostile toward humans. In fact, over the last 30 years, there have been no records of one launching a preemptive attack. That is why Sang-Hoo remembers running straight toward the culprit and demanding to know why the hell he had done something like that in the first place. The knight turns around, frightening both of them with his expression. Then the gumiho appears once again, and an urgent call goes out for everyone to gather. At that point, all they could do was form up in a line and prepare themselves. The creature standing before them was far beyond anything normal classes could measure. The order is given for the assault team to move forward, and everyone advances toward the gigantic firewolf. Without hesitation, the beast begins gathering energy before unleashing enormous fireballs, leaving the others frozen as flames spread everywhere around them. Sang-Hoo keeps shouting for everyone not to stare directly at the firetails because they can cause hallucinations. But while he is focused on warning the others, he fails to notice a fireball racing straight toward him. His partner immediately steps in front of him and activates her shield. The barrier rises just in time, protecting both of them from the incoming blast. Then she turns toward the monster and tries to create more shields in its direction. One barrier after another appears, giving Sang-Hoo a path through the chaos. Sang-Hoo takes his position again and starts running forward, leaping from shield to close the distance. When he finally reaches the highest point, he aims his spear directly at the monster's mouth. But as he looks into the wolf's eye, he notices tears flowing from it, and that sight catches him completely off guard. But there is no time left to think about what those tears mean. His attack lands squarely on the creature, striking with full force and defeating it. Back in the present, Sang-Hoo explains that the battle against the monster lasted all night. When they finally brought it down, they heard faint screams coming from somewhere amid the destruction. Those cries came from the gumiho's cub. Sang-Hoo says he could hardly believe what he was seeing when he found it there. He explains that an eagle released during the night had gone hunting and attacked the fox cub. When the mother left the nest for only a brief moment, that was when the entire disaster began. He takes another drink and says it was probably an accident, since the knight had been a prodigy from Cipher School. Even so, he stresses that mistakes like that can never be allowed to happen. The MC asks whether the cub was really there. Sang-Hoo confirms that it was, then says that they unfortunately eliminated it as well, because once everything reached that point, there was nothing else they could do. The MC says that it was probably the right choice. Sang-Hoo laughs quietly and agrees with him. After a while, Sang-Hoo stands from his seat and apologizes for talking so much. He thinks it is probably because he is drunk, then asks for the bill and requests that the remaining sashimi be packed up because he enjoyed it so much. Later that night, after leaving the restaurant, Sang-Hoo walks alone through the streets. The old memories continue circling in his mind as he moves through the darkness. He remembers running toward the knight and demanding to know why he had messed with the cub of a sacred creature. The knight apologized, but Sang-Hoo knew an apology was nowhere near enough. Too many people had died, and the entire city had nearly been destroyed because of what happened. The memory continues to weigh on him as he walks. He says nothing more and simply keeps moving forward through the night. Meanwhile, Chul-ho thinks about the Gumiho. It was a creature he had seen during his time in the other world, and unlike the monsters led by the king who invaded the continent, Gumiho were actually favorable toward humans. There was even a saying on the eastern continent that a man should bow 3 times before passing a mountain guarded by a Gumiho. He remembers hunting 2 Gumiho in the past and regretting both of those choices afterward. Unfortunately, those memories are the kind that never truly disappear. Sang-hoo keeps walking with the packed sashimi hanging at his side. He glances down at the bag, clearly tempted by the delicious food waiting inside. He thinks he can hardly wait to eat it when he gets home. But before he can take another step, 3 blazing fireballs suddenly fly toward him. It is the Gumiho cub. The moment Sang-hoo sees it, only one thought fills his mind. He cannot bring himself to kill it, because ever since the day they first met, he has never had the courage to do so. He sets the sashimi down in front of the little fox, watching it carefully as it hesitates over the food. Deep down, he cannot stop wondering whether the desperate look in the dying Gumiho's eyes was the very reason he could not bring himself to kill this cub. As he stares at the tiny creature, he starts questioning whether he is even remotely qualified to look after it. After all, how many mana crystals had this little thief stolen and devoured to grow 3 tails already? There was even an article circulating about the fox's crystal-stealing antics. The young Gumiho finally begins nibbling at the sashimi, clearly unable to resist the meal any longer. The moment it lowers its guard, Chul-ho quietly reaches out from behind and catches it. Immediately, the furious little creature fires several blazing fireballs in his direction. But despite all that anger, the attacks are clearly not meant to hit him. Chul-ho tells the fox to listen closely, his voice growing serious as he explains that he cannot allow it to keep stealing anymore. The association would eventually move against it, so he urges the little Gumiho to leave the city and find somewhere peaceful to live before that happens. Then he gently pushes it forward and tells it to go. Instead of leaving, the fox only makes a series of confused little noises. Chul-ho's patience starts slipping until he finally raises his voice and tells it to disappear, startling the Gumiho badly. Still, he knows there is nothing else he can do, so he orders it to leave at once. With no choice left, the fox obediently wanders away through the neighborhood. Then, while moving between the houses, something suddenly catches its attention when it spots the baby dragon. Drawn closer by curiosity, the fox creeps over to the window. It lifts one tiny paw and gently presses it against Kyul's soft little face. To the fox, anything soft must be harmless. And if something harmless is nearby, then maybe it could become a friend? Just then, Chul-ho appears nearby. The fox quickly tries to hide itself, but he notices the little creature almost instantly. Chul-ho picks up Kyul in his arms and looks toward the hiding fox without much surprise. He says he had already sensed Gumiho energy on the mountain, then calmly asks whether the little fox is hungry. The fox shakes its head, refusing the offer. Chul-ho is surprised, realizing that it must have already eaten somewhere, so he opens a portal and calls for his goblin butler. Kasim steps through almost immediately, and the first thing he notices is the presence of the small Gumiho cub nearby. Chul-ho orders Kasim to bring him any mana crystal he can find close by. Kasim obeys right away, handing over the very first crystal he finds. Chul-ho offers the crystal to the fox, figuring that even a Class 1 mana crystal should provide a huge advantage for a young creature still growing. The instant the fox bites into the crystal, powerful energy begins overflowing from its entire body. But even after seeing that reaction, Chul-ho tells it to leave. The little Gumiho hops away, disappearing between the rows of houses. After climbing onto a pole and stopping there alone, the fox thinks again about soft things being harmless. It remembers that even though Sang-hoo had pointed a spear at it, he was still a kind person. That thought makes the little fox start crying. It has no idea whether it will ever get the chance to see Sang-hoo again. Elsewhere, Sang-hoo lies quietly beneath the open night sky, staring up at the stars with the whole city silent around him. All he can think about is how calm the night feels. Even so, his thoughts keep drifting back to the fox. He only hopes it does not return, and that it manages to live safely somewhere on its own. Meanwhile, the Korean Association of the Awakened continues overseeing the country's awakened records, dangerous status confirmations, and efforts to prevent civilians from being harmed by monster-related incidents. Among the awakened under its watch are several Class 2 fighters, including the Ice Sorceress and the Spear Mage. The Knight, the Blade Queen, and the Magician are also recognized as guardians. On top of that, 3 Class 1 Expedition Awakened are currently away on special assignments. Every one of these movements remains under the association's careful observation. The man overseeing all of this is President Jinsa. While calmly drinking his coffee, he remarks to Che Yuan that the drink is still hot. Che Yuan answers without missing a beat, pointing out that it is summer. Then she asks whether he would prefer something cold instead. President Jinsa tells her not to worry about it. Summer is supposed to be hot after all. Then his expression shifts as he asks whether the mandrakes have disappeared. Che Yuan gives him a direct answer. Yes. They are gone. Mandrakes are plant-type monsters that remain buried beneath the ground while they grow. Once threatened, they release a poisonous effect across a 1-kilometer radius, and surviving it requires a special antidote. That danger is exactly why they are classified as monsters. And even with an antidote available, trying to dig one up is extremely dangerous. The moment a mandrake is pulled from the ground, its scream can be loud enough to kill ordinary people or low-class awakened instantly. Che Yeon reports that all 13 mandrakes vanished completely. There are no tracks, no signs of anyone entering the area, and no evidence explaining how they disappeared, making the entire situation deeply strange. President Jinsa lets out a quiet laugh at the report. He wonders aloud since when tuberous vegetables had grown feet and learned how to run away. Che Yeon suggests that perhaps the plant somehow melted away and vanished. President Jinsa tells the others to come in first, saying he will call Gabby so they can discuss the case. The ice sorceress asks whether he means the cat shadow and whether she has returned. He confirms that she has, although she is still waiting for her next mission. Back at Chulho's home, Kyul stretches her small body as she tries to wake him up. She cannot find Khan anywhere, and that is beginning to bother her. Chulho does not open his eyes no matter how much she tries. Kyul starts touching his hair instead, accidentally scratching him a little in the process. Then Kyul's stomach suddenly growls with hunger. She drags over a chair and carefully places it right in front of the refrigerator. She climbs onto the chair, pulls open the refrigerator door, and freezes when she comes face to face with a mandrake sitting inside. Kyul picks up the strange plant, looking completely confused by what she is holding. The mandrake immediately begins screaming wildly, but Kyul simply stuffs it into her mouth and tries to eat it. One bite is enough for her to realize that it tastes absolutely terrible. Sometime later, Chulho finally appears with his hair blazing like fire and finds Kyul sitting there with a completely full belly after eating everything in the refrigerator. He makes it clear that she is going to get scolded once he fully wakes up. Even Khan is left stunned that she managed to eat every last thing inside. Chulho picks Kyul up and immediately demands to know where Khan has been for the past few days. Khan explains that he was investigating the conditions surrounding each rift's formation, so he traveled to the places where the dungeons had appeared. Chulho is surprised by how much effort Khan put into the investigation and asks whether he discovered anything. Unfortunately, Khan says he found nothing unusual beyond monsters commonly seen on the Ispan continent. Chulho is startled by that answer and asks whether the fiery hair might also be considered a monster. Khan immediately gets angry, insisting that dragons are a great race and should never be compared to mere monsters. Chulho quietly reflects on what that means. There is at least a possibility that monsters or perhaps something far greater can cross through the rifts. He cannot believe he had forgotten such an important possibility. Because of that, he tells Khan to report to him immediately the moment anything strange is spotted. Khan agrees, then asks whether Chulho's friend has reached Master Level 6 and gained the ability to control dimensional sails. Chulho says no. He does not even know who created those things or why they continue appearing. Khan then asks how Chulho managed to return to that world in the first place. Chulho only says that it is a long story and promises they can talk about it another day. After that, Chulho warns everyone that they need to head to the market and buy some groceries. Meanwhile, Che Yeon continues investigating in the Shinshan suburbs. No matter where she looks, she finds absolutely no trace of the missing mandrakes. Then a green figure suddenly flashes past behind her. It moves through the area at such incredible speed that it is almost impossible to follow. Che Yeon immediately gathers her energy and prepares herself. The green figure rushes so close that it nearly brushes against her face. Only at that moment does Che Yeon finally recognize the figure. It is Gabby, the awakened cat shadow. Gabby looks Che Yeon over with open curiosity, clearly surprised by what she is seeing. She says that she never expected to finally meet the Ice Witch of Sinshan face to face. She explains that she had searched around beforehand, but no matter where she looked, she had no idea who Che Yeon really was. Che Yeon feels slightly embarrassed standing before someone who is supposedly a level 1, awakened, the highest rank anyone can possibly reach. Still, she gathers herself and politely greets the girl by her well-known nickname, Cat Shadow. But Gabby quickly tells her not to call her that. She says Che Yeon can simply call her sister instead, then leans closer and asks whether she is a new recruit because she looks so cute, telling her not to be nervous. Gabby also asks how old she is and what exactly she is doing there. Che Yeon says that this is already her 10th year. The answer leaves Gabby stunned, because someone had crossed the barrier without causing even the slightest disturbance, yet she was standing right in front of her now. Gabby cannot understand whether Che Yeon is truly a level 1 awakened, why she never made the top 30 years ago, or how she still looks so young. Gabby reaches out her hand toward Che Yeon and says that she had seen the previous guardian a few times before. Then she asks once again whether Che Yeon is the new one. Che Yeon introduces herself properly and confirms it with a simple answer. Yes, she is. Gabby then asks what happened in the first place. Che Yeon explains that there has been an unusual accident. 13 mandrakes have completely disappeared. Cat Shadow immediately asks who broke through the barrier. The ice sorceress replies that it was a level 4 awakened from their own team. Gabby finds that explanation strange. To pass through a level 4 barrier without leaving behind a single trace, the culprit would need to be at least level 3. Because of that, she suggests beginning the investigation by tracking down the mercenaries in the city center. Then Gabby asks where the largest group of nearby mercenaries can be found. Chae-yeon tells her that they usually gather at the mercenary temple in Shudaimon. Gabby says they should head there first, but she also admits that she is hungry. Before looking for the brat she used to fight with all the time, she wants to stop somewhere and eat, then make that guy buy food for everyone. At that exact moment, Zhang Hu suddenly gets the strange feeling that someone is talking about him. Meanwhile, Khan is showering his little sister with kisses, completely overwhelmed by how adorable she is. He keeps praising her, calling her unbelievably cute and precious. He cannot stop staring at the baby dragon with affection, wondering out loud who she could possibly take after to be this adorable. Then Khan suddenly realizes that Chul-ho has been watching the entire time. Embarrassed, he quickly asks how long Chul-ho has been standing there. Chul-ho calmly tells him that he has been there since the beginning. Then he reassures Khan that there is nothing strange about an older brother doting on his little sister. After that, Chul-ho tells Khan to fill a bowl with water. Firehair notices what Chul-ho is holding and immediately asks what it is. Chul-ho tells him that it is called a watermelon, then asks whether Firehair has never seen one before on the Espan continent. Khan admits that this is the first watermelon he has ever seen. Looking at the bright red flesh inside, he asks whether that part is some kind of meat. Chul-ho tells him no. He says that he originally thought watermelon was a fruit too, but it is apparently classified as a vegetable instead. Then Khan picks up a chicken and stares at it with confusion. He asks Chul-ho what exactly the chicken is doing there. Chul-ho answers that it is a chicken. Khan immediately says that he already knows what a chicken is. That response catches Chul-ho off guard, making him ask whether chickens actually existed on the Espan continent. Next, Chul-ho shows him a mandrake. Firehair clearly recognizes it at once and demands to know where the hell Chul-ho managed to get one. Chul-ho explains that he found it while taking a walk and simply picked it up from the ground. As he thinks about it, he recalls that mandrakes absorb heat energy and can help cool the body down. He also remembers that mandrakes have a rough texture, but a sweet flavor, which is why they work well in both hot dishes and cold dishes. While helping handle the chicken, Khan asks why Chul-ho keeps stuffing ingredients inside it. Chul-ho explains that it is necessary, then finally places the chicken into the pot and says they will have to wait for it to cook properly. Just then, someone steps into the restaurant and remarks that they had no idea there was a place like this here. The visitors turn out to be Chae-yeon, Sang-hu, and Gabi, all arriving together at the restaurant. The ice sorceress greets Chul-ho first, and he welcomes the group inside without hesitation. Sang-hu immediately apologizes, noticing that there is already a guest present. Then he asks Khan whether he is the one working there. Chul-ho says it is always good for a restaurant to have more customers, explaining that Firehair is one of the cooks. He then mentions that they made samgyetang and asks whether the group would like to try some. Gabi quickly says she should be excluded from that dish because she is vegetarian. After thinking it over for a moment, Chul-ho brings out the samgyetang along with several cubes of mandrake kimchi. The awakened are surprised the moment they see the meal laid out before them. Chae-yeon does not waste any time and takes a bite of the chicken, only to find that it tastes ridiculously delicious. Her eyes light up as she tries the kimchi as well. She says that it is unbelievably refreshing. Gabi remains seated a short distance away, quietly watching the others eat. Chul-ho looks toward her and asks whether she is really a vegetarian. She says yes, then asks whether the restaurant has anything made for someone like her. Chul-ho admits that he does not know much about vegetarian dishes, but then asks whether she might want to eat watermelon since they have some available. Gabi brightens immediately at the suggestion. She says she loves watermelon and eagerly asks for some. Chul-ho begins preparing it, thinking about how many different ways watermelon can be enjoyed. It tastes good sliced fresh, frozen into something cold, or blended into a drink. This time, he decides to try a different approach. He scoops out only the watermelon flesh first, then cuts it into small bite-sized pieces. He decides to mix in other fruits as well, adding things like berries and kiwi to make it more colorful. Then an idea comes to him. He realizes he can place all of the fruit right back inside the hollowed-out watermelon. After adding a fizzy lemon drink, the watermelon fruit punch is finally complete. Gabi looks delighted because the finished dish looks incredibly good. Chae-yeon uses her power to create several ice cubes and drops them into the watermelon punch. Chul-ho watches in surprise, finally realizing that she is an awakened. Sang-hu explains that the girl is the ice sorceress who protects Sinchan. Chae-yeon immediately says that she does not like that title or any nickname at all. To her, being called a sorceress sounds especially strange. She goes on to explain that her school holds something called a battle royale every year. During it, she got caught in her opponent's trap and ended up revealing her finishing move completely. She tried to act like it did not bother her, but it turned out to be a huge mistake. Now she is sulking because she feels like she ruined everything. Chul-ho starts thinking that all kinds of powerful fighters keep appearing one after another. When he glances toward Gabi, he feels that she is on an entirely different level. Just her presence makes it obvious that she is at guardian level or even higher, and he cannot help noticing how beautiful she is. Gabi smiles warmly and thanks them for the meal. Seeing that smile only makes Chul-ho think she looks even more beautiful than before. Once the meal is over, the dishes are carried to the sink. As the two begin washing them together, Khan casually comments that Gabby is very pretty. Chul-ho agrees with Khan's observation. The more he looks at Gabby, the more he feels that she is far too beautiful to be an ordinary human, almost as though she does not belong to the same race at all. He quietly concludes that Gabby is an elf. Activating his detection eye, Chul-ho confirms that her alignment is neutral, while her class is Ghost God Stealth Charge. Her class mastery sits at a medium level, but her skill proficiency is already remarkably high. Khan is taken aback by that information. He is not sure whether it can really be true, and if it is, he wants to know how Chul-ho could possibly see all of that. Chul-ho explains that he checked with the ocular detector, and since Gabby possesses the Ghost God trait, she must belong to a class that only elves can have. Firehair asks whether elves are not supposed to have long, pointed ears. He also wonders why Gabby never noticed what they were. Chul-ho says she could not have recognized them because she lacks the ability to detect magic. As he says that, another possibility settles into his mind. Perhaps it is not only monsters crossing through the dimensional gates, other races may already be living on Earth as well. That realization leads him to an even more troubling thought. Someone out there could be hiding their true form and pretending to be something completely different. Without warning, Chul-ho calls out to Khan and tells him to help make something special to eat. Khan immediately asks what he is supposed to do. Chul-ho tells him the job is simple. All Khan needs to do is grab a spoon, because they are about to make watermelon juice. After the three awakened leave the restaurant, the ice sorceress sighs in frustration, realizing that their lead led nowhere. Sang-hoo starts wondering whether they should consider a different possibility. Maybe the mandrakes did not get stolen at all, and simply disappeared on their own. Gabby turns toward him in disbelief and asks what the hell he is talking about. Sang-hoo can only say that the case makes no sense because there is no evidence, no witnesses, and not even a single victim. Chae Yuyeon begins thinking along the same lines. Even Cat Shadow, a level 1 awakened, investigated the place and found absolutely nothing. That means the answer may be hiding somewhere they have not considered yet. Sang-hoo then casually throws out another possibility. Maybe someone simply ate the mandrakes. That suggestion immediately catches Gabby's attention. The lack of evidence is already suspicious enough, and the city feels strangely quiet despite something clearly happening beneath the surface. With that in mind, Gabby says, she will report everything they discovered to the higher-ups and let them decide what to do next. Sang-hoo remains silent beside them, unable to add anything more to the strange discussion. Elsewhere, a man lights a cigarette beneath the open night sky, his eyes lingering on the stars above as smoke slowly rises into the darkness. His gaze drops toward the grass beneath his feet, and he draws his sword with a firm expression. Declaring that they still need to protect the survivors, he calls out to his entire team and announces that the case is closed. Back at the restaurant, Chul-ho picks up the newspaper and begins reading quietly. Before he can get very far, Kyul suddenly appears and calls out for him. Chul-ho lifts the baby dragon into his arms, and Kyul starts talking about how sleeveless clothes look attractive. He agrees with her, saying that the weather is far too hot for anything heavier. Then Kyul's stomach begins growling loudly. She turns her head toward the side and bluntly announces that she is hungry. Chul-ho immediately starts thinking about breakfast. Choosing what to eat always matters to him, because life is short, and there are only 3 chances each day to enjoy a truly delicious meal. Kyle continues staring at him with wide eyes, and Chul-ho lightly pulls at her cheeks. Her life is definitely not short, unlike his, but he still decides to make white rice because it is healthy and filling. He sets Kyle down and tells her to wake up her father. The baby dragon instantly runs over and leaps onto Khan, who had been sleeping peacefully until he jerks awake in shock without understanding what happened. Chul-ho can only laugh at the sight. Not long afterward, breakfast is ready. That morning's meal is a warm bowl of belto egg and vegetable bibimbap. Firehair becomes excited the moment the smell reaches him. After mixing everything together thoroughly, the 3 of them take their first bites and are immediately amazed by how delicious it tastes. Once everyone is completely full from eating so much, Chul-ho notices that Kyul is acting strangely. She always seems to fall asleep right after finishing a meal. Khan explains that Kyul is still a newborn. At her age, eating and sleeping constantly is normal, and before long, they should be able to determine what class she will awaken into. Chul-ho starts wondering what kind of class Kyul might eventually master. After Khan carries her away to sleep, someone enters the restaurant, and Chul-ho greets the new arrival. The man sits down and says that he wants ramen. Chul-ho smiles and tells him that cold rice is the better choice, especially since it is already prepared. The man agrees after hearing that, saying the rice should go perfectly with the ramen anyway. Then he picks up the newspaper, but something on one of the pages quickly catches his attention when he sees who has made the news. Sometime later, while still sitting in the restaurant, the man compliments the meal he is eating and says it tastes excellent. Chul-ho already knows the reason why. The dish was made using mandrakes. At that moment, Choi walks into the restaurant and greets both Chul-ho and Shikshin. Shikshin turns around in surprise and asks whether Choi came to eat. Choi explains that he does not have much time, so he only stopped by to greet them before leaving. Chulho comments that the difficult summer season must have arrived. Choi says he is seriously struggling to survive, but he happily admits that after eating so much, he can feel his energy increasing. Chulho knows that boost is coming from the mandrakes. Then the association employee tells Shikshin that the Lancer has been acting unusually restless lately. That information immediately changes Chulho's expression. The employee explains that the Lancer belongs to the temple mercenaries and plans to retire that very day, which is why everyone has been thrown into a state of alarm. Chulho asks what he means by retirement. The employee sadly answers that it means exactly what it sounds like, adding that the Lancer is someone deeply admired by everyone around him. Still confused, Chulho asks whether something happened to make him retire. The employee explains that 10 years ago, monsters poured through the Sadomian Gate during Sang-hoo's very first mission. In the battle to stop that massive invasion, 4 of Seoul's 5 guardians lost their lives. Chulho thinks about Taejung, who is officially classified as a level 3 awakened, yet his real strength clearly goes far beyond anything an ordinary level 3 should be capable of. Taejung is not only an exceptional fighter, but also a reliable leader and battlefield commander. Countless people owe their lives to him, which is why he has earned such deep respect. Meanwhile, President Jinsa reads the same article in the newspaper. His expression turns grim, as he says that he already knew this day would eventually come. A knock suddenly sounds at the door. President Jinsa looks up and tells whoever is outside to come in. The person who enters is Taejung. After the two men sit down across from one another, President Jinsa asks him directly whether he is truly going to retire. Taejung calmly answers yes. Jinsa clearly hates hearing that answer. He raises his voice and asks whether this is not all happening far too suddenly. Taejung was the one who created the mercenary regiment, and when Jinsa first arrived in the city 30 years ago, Taejung had always stood beside him. Taejung gently sets his cup down on the table and says that nobody accomplishes anything alone in this world. Everyone worked hard together to build what they have now. He adds that he is already tired. After carrying responsibility for so long, he wants to finally lighten the weight resting on his shoulders. With only those few words, Taejung rises and leaves. The two men agree that they will speak again another time, but the conversation ends there for now. President Jinsa is left visibly unsettled after Taejung's departure. In his mind, he can only imagine that the spear mage must have fallen into a deep depression. Outside, Taejung pauses to enjoy the beautiful day, letting the quiet air settle around him. Then a voice suddenly calls out from behind, angrily accusing him of being a crazy idiot who has apparently never even heard the word hope. Taejung turns toward the voice, only to realize that the person calling after him is Sang-hoo. Back at the restaurant, Chul-ho is busy preparing another dish in the kitchen when he notices a pair of visitors approaching. The two men stepping inside are Sang-hoo and Taejung, who have come to the restaurant together. Chul-ho welcomes them and tells the pair that today's special is a homemade Korean-style meal. As he watches Taejung settle in, Chul-ho quietly sizes him up. The retired mercenary does not look much older than him, yet the title of old general seems to fit the man perfectly. Taejung says he is in no rush at all, so Chul-ho can take as much time as he needs with the food. Hearing that immediately puts Chul-ho in a better mood. Sang-hoo says he will not be drinking because he still has things to do. He only came to guide Taejung to the restaurant, so after that, he prepares to leave. Taejung apologizes for Sang-hoo's behavior, calling the younger man immature. Then as he reaches for a cigarette, he suddenly realizes he does not even know whether smoking is allowed inside and apologizes again. Chul-ho tells him it is not a problem. There are no other customers in the restaurant at the moment anyway. The general notices the inviting smell drifting from the kitchen and admits that it has been a long time since he smelled rice cooking like that. The scent brings a wave of nostalgia over him. That makes Chul-ho pause for a moment. Everyone has something from the past that they quietly miss. He decides to prepare soybean paste stew. Since every household has its own way of making it, Chul-ho lets his version simmer slowly with soybean paste and vegetables, keeping it simple and rich instead of relying on a heavy broth. Then he fries eggs separately and grills a salted fish until it is ready, completing a traditional Korean home-style meal. Taejung is genuinely impressed when the food reaches the table. He scoops up a spoonful of the stew, puts it into his mouth, and his eyes immediately brighten from the taste. He follows it with a mouthful of rice, and the flavor makes him realize that this truly tastes like something made at home. Taejung says that he is 30 years old now, though his memories feel hazy at times. To him, time has passed in the blink of an eye. He begins recalling how, when he first left his hometown, he believed he would be back soon. Back then, everyone headed towards Seoul simply to survive, which is why he can never forget the great final invasion that happened 10 years ago. Taejung explains that monsters began appearing 30 years earlier. Cities and entire countries around the world collapsed under the chaos, and countless people lost their lives. At the time, he had no choice but to pick up a sword and defend his hometown. His physical abilities improved drastically through those battles, and he eventually led other awakened and the people of his city toward Seoul. That was how the core of the mercenary temple he created first came into existence. From there, more people gathered. The city slowly began rebuilding, and the world started changing again. It was also around then that the title of Guardian began to appear. Taejung says that although people still called the place Korea, it had become the entire world they lived in. As humanity adapted, another crisis struck 10 years ago, when ordinary monsters were suddenly classified as boss-level threats. That disaster became known as the Great Final Invasion. During that invasion, Sang-hoo was under attack. Even after blocking the monster's strike, he quickly realized that he had no chance of defeating it by himself. If he kept fighting alone, he knew he would die. At that moment, all Sang-hoo wanted was to stay alive somehow. Then Taejung appeared and ended the monster with a single devastating blow. Afterward, Taejung called out to the young man, telling him to wake up, but Sang-hoo could do nothing except stand there trembling. His mind was screaming at him to run away at all costs. Still, the general encouraged him. He told Sang-hoo that surviving hard times meant facing them, because once a person starts cowering, they may spend the rest of their life retreating. Taejung reaches out and grabs Sang-hoo's hand, then asks the young lancer for his name. Sang-hoo answers him directly. Taejung asks whether he is the newly appointed guardian. Sang-hoo immediately tells him that he is. The general readies his sword and tells the novice guardian to pay close attention. Then he steps in front of the massive monster and unleashes one clean, precise strike that slices the boss completely in half. After bringing the fight to an end, Taejung turns back with a smile and tells Sang-hoo that they have to carve out their own path. Hearing those words leaves Sang-hoo completely amazed. Back in the present, Sang-hoo stands at the top of a mountain with his helmet in his hands, staring down over the land below. Then he starts moving again, patrolling through the area as he searches for even a single monster. He looks from side to side, knowing this should be the place where they rest. Yet his thoughts refuse to settle. Sang-hoo believes this silent zone is supposed to become a place of genuine peace. All at once, he begins crying and drops to his knees. He cannot understand why there is not a single monster anywhere in the region. With nothing to fight and nothing to protect, he starts believing that he may not be able to help anyone anymore. Meanwhile, Taejung continues speaking at the restaurant. After putting out his cigarette, he says that day after day, all he had left were regrets because he always believed he had to be perfect in order to keep people alive and protected. He says that mistakes were never allowed in his position because one person's mistake could cost other people their lives. Those words make Chul-ho stop and think. At first, he had assumed Taejung's way of thinking was immature for someone his age. But then Chul-ho realizes that Taejung has learned something painful about life. Constantly forcing oneself to be perfect will eventually make a person break from the inside. Chul-ho asks him whether he truly plans to return to his hometown. Taejung calmly answers yes. Chul-ho looks at him and feels that he understands at least some of the pain Taejung must have carried. After all, Chul-ho himself had lived across many different worlds, and most of the time, he had lived in places just as harsh. Suddenly, the former general asks for the bill. Chul-ho simply tells him that the meal is free. Taejung is surprised by that answer, but Chul-ho explains that his restaurant offers free meals to anyone returning to their hometown. Taejung finds the restaurant a little unusual, especially with a rule like that, but he sincerely thanks Chul-ho for the meal. Before leaving, he asks him to keep looking after the stubborn Sang-hoo. Chul-ho immediately speaks up for Sang-hoo, saying the young man has already become a fine guardian. Hearing that, Taejung finally lets out a small sigh of relief. He agrees, admitting that he has always thought of Sang-hoo almost like a son. With one last faint smile, Taejung says he had a truly pleasant evening, then turns to leave soon afterward. As he walks toward the door, Chul-ho quietly reflects that old people do not really die. Somehow, they simply disappear from your life. Taejung climbs onto his motorcycle and rides away through the city. Eventually, he stops at a distance and looks out over the sprawling urban landscape. High on the hill, Sang-hoo watches him from afar with tears in his eyes. All he can do is hope that the old man takes care of himself and lives well from now on. Then Taejung finally disappears from Sang-hoo's view. At that very moment, the little Gumiho appears nearby, quietly thinking that humans are soft creatures. It remembers how amazing Chul-ho was for giving it soft stones that did not hurt when eaten. The fox feels happy, believing that another kind human has appeared in its life. After that, Chul-ho falls deep into thought until he suddenly calls out, asking whether Lantera has woken up. Yet as the words leave him, the memories in his head start becoming blurrier and harder to hold on to. In the next instant, he finds himself standing before the king of the world. The monstrous being only asks why Chul-ho summoned him into that dimension. Even as it speaks, the creature keeps its overwhelming power aimed directly at Chul-ho. Chul-ho cannot fully understand what is happening. All he can hear is a stream of incomprehensible words echoing around him. Still, he clenches his fist when he sees countless magic circles aimed in his direction. With an enemy right before him, Chul-ho charges forward at full strength and crashes his own attack into theirs. He suddenly wakes with a violent start. Looking to the side, he sees Khan cowering in the corner of the room, trembling in fear. Chul-ho asks what is wrong, but Firehair can barely believe the question. He says Chul-ho had been giving off such crushing, murderous intent that it felt like the whole room was about to be destroyed. Chul-ho still does not fully understand what happened, so he apologizes, even after 10 years. Moments like this still happen to him from time to time. Then he realizes the likely reason. Hearing about the great monster invasion from 10 years ago must have awakened memories of the exact day he fought the Demon King. Because of that connection, Chul-ho cannot believe it is all just a coincidence. Staring out through the window, he quietly thinks that they will probably never meet again. Afterward, he walks over to Kyul and notices that the baby dragon is busy drawing. The sight makes it obvious that despite everything, she is still just a child. Chul-ho asks what she drew, wondering whether it might be a chicken. Kyul tells him that it is supposed to be today's menu. And Kyul becomes confused and begins drawing all over again. Chul-ho tries to figure it out, wondering whether the new drawing is a fish and whether she has somehow seen a mermaid before. Her little confused expression is far too adorable for him to ignore, so Chul-ho picks her up in his arms. Chul-ho gently pats Kyul and tells her that he will make chicken for the day. However, she will have to erase every one of those drawings first. Just then, Khan rushes in, looking worried. He nervously asks whether his little sister caused Chul-ho any trouble. Chul-ho explains that he was teaching Kul how to clean. Only then does Firehair realize that Chul-ho somehow seems closer to the baby dragon than he is. Chul-ho tells him to stop being paranoid and watch the house, because he needs to go shopping. Once he reaches town, Chul-ho buys a large amount of chicken. He already knows that someone back at the restaurant has quite the appetite. The vendor takes the chance to mention that a festival is being held that day. Pointing in one direction, he says the event is taking place in the town square. At the square, a massive golem stands before the crowd and gives a public demonstration. Chul-ho watches for a moment until Gabby walks over to greet him, saying she came there to take the ogre test. Chul-ho is confused by that name at first. Gabi explains that ogre is simply the name of the golem standing before them. That makes Chul-ho pause to think, because it seems that golems like this also existed on the Ice-Span continent. He knows that a golem's raw power is extremely impressive. Although controlling one is difficult and comes with obvious limits, it is especially effective against huge monsters. On the other hand, it performs poorly against smaller monsters that move quickly. Chul-ho also knows that almost nobody can successfully ride one. Because of that, he asks Gabby whether she plans to try controlling the golem herself. She explains that the person responsible for it is actually a level 1 awakened. Chul-ho realizes that one of the 3 level 1 awakened must be inside the golem. The reason nobody else can ride it is simple. They need enough strength to withstand the energy released by its magic stone. At that moment, Hoon Kim steps out from inside the golem. He is one of the level 1 awakened. Chul-ho judges it as a decent ability, but it requires an enormous amount of money to maintain because of that expense. Making the investment pay for itself would be extremely difficult. Since there is nothing else worth seeing at the festival, Chul-ho says goodbye before he leaves. Gabby asks whether the restaurant will be open that day. Chul-ho says yes, explaining that the restaurant stays open all year unless something unusual happens. Gabby looks relieved and says she will come visit him later. The afternoon passes, and Chul-ho eventually returns to the restaurant. When he arrives, he notices a strange little creature standing beside the baby dragon. Seeing it, Chul-ho turns to Firehair and asks whether that spirit belongs to him. Khan proudly says that Kyul has been declared a spirit master. That is the baby dragon's newly awakened class. He starts bragging right away, thrilled that his little sister has become someone so powerful. Kyul begins calling the spirit mother, but Khan hurriedly tells her not to do that because he is not her mother. Even while correcting her, he starts worrying about what might happen next. Chul-ho laughs at the ridiculous situation. It has been a long time since he last saw a spirit in a non-combat state, especially because spirits possess high-level power that can be truly terrifying in battle. He knows that spirits are originally summoned from another dimension and are generally ranked as low-level, medium-level, or high-level beings. The demon realm is where demons live, while the spirit realm exists on the Ice-Span continent and connects to the dimension containing Earth. Chul-ho realizes that at least 4 dimensions are already connected to Earth, and the sheer amount of information starts overwhelming his mind. Then he asks whether Kyul taught the spirit how to clean. Khan answers clearly that she did. To prove it, Kyul has the spirit toss water directly onto the drawings. Chul-ho finds that surprisingly interesting. A spirit with that kind of class could become incredibly useful. He heads into the kitchen and starts getting the ingredients ready, announcing that tonight's meal is going to be chicken. Back on Earth, chicken could be prepared in countless different ways, but seasoned chicken and soy sauce chicken were the classic favorites everyone knew and loved. Before long, oil crackles across the pan as he fries the pieces to perfection, and a plate of hot, crispy fried chicken is finally ready. The smell reaches Kyul immediately, and she eagerly asks for some. Wanting to see her reaction, the young man hands her a piece of chicken. After taking only a few bites, Kyul's sparkling expression catches Chul-ho's attention. Her eyes shine as she declares that it tastes unbelievably delicious. Khan begins drooling at the sight of it too, then quickly rushes over and reaches out to grab a piece for himself. But the young man stops him with a frightening stare and tells him to wait. In that world, he says, eating chicken together is supposedly one way to uncover a person's true essence. Khan has no clue what that is supposed to mean. With an intense presence overflowing from him, the young man asks which chicken part Khan plans to eat first. Still confused, Khan asks whether that choice really makes any difference. Khan hesitates for a moment, then carefully picks up a piece of chicken in his hand, wondering whether his true nature will somehow be revealed by the part he chose. The young man suddenly apologizes and admits that it was only a joke, telling everyone to dig in. But then they notice Call sprawled out after eating every last piece herself, leaving nothing behind for anyone else. Ho pulls out a beer, the perfect companion for fried chicken, and since drinking is allowed, the two happily raise their cups in a toast. Khan finally starts eating because he is completely starving. As he does, he cannot help being amazed by how effortlessly the young man removes every bone so cleanly. They continue chatting over the meal until Kuel suddenly notices something outside. Looking through the window, she spots several fireworks bursting in the night sky. The young man remembers that the festival is still going on outside. Khan jumps at the loud explosions and admits that, for a second, he thought a war had broken out. Ho walks over to the window and points out the fireworks for Kuel. Watching the bright colors bloom across the sky, she looks absolutely delighted. Seeing her so captivated, the young man realizes that the baby dragon has spent her entire life inside the restaurant. He starts to wonder whether she has been feeling trapped and suffocated there. Khan tells him that she will be able to go outside once she releases her powers. Curious, the young man asks whether she will also be able to breathe fire, and Khan confirms that she will. That sounds fascinating to him, and he becomes eager to witness it someday. Meanwhile, the festival outside continues at full speed beneath the flashing fireworks. Elsewhere, Hoon tests his golems and quickly realizes that they are far too heavy. He decides they still need several adjustments before they can work properly. After finally finishing his work, Hoon heads out and runs into Gabi, who greets him and tells him that he has worked hard. He walks up to her and teasingly asks whether she has really become a grandmother now, especially after everyone had been calling her an old witch. Gabi immediately tells him to shut up, but the boy simply walks past her, saying that he needs to shower before eating. Then he casually asks whether she knows of any interesting restaurants nearby. He also mentions hearing that Taejung retired, and wonders whether Sang-hoo must be feeling lonely now. Gabi says she heard that the old man had returned to his hometown, and she thinks it is only natural since it was time for him to rest. The boy quietly comments that he would like to have a hometown he could return to someday. Gabi says nothing, and simply listens to him in silence. Then Gabi asks whether he has another magic stone waiting for him. He confirms that he does, explaining that it contains extremely condensed power, though it is not pure magical energy. After hearing that, he wonders why Gabi suddenly showed up after leaving the dungeon in the first place. Gabi explains that it is a dungeon without monsters. Only a mine packed with magic stones. Still, something feels wrong to her because of the strange light that appeared there, along with the impossible sensation that rain had fallen somewhere it should never be able to rain. Long ago, the treasures collected by the dragons were placed under the goblins' management, but while the young man was fighting the Demon King, many of those treasures ended up being destroyed. After everything that happened, the dragons avoided him, and among the many treasures he had taken was a magical mana detector. He is relieved to discover that the device still works properly on Earth. Inside the dungeon, he watches the Awakened closely while trying to determine whether this place is truly a mana crystal mine. Used the right way, it could become an incredible discovery in a very short time. Still, something does not add up. If the dungeon merely collapsed because of the Demon King, then the amount of mana being detected here is far too excessive. At that moment, he spots a crack forming nearby and instantly realizes that it has begun. The crack grows stronger and wider by the second, until it twists into the shape of a gate. Then several creatures begin emerging from the opening. The Lancer Mage reacts immediately, ordering everyone to move into Formation D because giant boars are charging toward them. He commands the remaining team members to hold the outer line, warning them that a level 6 boar is extremely dangerous once it evolves for battle. The Awakened quickly ready themselves, and moments later, they unleash their defensive techniques to block the incoming monsters. At the same time, Sang-hoo leaps into action, only to freeze in confusion when the monsters are defeated far too easily. He immediately understands what that means, and starts shouting that the king is coming. Once the dungeon boss appears, the giant boars should disappear. So their first priority has to be protecting the wounded. Portal keeps growing more violent, flooding the area with an increasingly overwhelming pressure. Then he realizes something is terribly wrong. The monsters have not disappeared at all, and his entire team is being pushed back into a corner by the relentless horde. Desperation grips him because he has to make a choice. To protect the team members, Vicente knows that someone needs to take responsibility for the rear guard. But more team members are trapped dangerously close to the king, leaving him unable to decide which side he should protect first. His body begins to tremble as regret threatens to crush him again. Then he pauses, gathers himself, and hears a voice in his mind urging him forward. The voice tells him that others could disappear in his place, and when danger comes rushing in, he cannot shrink back, cower, or run away. At the same time, he remembers the old general's words, "In moments like this, the person willing to take even one step forward is the one who becomes truly strong." That memory brings his courage back. He steels himself, determined that this time he will become a real hero. With that resolve burning inside him, he calls out to everyone and charges toward the monsters, declaring that he will lead the battle with everything he has. He surges ahead and attacks the monsters all at once, forcing his way through the chaos until he finally catches sight of the dungeon boss. He braces himself, knowing that his mana is nearly exhausted and countless monsters are still surrounding them, but he cannot afford to stop, because more giant boars continue pouring out of the portal without end. All around them, the team is locked in a desperate battle, while Sang-Hoo stands directly before the Boar King, a monster so enormous that it towers over the entire battlefield. Sang-Hoo tightens his grip around his spear as unbelievable energy begins pouring from his body. Declaring that he will clear a path through the chaos, he throws the weapon forward with every ounce of strength he has left. The spear tears through the air with overwhelming force, detonating against the creature and blasting apart everything in its path, leaving destruction scattered behind it. Sang-Hoo stares in disbelief, then grips his spear again as he tries to understand where this incredible overflowing power inside his body is suddenly coming from. He immediately calls out for the wounded to be rescued, but before anyone can move, one of the team members shouts that another Boar King has appeared. The warning makes Sang-Hoo freeze in shock for a moment. Then he quickly raises his voice again and orders everyone to get ready to defend themselves. The boss lets out a deafening roar that shakes the area, and Sang-Hoo forces himself to stay calm. All they have to do is endure until the association arrives with reinforcements. But deep down, Sang-Hoo's greatest fear is much simpler. He has no idea how much longer their exhausted group can keep holding the line. Then a brilliant light suddenly bursts across the battlefield. Everyone stares in confusion as the monsters begin vanishing as though they were never there, including the massive Boar King. Once the blinding glow fades away, the survivors stand there trying to understand what just happened, because every monster has simply disappeared without a trace. Sang-Hoo rushes over to his injured friend and asks whether he can still stand. The man says that he can, although he is just as confused about the strange event as everyone else. Supporting each other as they move, the captain shouts for the entire group to get off the hill as fast as possible. While they scramble away, still wondering what happened, the young man watches them all silently from the mountaintop. He lets out a quiet sigh, remembering what the boy had told him before. Then he sits down calmly, confident that no awakened person could possibly discover his power, and quietly pleased that he managed to save several lives. His gaze settles on Sang-Hoo as he remembers the boy was only level 2. After defeating the Pig Kings and gaining this new achievement, Sang-Hoo will surely rise to level 1 and become the 4th awakened person to reach that rank. But after all that danger, the only thing bothering him now is the loud growl coming from his stomach. He pauses and wonders whether he should eat something first. Back at the restaurant, Khan starts a fire, but the young man quickly points out that the flame is far too weak for what they need. Without warning, he vanishes from sight and reappears carrying a much larger pile of firewood, leaving the fire-haired man completely startled. Khan cannot help thinking about how it took him 50 years of training to master martial arts beyond the swordmaster level and gain the power of rebirth. Compared to that, he cannot even imagine how powerful Chul-Ho must truly be. Noticing his friend lost in thought, the young man asks what is on his mind. Embarrassed, Khan quickly says it is nothing. Just then, the baby dragon wakes up, notices the flames, and uses her power to summon a water spirit. The spirit appears, makes a few hand movements, and immediately puts out the fire. The flames vanish in an instant, leaving both men staring at the ruined fire in complete devastation. Afterward, the young man says that he will bring back even more firewood. Only after that does he finally start preparing the grilled king pork belly. Khan thanks him for the meal, but the young man adds a wrapped piece of meat to his portion and tells him to give it a try as well. Khan does not hesitate for even a second. He takes a bite, then immediately shouts out that it tastes incredible. While they eat, Chul-Ho takes the chance to ask whether Khan is still investigating the dungeons. Khan says yes, explaining that almost all of his time outside the restaurant is spent investigating them. Then asks why Chul-Ho wants to know. Chul-Ho explains that he was inside the magic stone mine dungeon when a huge herd of pigs suddenly appeared. Since they were combat-type monsters, it means the pigs are evolving in order to adapt to their new ecosystem. Those monsters have grown at an alarming speed in only a few days, although they still are not powerful enough to compare with the creatures from the other world. From that, Chul-Ho concludes that when the portal opened to the other dimension, the energy did not come from the Spanish continent. Khan is visibly surprised by that conclusion. Chul-Ho continues, saying that these new portals may be linked to dimensions beyond the Spanish continent, and that something far beyond their understanding is probably taking place. Meanwhile, inside the Korean Awakened Association, Sang-Hoo reports everything that happened in the dungeon. He explains that a powerful flash of light appeared, and every monster vanished, including the boss. The president says Gabby reported the exact same thing. Since nobody knows what that light truly was, he simply congratulates Sang-Hoo on advancing to Classmaster and nearing the rank of the 4th level 1 Awakened, then asks how he feels about it. Sang-Hoo thinks the news is wonderful, but his first question is whether his salary will increase too. Even then, he does not see much use for more money, because his life has become so busy that he barely has any time to spend it. Jinsa asks whether Sang-Hoo would like to take a few days off. Sang-Hoo turns it down, saying he will remain busy anyway, and only asks that the rest of the team receives a good bonus. The president assures him that it will not be a problem. then asks which class Sang-hoo plans to choose next. Sang-hoo answers without hesitation that he has chosen Steelheart. That class grants its user 2 lives while dramatically increasing the durability of their entire body. Sang-hoo knows that once he fully masters Steelheart, every part of his body will become as hard and durable as steel. He is determined to take it because his life is always in danger, and he can rarely do anything to prevent it. They were only lucky against the giant pigs, but with Steelheart, he believes he could at least endure long enough to buy everyone more time. The president agrees that it is a wise decision and tells Sang-hoo that Gabby is currently handling the investigation into the mine. Sang-hoo gets up to leave, and after stepping into the elevator, he reflects on the mysterious light. He never felt any malice from it when it erased the giant pigs. Instead, it felt warm, making him want to get closer and learn what it really was. He remembers that the same thing happened with the Beltos before, yet he still cannot tell whether it was some unknown force or someone secretly helping them from the shadows. The only conclusion Sang-hoo can reach is that whoever helped them both times possesses unmatched power. All he can do is pray that the source of that power never turns against humanity. Back at the restaurant, another drink is poured as Khan catches the young man's attention. He hesitantly asks whether the Demon King was truly strong. The young man says that the Demon King was undoubtedly an incredible being, but calmly adds that he himself was even stronger. Then the fire-haired man asks whether he hates the Demon King. The young man admits that he did hate him once after being summoned to Earth. The people he cared about helped him adjust to that unfamiliar world, but those same people were eventually killed by the Demon King's army. Since he possessed tremendous power, he swore that he would stop them no matter what it took. What followed were years filled with war, bloodshed, and endless battles spreading across every corner of the world. And when the war finally came to an end, not a single one of his friends was still alive. That is why he says it again more firmly this time. He truly hated the Demon King. Then the Demon King stood directly before him and asked whether he was the one responsible for summoning him into that dimension. Back then, the only thing filling Cholho's heart was hatred, heavy and burning with nowhere else to go. He explains that the Demon King had not arrived in that world by chance either. Someone had summoned him there long ago. Khan can only stare at him in confusion, clearly struggling to process what he just heard. Cholho continues, saying that the Demon King had literally been called to the Spanish continent, just as Cholho himself had been summoned there. Khan cannot understand how anyone could summon the Demon King himself, so he asks another question. How did Cholho ever manage to return to Earth? Cholho falls silent for a while before answering. For 10 long years, he searched through countless worlds, growing more desperate as time passed, until one day, a massive rift opened before him and revealed endless buildings on the other side. That was how he finally found his way back home through the rift. After finishing the story, he asks Khan whether he actually believes him. Without even needing time to think, the fire-haired man says that he believes every word. He can also tell that Cholho must have endured an unimaginable amount during those years. Cholho gives him a faint smile, because he truly did suffer through all of it. Then the two raise their drinks and toast together to their shared hatred for the Demon King. As they drink, Cholho keeps thinking about the Demon King. For a long time, he hated him completely, yet part of him also feels pity, knowing that the Demon King had been thrown into a strange world and left unbearably alone. In his memories, Cholho had kept one eye shut as he desperately tried to wake his friend at any cost. But after all the fighting, the war had still ended with countless people dead. He could only scream because the nightmare never seemed to end. Eventually, he began relying on things like alcohol just to survive, because getting drunk was the only way he could force himself to sleep. Cholho knows that if he had not been strong enough, he would have lost his mind long ago. Or perhaps he already did lose it somewhere along the way and simply cannot remember. Suddenly, he wakes up covered in sweat. Lying there in the dark, he realizes he has just suffered through another nightmare. He also notices that the baby dragon is lying beside him. Cholho has no idea when he rolled over and fell asleep next to her. He walks into another room and finds Khan asleep in an equally strange position. Seeing that, Cholho realizes it is just another ordinary morning at the restaurant. With that in mind, he decides to step outside for a cigarette. Before long, someone calls out to him, addressing him as young man. Cholho asks what the elderly woman needs, and she asks him for directions to the Ararang Express. He does not understand what she means because he has never heard of that train. The old woman slowly walks away, sadly muttering that nobody knows anymore. Cholho returns to the restaurant still confused. He has never seen that old lady before, and he has no idea what the Ararang Express is, so he thinks he should ask her more carefully if they meet again. Before the day gets too late, Cholho decides to open the restaurant. Once the doors are open, he heads straight into the kitchen and begins arranging his cooking utensils. He wipes down the counter, and right at that moment, someone enters the restaurant and cheerfully greets him with a good morning. Turns out to be Choi, who immediately asks Cholho what the menu of the day will be. Cholho says he is still getting everything ready, then suggests starting with a simple plate of fried rice as an appetizer. He notices water clinging to the restaurant window and comments that a new season must be beginning. With everything that has happened, he thinks the day has already been unusually strange. While preparing the food, Cholho pretends not to hear him, because that water is actually there because he failed to adjust something inside properly. A moment later, he announces that the fried rice is ready. Choi looks surprised by the dish, then mentions that Grandma Arirang has recently been wandering through the streets again. Chulho does not know who he means, so Choi explains that she is an elderly woman who collects cardboard nearby. Her mind is not well, and he asks whether Chulho happened to see her. Chulho says that he did see her early that morning. She passed by the restaurant wearing a scarf despite the summer heat, and she asked him about the Arirang Express, though he admits he has no idea what it means. Choi says that, honestly, nobody knows anymore. He believes many people lost loved ones in the past, and some simply could not move forward afterward, eventually losing themselves completely. Choi gets to his feet because it is time for him to leave. Chulho tells him to be careful on his way out. Chulho reflects that time may keep moving forward, but the things that happened in a person's life never truly disappear. That world is still carrying scars left behind by its past. The people who come through his doors, including that elderly woman, must all be living with wounds of their own. That is all Chulho thinks as he lets the matter pass, quietly watching the beautiful rain fall outside that morning. The next day, Chulho is brushing his teeth when he suddenly hears a lively conversation nearby. When he steps out of the bathroom, he finds Khan looking excited because the baby dragon seems a little different than usual. Kyul begins glowing brightly as her body starts to change shape. But the transformation turns out strangely, and both Khan and Chulho immediately realize that it has failed. Chulho asks whether she can transform through polymorphing as well. Khan tells him that she can, though the first attempt is always difficult. Chulho wonders whether he should find clothes for Kyul's new form, and decides to test it out. But he realizes she is much bigger than expected, and once she fully polymorphs, she will be around the size of a 5-year-old child. He nearly gives up on the idea, but another glow suddenly rises from her body. Her shape begins changing again until arms and legs emerge, making her look like a real little girl. Chulho is surprised to see the little girl already trying to run around. She quickly loses her balance, but he catches her before she falls, and Kyul beams happily at the attention he gives her. Khan gets jealous, quickly scoops her into his arms, and happily says that although it is still too early for her to walk around outside, at least she has finally succeeded in polymorphing. Chulho gets up because he needs to prepare food for the day. Before leaving, he tells Khan to find some suitable clothes for Kyul. Outside, rain is pouring down heavily. Chulho takes an umbrella and heads out, thinking that there is still some flank steak left over, and deciding that he can make sweet and sour pork with it. When he reaches the front of the restaurant, he notices someone standing nearby. Looking closer, he realizes it is the same elderly woman from before. She greets him politely and asks whether she can stay there for a little while because the rain is coming down so hard. Chulho tells her that it is not a problem at all, even inviting her inside for a warm cup of tea. Still, something feels different to him. The woman is no longer using the dialect she spoke before, and she notices that Chulho is watching her closely. Without hesitating, Chulho hands her his umbrella and tells her to use it at the very least. She thanks him and promises that she will return it. Then she asks him whether the restaurant also sells jangmian. Chulho is confused by the request and tells her that he does not have the ingredients right now, but he will check what he can do. That was why Chulho stepped inside the restaurant, only to spot the old lady walking back out into the middle of the rain. Watching her disappear through the downpour made the whole situation feel strangely unsettling. Outside, the rain only grew heavier, drumming endlessly against the streets as the radio issued a warning. During the rainy season, everyone had to stay alert for aquatic monsters, especially kelpies, creatures that began as low-level 10 monsters but could evolve as far as level 7. Back inside the restaurant, the quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken when someone slammed a beer glass down hard against the table. The one drinking himself into a miserable state was Hoon. Ever since the day he had come to the restaurant with Gabby, he had been stopping by again and again, constantly ordering more alcohol. Hoon wanted advice on how to deal with women, and Chulho could only think back on his own experience. Before being summoned into this other world, he had only ever dated one girlfriend in his entire life. Lowering his voice, Hoon claimed he was about to reveal a secret. 2 years ago, a hidden boss had appeared inside a newly discovered dungeon, and when he was in danger, Gabby had been the one who saved him. That was exactly why his ideal woman was someone powerful. To Hoon, strong women were not only impressive, they were attractive, kind, and beautiful all at the same time. Chulho nodded as though he completely understood the feeling. Deep down, he reflected that he had been the same way, always drawn to women who seemed stronger, gentler, and prettier than anyone else. Thought left Chulho looking a little gloomy, while Hoon sighed into his drink and returned to the painful truth of the matter. Unfortunately for him, that passion was completely one-sided. With Gabby's sharp personality weighing heavily on his mind, Hoon looked almost ready to cry as he admitted something even more hopeless. He liked women who treated him harshly and never went easy on him. The problem was that Gabby hated guys exactly like him. Hoon knew that if he ever pushed himself too close or started clinging to her, it would probably be the day she killed him. That realization finally made Hoon burst into tears. He knew Gabby's ideal type was Sang-hoo, yet he could not understand why, considering those two were always arguing whenever they met. Chul-ho could only conclude that the Lancer Mage must actually be a much friendlier person than he looked. Hoon quickly added that this was supposed to stay another secret, but Chul-ho waved the concern away. He assured him that it was fine and promised he would not tell anyone else. Relieved by that answer, Hoon thanked him sincerely, then immediately raised his empty glass and asked for another beer. While the beer was being poured, the radio announced that the heavy rainfall had forced work at the Tomb of Rest to stop for the time being. Visitors were advised to stay away until conditions improved. The two men fell silent, and Chul-ho finally asked what kind of place this Tomb of Rest was. Hoon explained that it was a cemetery built for victims from the past. So many people had died back then that recovering all the bodies had been incredibly difficult. Just then, a woman stepped into the restaurant through the rain. It was Yu-na, the woman known as the Blade Queen, a level 2 awakened, whose presence immediately changed the mood inside. Hoon turned toward the entrance, and the moment he saw her, his face went pale with fear. Yu-na glared at him and called him a bastard, demanding to know why he was drinking again. Hoon greeted her with a forced smile, pretending as though he had done absolutely nothing wrong. Yu-na was not fooled for even a second. She grabbed him by the head and told him to stop acting dumb, asking why he kept wandering out alone and bothering people. With that terrifying look still on her face, Yu-na dragged Hoon straight toward the door. Chul-ho could only watch helplessly and call after them, telling them to come back safely. The pair disappeared into the pouring rain, and Chul-ho watched them leave with a thoughtful look. Even while fighting like that, the two of them seemed surprisingly close. As Chul-ho began cleaning up the restaurant, he accidentally overheard their voices outside. Hoon asked Yu-na why she had come all the way to the restaurant just to pick him up. She explained that she had received orders from above because kelpies were appearing in much greater numbers, and they had become far more violent than usual. The moment Chul-ho heard that, an unpleasant feeling settled in his chest. Something about the situation gave him a very bad premonition. Rain continued crashing down outside without any sign of stopping. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant refrigerator, the baby dragon had started getting hungry. Chul-ho caught her by the arm before she could reach anything else, and asked whether she was trying to steal ingredients again. Looking closer, he realized that the little girl still had not learned how to hide her tail and wings properly. Kyul answered him with a huge, innocent smile. Seeing that expression, Chul-ho realized that Hyeon needed to make something truly delicious for her, something that could give the little girl more happy memories. At that exact moment, a noise came from somewhere inside the restaurant. Chul-ho immediately hid Kyul away and told her to stay quiet. Since there had been no customers around, he regretted letting his guard down so easily. He cautiously walked over to the entrance to see who had arrived, only to realize that the visitor was the old woman from earlier. The old woman asked how long it would take to make a bowl of jangmyeon. Chul-ho apologized and explained that it would take a little while, then invited her to come inside and wait first. She looked worried because she was in a hurry. Chul-ho noticed her unusual dialect again, along with a subtle difference in her appearance, and decided it would be better to use his detection eye. The old woman had a good disposition, but there was no information about a class achievement, or acquired skill. Chul-ho concluded that she was completely civilian and not some elderly awakened in disguise. Then he noticed one troubling detail in the notes. She had dementia. Chul-ho quietly reflected on how many people had lost loved ones over the years. For some, the pain had become too much for their minds to endure, leaving behind deep mental damage. He understood that pain better than most because he still suffered from nightmares himself. Knowing that some scars could never truly be avoided, he decided that the least he could do was repay her with a warm, good meal. Then the old woman suddenly gasped, "My God." Kyul was standing right in front of her looking adorable as ever, but her tail was completely exposed, leaving the old woman frozen as she tried to process what she was seeing. Chul-ho broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe that this was really happening right in front of him. For a moment, the old woman and Kyul simply stared at one another. When the old woman finally asked what exactly she was looking at, Chul-ho quickly answered that Kyul was just a child. Instead of panicking, the old woman immediately picked the baby dragon up in her arms. She called Kyul adorable and happily said the little girl reminded her of her own small dog. Kyul then introduced herself by saying her name. That only fascinated the old woman even more because she could not believe such a young little girl was already able to speak. At that moment, Khan suddenly appeared, looking horrified as he tried to understand why his little sister was being held by a human. Chul-ho quickly reassured him that everything was fine. He only asked Khan to make sure that no other customers came into the restaurant for the moment. Then Chul-ho remembered the old woman's request for jjajangmyeon and considered whether he could really make it. In the past, it had been an ordinary dish people could find almost anywhere, but in these difficult times, the proper ingredients had become nearly impossible to get. First, he needed to decide whether he was making the Japanese-style version or the Chinese-style version. Either way, he knew the essential ingredient would be fermented black soybean paste. The next problem was the noodles. There was a noodle shop nearby, but their stock had already run out, which meant Chul-ho would have to make do with fried instant noodles instead. He got to work preparing the ingredients, then boiled the noodles while sautéing the meat together with onions. Before long, the bowl of jjajangmyeon was finally ready. Meanwhile, the old woman had been happily playing with the baby dragon. When she saw the finished dish, her eyes widened in amazement, but she quickly said she needed to hurry because her grandson was waiting for her. Chul-ho understood immediately. After returning to the counter, he carefully covered the bowl with plastic wrap and warned her not to break it on the way. He also asked her to return the bowl another day when she passed by the restaurant again. The old woman thanked him from the bottom of her heart. After handing over the money, Chul-ho stared at the 1,001 bill in surprise. It had been such a long time since he had seen one that old. Still, he simply smiled and said goodbye to the old woman. From then on, Arirang occasionally appeared at the restaurant to pick up that same dish and take it away with her. Chul-ho gradually noticed that the person she delivered the food to was different every single time. Even the bowls never came back to the restaurant, though he knew she had not taken them on purpose. Because of that, Chul-ho always made extra servings whenever she came by. Then one day, as he was leaving the restaurant, he noticed something strange around the Tomb of Rest and decided to go inside to see what was happening. After walking through the cemetery for a while, Chul-ho could only let out a quiet sigh. Just as he had expected, his parents' graves were nowhere to be found among the rows of tombstones. Then he heard someone calling out to Arirang, startled. The old woman turned toward the voice and asked why she was being stopped, when all she had wanted was to bring food to her husband and grandson. The security guard told her to take the matter seriously, because this was a cemetery, not a place for meals. Pointing at the countless bowls scattered on top of the graves, he asked her not to bring food there anymore, warning that it would attract insects. He also told her to stop sleeping there in the rain, or she would end up catching a cold. The guard gave her one final warning. If she refused to remove all those bowls herself, then he would come back and clear them away for her. Listening from a distance, Chul-ho was stunned to realize the truth. Arirang had actually been living there alone in a tent beside the graves. Nearby was a photograph of her husband and grandson. Arirang let out a tired sigh, walked slowly toward it, and carefully picked it up. The second it rested in her hands, a wide smile spread across her face. Watching her, Chul-ho understood something painful. A person did not always smile because they were happy. Sometimes they smiled only because holding back their tears had become too difficult. He knew that feeling all too well. In the past, he had smiled through difficult moments so often that eventually forcing out that expression had become a habit. At night, the rain returned once again, pounding against the windows in thick, relentless sheets. Chul-ho stood by the window with Kyul, and the little baby dragon happily watched the rain fall outside. Chul-ho reminded Kyul that they would need to buy her proper clothes soon. Then he quickly told her not to open the window, because the rain outside was coming down far too heavily. He nearly gave up trying to stop her, but then Kyul suddenly reached for the window again, forcing him to rush over. Chul-ho could only shake his head and admit that she really was a blue dragon, considering how much she loved the rain. At that moment, the radio interrupted with another warning, urging everyone to remain cautious of kelpies because of the ongoing heavy rainfall. The warning kept repeating over and over again, as if the station wanted to make sure no one could ignore the danger. The moment Chul-ho heard it, his expression changed. Without wasting another second, he said that he was heading out. Even with the storm raging outside, Chul-ho stepped onto the balcony. That bad feeling in his chest would not disappear, and soon he launched himself into the sky, flying away at full speed through the rain. As he flew above the dark city streets, his mind kept returning to that strange sense of unease. He could not explain it, but something felt terribly wrong. Meanwhile, Arirang found herself standing in front of the train station, looking around in confusion as she wondered where she was. Then she noticed that the boarding platform for Gondajak was directly ahead of her. A train slowly approached through the rain until it finally came to a stop right beside her. The train door opened, and Arirang froze when she saw a man wearing a hat inside. He was calling for her, telling her to come aboard. Arirang smiled at him, thinking that he looked handsome. Still, she teasingly said that no matter how he dressed, he could not hide that village scent about him. Then a little boy suddenly appeared, and Arirang's face brightened with joy. She was overjoyed to see her grandson standing there once again, but when she looked back toward her husband, her smile faltered. She could no longer remember what his face looked like. Her memories began slipping away, and everything around her turned hazy, like an old photograph gone out of focus. She felt heartbroken that she could not remember him anymore. Around her, the world seemed to lose all its color until everything became black and white. At that same moment, a monster crept closer and entered the small cabin where Arirang had been sleeping. The kelpie opened its enormous jaws and lunged toward her, ready to swallow her whole. But before it could touch her, Chul-ho appeared and drove a single devastating punch into it, blasting the monster apart completely. Chul-ho had already imagined the worst possible outcome when he saw the broken bowls scattered around the area. That sight had told him something was wrong, and he had rushed there without hesitation. Seeing that Arirang was still safe, Chul-ho finally felt relieved. He had made it there just in time. Then Chul-ho heard people shouting Arirang's name nearby. The moment those cries reached him, he shot upward at high speed and headed into the sky. The security guard was left standing there in complete confusion, because he had definitely seen a Kelpie appear in the cemetery. Not long afterwards, Sang-Hu, the Lancer Mage, arrived at the scene. He held a monster stone in his hand and confirmed that there were traces of a monster inside the cemetery. Looking at the enormous puddle left behind, he concluded that the creature must have been huge. Sang-Hu wondered whether that unknown force had stepped in to help once again. Without pausing to think any further, he ordered the others to move Arirang to the association immediately, since more monsters could still be hiding nearby. Arirang climbed onto the guard's back as he carried her away. Even then, her thoughts remained fixed on her late husband. Inside her mind, she could still picture the old portrait. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not see the faces of either her husband or her grandson anymore. Later that night, Chul-Ho was busy preparing food in the restaurant when Arirang appeared at the entrance once more. She brought a new set of bowls with her, explaining that the previous ones had been broken. Bowing her head slightly, she also apologized for all the trouble she had caused him. Chul-Ho told her not to worry about it. Then he noticed that she was wearing new clothes, and he asked whether she was planning to go somewhere. Arirang answered that she was. Chul-Ho grew thoughtful for a moment, then asked her to stay and have a meal before she left for her appointment. As Chul-Ho worked around the kitchen, he asked whether jjajangmyeon would be a suitable meal for her. Arirang's expression immediately brightened, and she told him that it sounded wonderful. Chul-Ho thought about the ingredients he still had left. He had enough to make noodles, and if necessary he could use instant noodles just like last time. Then an idea came to him, and he asked Arirang whether she was in a hurry. She told him that she was not in a rush. Hearing that, Chul-Ho asked her to wait just a little longer. He immediately began kneading dough by hand. Proper hand-pulled noodles usually needed a long resting and aging process. But Chul-Ho knew he did not have enough time to go that far. Even so, he knew these noodles would turn out closer to kalguksu, with a much better chew and texture than the fried instant noodles he had used before. Once everything was finished, Chul-Ho carried the bowl over to Arirang. The moment she saw the beautiful jjajangmyeon placed in front of her, she looked deeply impressed. For a while, Arirang could not say anything at all. Then she slowly began to talk about her past, explaining that she had once been a farmer and had spent her life constantly busy. She said her husband had been a good man who always spoke with a city dialect. Over time, she had learned to speak that way too, until it eventually became part of her own regional speech. Once every week, she used to go into the city with her husband and grandson. The three of them would take a walk together, then sit down and eat jjajangmyeon as a family. Those memories still made her happy. She said that whenever she watched her grandson eat, she and her husband felt content simply seeing him enjoy his meal. But then her voice became heavy. She admitted that she could no longer remember the faces of either her husband or her grandson because both of them had become blurred in her fading memories. Arirang said she did not want to forget them, yet she kept forgetting no matter how hard she tried, and with a frightened look in her eyes, she confessed that it scared her deeply. All of a sudden, Kyul came rushing in at full speed, her little voice ringing through the restaurant as she ran straight to Arirang and happily called her grandma. Arirang politely asked Chul-Ho whether he could make another bowl of jjajangmyeon for Kyul as well. Hearing that made him smile, and he immediately said he would prepare one right away before soon bringing out another steaming bowl. Kyul looked up at Arirang with eager eyes and warmly invited her grandmother to eat together with her. Arirang picked up her chopsticks, but instead of taking a bite, she stayed perfectly still and quietly stared down at the bowl in front of her. With her cheeks already full of noodles, Kyul asked why Arirang was not eating. Then she happily declared that the food was delicious and kept chewing with a bright, satisfied expression. Seeing Kyul enjoy it so openly, Arirang looked surprised. After finally tasting the noodles herself, she admitted that the dish really was wonderful. Once they had both finished eating, Arirang slowly walked over to Chul-Ho at the counter and asked him how much she needed to pay. Chul-Ho asked whether she was leaving already, and Arirang quietly confirmed it. Her train would be passing soon, so she knew it was time for her to go. Chul-Ho understood what she meant and gently told her that this meal would be on the house. Arirang did not understand what he meant by that, so Chul-Ho explained that his restaurant always gave free meals to people who were about to leave on a journey. Arirang stood there in surprise for a moment. Then a warm smile slowly formed on her face as she thanked Chul-Ho from the bottom of her heart before leaving the restaurant to continue her journey. Chul-Ho watched quietly as people continued walking down the paths they had chosen for themselves. Some lived fiercely for the sake of their children, while others, like exhausted heroes, finally chose to lay down their burdens and step into retirement. There were also people who walked forward because of pure love, like a man who had fallen completely for someone. But that day belonged to Arirang, who was setting out on her final journey. Chul-Ho and Kyul could only stand beneath the sky and say goodbye, waiting for the day they might meet again. After that, Arirang suddenly found herself running after the departing train, desperately calling out for it to wait for her. Even when her shoes slipped off her feet, she kept chasing after the train. Gasping for breath, she struggled to understand why she was running so hard, yet she still begged it to wait just one more minute as her body grew weaker from exhaustion. Inside the train, she saw familiar people smiling at her. Arirang quickly recognized her first daughter, her second son, her youngest child, and even her grandson waiting there. She froze in disbelief as every forgotten face returned clearly to her memory. By the time she reached the train door and looked toward her husband, she could recognize him perfectly again. Her husband gently asked whether she had been through difficult times. Arirang looked stunned for a second, then broke into the widest smile, and eagerly told him that they should leave already because she could not wait any longer. But in reality, Arirang was lying on the ground in the cemetery while the guard ran toward her as fast as he could. When he reached her and tried desperately to wake her, the guard began crying. Even though her body no longer moved, he could see the enormous smile on her face, and he believed that she had finally boarded the train she always talked about. Then he looked beside her and noticed a plate of food resting on her husband's grave, along with a money note. Confused, he wondered whether someone had come by before him. Above the cemetery, Chul-ho was flying through the rain-soaked sky. He knew he could not hold back someone who had already decided to leave. With his current power, he could have easily extended Arirang's life, but he also understood that sometimes continuing to live could be crueler than letting go. At the same time, Sang-hoo sat in the Seoul office, drawing lines and notes across several sheets of paper as he tried to connect the strange incidents happening around the city, including the Mandrake case and the Belto incident. All Sang-hoo could conclude was that someone extraordinary was moving in the shadows. Whoever it was stood far beyond anything ordinary people could imagine, yet despite that overwhelming power, there was no clear sign of malice. Then a name suddenly came to his mind. Sang-hoo wondered whether it could be Jaeger, the level 1 awakened who had disappeared during the Great Invasion 10 years ago. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Sang-hoo had clearly seen Jaeger enter the portal together with the level boss monster before the monster self-destructed. That sacrifice had saved countless lives, so Jaeger could not possibly have returned. Publicly, Jaeger had been one of only 3 level 1 awakened in all of Korea. But everyone knew that someone who vanished under those circumstances could never simply come back. His next possibility was even more unbelievable. Perhaps the association had secretly raised a level 0 awakened, someone who had reached what could only be called a supreme level. Unable to make sense of any of it, Sang-hoo threw the papers into the air and sat there in frustration, no longer knowing what he was supposed to believe. Ever since the Magic Stone Mine appeared, high-level monsters had begun emerging from dungeons more often. It almost felt as though something was quietly preventing another great invasion from happening, and Sang-hoo could not understand why he was worrying about so many mysteries at once. In the end, he decided to focus on the most urgent problem first. The biggest headache at the moment was a certain troublemaker, the younger brother of the level 1 awakened Jaeger. Meanwhile, at the Korean Association of the Awakened, an employee arrived carrying the reports for the students graduating that semester. The director accepted the stack of files and asked whether these were the 3 newcomers he had been hearing so much about. He started by opening the report belonging to the student from Cipher School. The first file belonged to Mi-jin, a 3rd-grade healer. The director saw that Mi-jin had a strong chance of being promoted to the 2nd grade. She was also the daughter of Shik-shin, which made her future potential even more notable. Still, he knew the person responsible for recruiting already had a healer type awakened under their command. Because of that, he could only think it was a shame that Mi-jin might not be the right fit. Next, he checked Yum-young's report. She was a 3rd-grade fire mage, and the director found her profile interesting enough. But the 3rd and final student concerned him far more. Ryushin, a 3rd-grade awakened with a werewolf ability, enormous growth potential, and the codename Werewolf. There were also 2 special details listed in Ryushin's file. The first was that he had an older biological brother, a level 1 awakened who had disappeared 10 years ago. The second note was the truly irritating one. As the director kept reading, he realized that the boy had caused trouble again. The secretary confirmed it, explaining that Ryushin had been roaming through the city and fighting mercenary captains. The director could already feel a headache coming on and asked what exactly had happened. The secretary explained that Ryushin had defeated mercenary captains at 4 different locations before heading towards Diamond. The president let out a heavy sigh and complained that Ryushin was nothing but trouble. He wondered aloud whether young people these days were incapable of growing up properly. Meanwhile, Chul-ho was walking through the city streets, casually looking around at the shops and stalls. He considered making some spicy pork stir-fry, but the small market he wanted to visit was closed. That meant he would have to choose a different kind of meat, though he had no idea which monster meat would work best. As he looked around, Chul-ho noticed there was an unusual amount of Belto meat for sale. He could not understand why there was so much of it and wondered whether giant pigs had appeared in large numbers at the crystal mine he had visited earlier. Chul-ho kept walking until a clothing stall caught his eye. The vendor immediately called out to him, inviting him to come over and take a look. He asked whether they had clothes that would fit a 5-year-old child. The vendor asked whether the child was a princess or a prince, and Chul-ho answered that Kyul was definitely more like a princess. Just then, a loud voice suddenly drew his attention. Someone nearby was shouting wildly, causing a commotion in the street. It was Ryushin, making a huge scene because he wanted to fight Hyuk. Watching from a distance, Chul-ho thought about the name Hyuk. He remembered that Hyuk was the new captain of the temple mercenary group who had taken over after Taejung left, but Chul-ho had no idea who the blonde-haired man standing across from him was. Ryushin pointed straight ahead and introduced himself with an overly grand posture, proudly declaring that he was the one who had turned down the association's offer. Watching this little kid introduce himself like some legendary hero, Chul-ho could not help feeling surprised by how dramatic the boy was acting. Blonde-haired boy kept yelling that if he lost, he would join the mercenary group without complaint. Then one of the group members stepped forward and loudly shouted that their captain was the strongest. Ryushin blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. From what he understood, the temple mercenary group was actually afraid of him, and ever since Taejung retired, everyone there had apparently become timid. Before the argument could go any further, someone suddenly stormed into the area, kicking things aside as he demanded to know which damn bastard was causing trouble so early in the day. The man who had arrived with that fierce attitude was none other than Captain Hyuk. Chul-ho immediately noticed Hyuk's powerful build and steady, confident stare. He had the kind of presence that made it easy to understand why he had become the former captain's successor. Already irritated, Hyuk said he had come out to see which brat was tarnishing the former captain's name. But after taking one look at Ryushin, he decided the boy was nothing more than a badly raised kid. Ryushin raised a finger and asked whether Hyuk was the new captain. Once Hyuk confirmed it, Ryushin immediately demanded a fight. But Hyuk simply turned away and said he did not waste time on meaningless battles. The blonde-haired boy quickly seized the chance to mock him, saying that after the tiger retired, the mercenary group had apparently let a fox become captain instead. That insult instantly set off one of the swordsmen. He drew his blade and pointed it right at the boy's head, furiously saying that maybe he needed to cut that head off. Ryushin did not hesitate for even a second. He activated his werewolf ability, transformed, and launched himself forward with everything he had. But before his attack could land, a powerful spear intercepted him. Sang-hoo had appeared and blocked the strike cleanly. Looking at the chaos around him, Sang-hoo could only sigh and wonder whether this city would ever get a single peaceful day. Hyuk stared at Sang-hoo and asked whether he was the famous spear master. Sang-hoo, already annoyed by the situation, sharply ordered everyone to stop the nonsense immediately. From a distance, Chul-ho watched the whole scene unfold and thought that this must be the passion of youth. It felt like fresh sprouts pushing through the ground after rain, proof that the next generation was already moving forward. After all the shouting, fighting, and the beating Ryushin had taken in his werewolf form, the group eventually ended up heading to Chul-ho's restaurant. Chul-ho welcomed them inside and asked whether they had finally stopped fighting. Sang-hoo answered that they had, explaining that weapons were against the rules and skills were against the rules too. Real men apparently were supposed to settle things with their fists. Chul-ho asked who had won, but Sang-hoo said fights were not only about strength. Experience mattered just as much. Then he casually asked Chul-ho to prepare something delicious. Chul-ho explained that the special for the day was spicy fried pork and asked whether that would be all right. Sang-hoo immediately agreed, saying he liked that dish a lot. As Chul-ho began cooking, he thought about the right way to handle the pork. First, the pork belly had to hit a hot pan with plenty of oil, and then it needed constant stirring. He also knew vegetables usually went well with it, even though vegetables were the part he disliked most. Since there were 3 big men sitting in the restaurant, Chul-ho decided to make 5 huge portions. He mixed together chili powder, gochujang, and a rich sauce, then finished preparing an enormous serving of spicy fried pork. The smell and the sight of the food immediately caught Ryushin off guard. Still, he quickly hid his reaction and forced himself to act tough. Sang-hoo stood up and told the 2 younger men to deal with their own unfinished business. He had to leave soon, but he would pay for the meal in advance. Chul-ho said goodbye to Sang-hoo and watched him leave. In his mind, he could only sigh because he had intentionally made 5 portions. Yet one of the people had already gone before touching any of them. Then Ryushin suddenly admitted that he had lost the fight. Because of that, he declared that he would keep his word and join the mercenary group. But Hyuk calmly told him that the group did not need him, and asked him to move aside. Ryushin was immediately offended, and demanded to know why someone like him was not wanted. Hyuk told him not to act as though the whole world revolved around him. Even though every group wanted a grade 2 awakened, Ryushin still needed to reflect on himself, because he was not as strong as he believed and was still just a child. After saying that, Hyuk turned around and left, leaving the blonde-haired boy standing there behind him. Chul-ho noticed something interesting at that moment. For some reason, the troublemaking boy actually seemed moved by Hyuk's words, even though he had come looking for a fight in the first place. A second later, Ryushin suddenly ran after Hyuk, calling out and telling the captain to wait for him. Chul-ho laughed as he watched the scene unfold. He had a feeling that the mercenary group from this generation would grow very strong, though he also knew that whenever people became stronger, their enemies usually grew stronger too. He placed a hand over a newspaper and reflected on the recent reports. Dungeon appearances had become far more frequent, and he knew he needed to investigate what was going on. But then he suddenly remembered the 5 portions of food sitting there untouched. In the end, nobody had even eaten them. The next morning, Kyul woke up and rolled over in bed, only to find her brother still sleeping nearby. She remembered being told that she needed to wake up early and take a bath afterward, so Kyul summoned her spirit and had it use its water ability over her body. In just a moment, she was completely clean after this improvised little bath. Proud of herself for being such a good girl, Kyul happily celebrated and went looking for Chul-ho. She began calling out for him, then giggled when she saw the beautiful clothes hanging on the wall nearby. Kyul then left the restaurant and headed down the stairs. But out of nowhere, a red portal suddenly appeared right in front of her, leaving her startled because she had no idea what it was. Curious as always, Kyul slowly reached a hand toward the strange portal. The moment she touched it, she was sucked inside, leaving only one small slipper behind. After arriving inside the dungeon, Kyul ran around with her spirit, wanting to play. Then she stepped on a bone, looked up, and noticed several minotaurs standing directly in front of her. Kyul stared at the strange creatures in confusion, tilted her head, and asked whether they were cows. The minotaurs immediately began mooing loudly. At the same time, Kyul and her spirit prepared themselves, releasing a terrifying aura that filled the dungeon. That overwhelming power was enough to trap every single monster inside a massive water prison. The minotaurs could hardly believe what was happening, but Kyul was simply having fun as though the entire fight was a game. Someone watching from nearby realized that the little girl was at least a class master. But seeing her control such a high-level spirit also made him worry, because dealing with something that powerful was not simple. Because of that, he made his move, determined to eliminate such a dangerous presence before it could become an even bigger problem. However, the wall beside Chul-ho suddenly began to crack. A hand burst out from inside, and Chul-ho immediately punched the creature straight in the head. Chul-ho turned toward Kyul and wondered how she had somehow ended up in a place like this. In the end, he could only sigh and realize once again that raising children was never an easy job. After dealing with the chaos around Kyul, Chul-ho slowly turned toward the Minotaur and looked him over. Then, with a calm voice that made the monster uneasy, he remarked that it had been a very long time since they had last met. The Minotaur stared at Chul-ho in confusion, studying his face more closely before suddenly asking whether he was Lycus Miro. Chul-ho was caught off guard by that recognition, and even joked that the Minotaur seemed to have a better memory than a dragon. Then he asked whether this monster had once been among the creatures that followed the Demon King's army to the Spanish continent. The Minotaur immediately tried to play dumb. Shaking his head, he nervously claimed that Chul-ho had the wrong person and that he had no idea what he was talking about. But Chul-ho was clearly not in the mood for lies. Without changing his expression, he broke off part of the Minotaur's horn to make his point. The pain instantly made the bull monster change his attitude. Chul-ho asked whether the Minotaur had escaped through the dimensional rift when the Demon King did, then gone straight back to the Demon Kingdom. Trembling from head to toe, the Minotaur admitted that it was true. He explained that he had returned to the Demon Kingdom's labyrinth 10 years ago and had never left since then. According to him, that was the entire truth. Still curious, Chul-ho pressed him further. He wanted to know whether the Minotaur had heard anything about the Demon Kingdom or whether the Demon King himself had appeared anywhere recently. The Minotaur said he did not know much. All he had heard was that the Demon King had returned 10 years ago and had spent that entire time sleeping, trying to recover his lost power. Chul-ho activated his ocular ability to check whether the monster was lying and found that the Minotaur was telling the truth. The bull monster then looked at him cautiously and asked whether he had come there to invade the Demon Kingdom. Chul-ho told him no. To be more exact, the labyrinth had appeared in another dimension. This place was not the Demon Kingdom at all. It was a world called Earth. Chul-ho remembered that the Demon King had not actually died in the battle long ago. To truly stop a being with an immortal body, someone needed to reach master level in 6 different classes. Back then, Chul-ho had joined forces with the Ancient Dragon and the Ice Dragon. Even with all of that power combined, their limit had only been enough to force the Demon King into a state of semi-permanent death. Even now, Chul-ho could not tell whether it had been fate that allowed the Demon King to escape through the dimensional rift in the first place. He also knew that this Minotaur was nowhere near the level of the Demon Kingdom's 4 great lords. Even so, it was still a powerful boss monster. If something of that level crossed over through the rift, it could cause complete chaos on Earth. After thinking it over, Chul-ho turned toward Kyul and asked whether she was hungry. Her stomach answered before she could. The moment it growled, Kyul happily ran straight into Chul-ho's arms with a bright smile on her face. The Minotaur looked relieved when it seemed like Chul-ho was about to leave. But that relief vanished when Chul-ho suddenly turned back and told him there was something he needed the monster to do first. The Minotaur did not fully understand what Chul-ho meant, but after seeing what happened to his horn, he stayed quiet and listened carefully. Back in the city, Chul-ho began preparing meat in the restaurant kitchen. Before long, Khan arrived and curiously asked what he was making. Chul-ho went quiet for a moment, lost in his own thoughts until Khan's red-haired figure suddenly shouted that the pot was overflowing. Chul-ho quickly came back to his senses and said that the meat was finished cooking. Then he told Khan to sit down and have breakfast. Khan took a seat and asked what kind of meat they were having. Chul-ho explained that it was oxtail. He had seen something similar at the market, and since it had been a long time since he last made it, he decided to buy some. Khan looked at the bowl again and pointed toward the green pieces floating in it. He asked whether those were vegetables, and Chul-ho explained that they were Cheongyang peppers. Thinking they might be some kind of medicinal herb, Khan decided to take a bite. The moment the spice hit him, he started breathing fire in shock because he had not expected them to be that hot. While Khan desperately drank water to cool his mouth, a voice suddenly called from the entrance, asking whether anyone was inside the restaurant. A young girl stepped inside and introduced herself. She explained that she had opened a flower shop directly across from the restaurant and had come over to greet her new neighbors. She handed Chul-ho a bouquet of flowers, adding that she had come together with a few friends. Then the girl noticed the rich smell of meat filling the restaurant and asked whether they were cooking something. Chul-ho told her that he had made oxtail soup. She immediately asked whether she could have a bowl too, and he agreed, telling her to wait just a moment. The girl sat down to wait, but her eyes soon drifted toward the peppers resting on Khan's table. Noticing the vegetables on the other table, she commented on them under her breath. Then she focused her attention, and one of the peppers slowly rose into the air. Khan stared at the floating pepper in total confusion. Chul-ho was just as surprised, especially when he realized that the ingredients themselves had started moving without anyone touching them. For a moment, it almost looked as though the vegetables had developed a life of their own. Unable to ignore that strange sight, Chul-ho decided to use his detection eye on the girl and check exactly who she was. The results showed that her disposition was fear. She belonged to the plant regeneration class, had an intermediate class achievement level, and also possessed an intermediate acquired skill. Chul-ho was surprised to see an awakened with a plant regeneration ability. As far as he knew, it was a rare skill that could rapidly grow nearby plants or even make them move. On the Spanish continent, there had once been an awakened who mastered that ability and created a massive rose zone that blocked the demon army's advance. It was without question a powerful class. Chul-ho walked over and admitted that he was surprised to learn she was an awakened. The girl quickly apologized, explaining that she just felt uncomfortable whenever she saw someone eating vegetables. Chul-ho picked up an onion in his hand and said that he had seen plenty of people with the exact opposite problem. But someone who felt sorry for vegetables was a first for him. Just then, Gabby walked into the restaurant, greeted everyone casually, and immediately ordered a salad. After noticing the girl sitting nearby, Gabby narrowed her eyes and asked whether she happened to be a member of the Florist Knights team. The girl became embarrassed and quickly answered that she was not. Gabby could tell she was lying. She pressed the issue and demanded to know what she was doing around that area. The girl grew more and more flustered until she finally cried out that she knew she had made a huge mistake in a dungeon that had appeared some time ago. Gabby did not fully understand what the girl was referring to, so she asked what kind of mistake she had made. The girl explained that the dungeon had been filled with plant-type monsters because she could not bring herself to kill them with her own hands. She spent the entire time running away. As a result, her older brother was badly injured. Chul-ho admitted that he liked seeing someone honestly recognize their own mistake and try to learn from it. Then he asked whether she had run away from the dungeon and opened a flower shop at the end of the alley instead. He also wanted to know whether she had apologized. The girl explained that the place was originally her home and that it was her hometown. However, Gabby firmly told her that running away would not solve anything. The girl understood what Gabby meant and quietly asked whether she should apologize before she left. She stood from her seat and said she wanted to make up for what she had done. Chul-ho then asked whether she had any farming seeds, saying he could accept those as payment later. Angela looked stunned and asked whether she had heard him correctly. Chul-ho confirmed that she had. Angela's expression immediately brightened, and she excitedly promised that she would bring him the best seeds she had. But at that exact moment, someone suddenly appeared at the entrance and announced that they had finally found the person they were looking for. The moment Angela saw who had arrived, her face went pale with desperation. It was her captain. He openly admits that Gabby's presence catches him off guard, because it has been such a long time since he last saw her. Chul-ho keeps wondering who the unfamiliar person might be, while Gabby casually tells him to relax and stop addressing her so formally as Miss. He then asks his disciple whether she is thinking about retiring, even offering to prepare all the official paperwork himself, but she quickly tells him that is not what she wants. She is not trying to leave at all, she simply cannot shake the painful feeling that she has become completely useless. The captain places a steady hand on her shoulder and reassures her that everyone makes mistakes sometimes, and she should not think she is any different from the rest. Still, he has little patience left for standing around. He grips her by the arm and starts leading her out of the restaurant, saying they do not have time to waste. Before stepping outside, he asks who owns the restaurant, and the MC immediately introduces himself as the owner. The captain reveals that Sang-hoo has spoken very highly of the restaurant and promises that he will return one day as an ordinary customer. Hearing that the horse seller thinks so well of the place, Chul-ho finally feels relieved. Gabby grows tired of the messy confusion around her, but then she glances ahead and asks why the red-haired boy is behaving so strangely. The moment he hears her question, the red-haired boy jerks in surprise and tries even harder to stay hidden, because he already finds Gabby absolutely wonderful. Gabby still does not fully understand what is happening, but she rises from her seat and says she needs to leave as well. Before going, though, she insists that she will pay for the meal. Chul-ho says his goodbye, then turns back with a puzzled look, wanting to know what exactly is wrong. Khan can no longer contain the emotions bubbling inside him. He has completely fallen for Gabby. The MC stares at him in disbelief, unable to accept how absurd this sounds, and asks when this sudden love even began. Khan can only give the simplest answer possible. He just fell in love. Afterward, the MC heads back through the portal, where the Minotaur and his servants are waiting for him on the other side. As he looks around, he notices how unusually open the area feels, and begins wondering whether the labyrinth's entire ecosystem might have changed. He also spots a weathering system, a magical device powered by roughly 2 zero-grade mana crystals. It makes him wonder how far this setup can truly extend when the entire place seems designed for one specifically assigned area. If the monsters are removed from this place, its magical power will disappear as well. Even so, he knows he cannot simply leave everything untouched, especially when there is so much labor already being put into it. Then he notices several cows calmly plowing through a field and asks whether they were originally vegetarians. If that is true, it would mean they do not eat people. The Minotaur confirms it. In the distant past, they did use humans as food, but those days are long gone, and that is no longer how they live. Chulho walks closer and asks what they mainly grow inside this dungeon. The Minotaur answers without hesitation that they cultivate grass. Wanting a clearer answer, the MC steps closer and rubs at his head in thought. There are countless kinds of grass, after all, so the large monster explains that they mainly cultivate apple seeds and pineapple seeds. The MC quietly thinks it over. The apple seed comes from a fruit resembling a nut with a crisp texture, while the pineapple is only about the size of a fist and has a soft outer peel. He then pulls out a bag and shows them what is inside. It contains all kinds of seeds from other plants, including cabbage, lettuce, carrots, and several more varieties. But in the middle of explaining the seeds, his eyes catch something that looks like a small cabin nearby, and he asks what it is. The Minotaur nervously explains that they collected a number of items there, then asks in a frightened voice whether Chulho is planning to take them away. Chulho questions what he means by that, then walks over and opens the compartment he had noticed earlier. The moment it opens, he realizes it is packed with every kind of seed and weapon imaginable. It looks almost like a stash of war spoils left behind from the time they invaded the Spanish continent. While looking through the collection, he suddenly notices something shining with an intense glow. Using his detection eye, he identifies it as an ocean tear, a treasure belonging to the mermaids who rule the northern sea of the Spanish continent. He never expected to find something like that here. He knows that the ocean tear was originally a treasure capable of obeying whatever desire its owner commanded. Long ago, it was given to a poor farmer who used its power to pour rice across the entire continent. After seeing that miracle, a wealthy and greedy man stole the jewel from the farmer and immediately fled out onto the vast sea. At that time, salt was incredibly expensive, so the greedy man wished for the treasure to pour out salt without any limit. The jewel faithfully obeyed his command and kept pouring salt without stopping, until his ship became completely full, sank beneath the waves, and took him down with it. The MC recognizes it as a well-known tale, the very story people use to explain how the water in the northern sea became salty. He turns away, already certain that the ocean tear will be extremely useful for the restaurant. At that moment, Helko asks whether he is leaving now. The MC says yes, then advises his new friend to eat plenty and build up his resistance, because they will be seeing each other much more often from now on. The Minotaur says he understands. After Chulho leaves, the huge monster can only think about how fortunate he is that his horns grow back quickly, even though the terror carved into him by the war has still not faded. He also realizes that the being with the power known as the Demon King does not exist in this world. To recover from the damage the Demon King suffered, he would need to remain asleep for 100 years. His thoughts then return to the little girl he met earlier. She looked like a 5-year-old human child, yet she had horns, a tail, and monstrous strength. The only creatures he knows with traits like those are dragons. Putting all of that together, he begins to believe that Chulho has turned dragons into his servants. He wonders whether Chulho has already conquered the entire world and is now raising powerful dragons to invade the Demon Kingdom. That thought makes him even more terrified, because his only hope, the Demon King, has been asleep for merely 10 years. In the end, he decides that the only way to survive is to stand with the good monsters. He shouts for everyone to get back to work immediately, because they must make themselves useful. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Gabi arrives in front of a dimensional rift. An Awakener soon explains that it is the largest portal discovered so far. Gabi warns that they are entering right away, so they should request support from Zenkak. As she begins stepping inside, Gabi assumes that the portal's enormous size must reflect the size of the dungeon itself, which would mean the monsters within should be incredibly powerful. But once she enters, she is stunned to discover that there is absolutely nothing inside. Gabi lifts her eyes toward the sky, feeling as though something might suddenly fall from above, yet nothing happens. The place feels like a predator has already swallowed its prey whole, making it a zero-grade dungeon. Because of that unsettling emptiness, she withdraws from the rift. Sanghu quickly asks what could possibly be inside for the dungeon to receive a zero-grade designation. Gabi simply answers that there is nothing there. That response worries Sang-hoo even more, since the rifts have been becoming increasingly unpredictable, and he asks whether the observation team is currently inside the dungeon. One of the Awakeners confirms that the observation team is still inside and says there are no major problems for now. The only concern is the wave in the sky, which keeps growing stronger, making him believe another rift could open within hours or perhaps in just a few days. A girl hurriedly approaches with urgent news. The president has issued a Grade 3 alert. Gabby immediately starts wondering who might be coming to support them, then turns toward the others and tells them to get this situation under control as fast as possible. The person who arrives is Hoon. He gives everyone a casual greeting, then looks around and asks whether they all agree that the days have been getting noticeably hotter lately. The Lancer lets out a deep, exhausted breath, while Gabby asks for a chance to rest for a little while, admitting that she has barely slept over the past few days. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Khan finishes getting himself ready. He is dressed up neatly and looks unusually elegant as he turns toward Chul-ho and nervously asks whether he looks strange. Chul-ho looks him over and admits that he looks stylish enough, but he cannot help asking what exactly is going on. The dragon says that a certain woman will be coming to the new restaurant branch again. Chul-ho immediately asks whether he means Gabby, because if that is who he is talking about, then she will definitely show up. She has been visiting the restaurant every single day lately. No sooner does Chul-ho say that than Gabby walks in herself, greeting them casually before asking for a salad. Chul-ho returns her greeting and says he will make it right away, but before he can even move, he notices Khan suddenly stepping forward with a flower in hand, asking Gabby to marry him. Gabby blinks in confusion, clearly unsure she heard him correctly, and asks whether that proposal was really meant for her. Khan answers without hesitation that it was. She gives a small, awkward laugh and tells him that she does not like dating. On top of that, she says marrying someone younger than her sounds far too exhausting. Khan's face falls at once, frustrated and confused. He asks her how old she actually is. Gabby apologizes and tells him that her age is a secret, then calmly turns the question back on him and asks how old he is. Before Khan can answer, Chul-ho quickly drags him into another room. He apologizes to Gabby, claiming that his nephew is sick and has started saying strange things. Once they are safely out of her sight, Firehair looks at Chul-ho and asks whether what he did was really that strange. Chul-ho immediately says that it was obviously strange. Still, the whole situation leaves him feeling a little uneasy, and he quietly wonders whether he should use the item he recently obtained. He takes the ocean tear into his hand, surprised that he has to use it so soon. Then he activates its power over the sliced watermelon, sprinkling just the right amount of salt across it. With that, the watermelon salad is finished. Gabby wastes no time taking a bite, and the moment she tastes it, she cannot understand how watermelon could possibly be this delicious. It even feels as though her energy is returning and the exhaustion in her body is fading away. She admits that she has not had much of an appetite lately, but thanks to Chul-ho, she is finally able to eat properly again. Then Gabby warns him to be careful, because a Grade 3 alert will be issued soon. Chul-ho looks confused by the warning, so Gabby explains that a Grade 3 alert is the lowest level. Even then, though, a Grade 1 boss monster can still appear. She continues by explaining that a Grade 2 alert is issued when 2 or more Grade 1 boss monsters are involved. But the most terrifying warning of all is the Grade 1 alert, which has never been issued since the tragedy that happened 10 years ago. Gabby also mentions that a 0-grade dungeon has appeared in Seodaman, although even she does not fully understand how such a dungeon is supposed to function. Then she says that she finds Chul-ho's nephew very cute. Because of that, she suggests that he introduce Khan to a nice woman instead, since she does not think she is the right person for him. After saying that, Gabby turns around and leaves the restaurant. Khan slowly comes back over and asks whether that means his attempt failed. Chul-ho tells him that it absolutely failed. Firehair then asks whether Chul-ho finds it strange for a dragon to fall in love at a certain age, and Chul-ho answers without pausing that, yes, he definitely does. As those words leave his mouth, Chul-ho remembers an elf once telling him that their sense of time was completely different from his own. She had asked him to keep living and not throw away his own life for someone else. That memory makes Chul-ho's expression sink, but he says that race does not really matter because he has gone through something similar himself. Khan is stunned by the answer and asks for more details, especially since he just confessed that he has also fallen in love. Chul-ho tells him to forget about it, saying that he is going out for a walk instead. But before he can even finish the sentence, Chul-ho suddenly senses a sinister presence. Khan notices it too and asks where that horrible smell of blood is coming from. Chul-ho's expression hardens. That thick stench of blood feels painfully familiar, because it is the exact same smell he sensed during his battle with the Demon King 10 years ago. While he is still thinking about that, a woman suddenly appears and asks whether she has arrived in the human realm. Gabby and the rest of her team stare in disbelief, unable to believe what is standing right in front of them. Demoness does not hesitate for even a second. She simply orders her monsters to devour every bastard standing there. The Awakeners freeze for a brief moment, but Sang-hoo quickly shouts for the defense team to activate Formation D. They immediately move into action and summon the Iron Defense. successfully stopping the falling droplets of blood before they can strike anyone. But the monster lets out a thunderous roar and casually raises one hand, shattering the barrier with frightening ease. Watching that happen, the team begins to suspect that they are facing a vampire. The captain steps in without hesitation and slashes mercilessly at the monster. But the attack barely has any effect at all. He glances to the side and mutters that he expected nothing less from a zero-grade dungeon. The boss calls everyone before her insignificant, then begins summoning blood from every direction. The Lancer immediately shouts for everyone to join the fight, announcing that the Time mercenaries will assist them as well. The vampire gathers a dense mass of energy in her hand, then fires blood outward in every direction around the battlefield. Sang-Hoo notices a red mist beginning to spread through the area, thick enough to block everyone's vision. He quickly warns the others to stay alert. Hoon and his robot gather energy together before firing with everything they have. The blast comes dangerously close to hitting the Lancer directly. Hoon asks whether he is all right, while Sang-Hoo snaps that for 1 second. He honestly thought he was about to die at the hands of his own ally. Then he asks whether Hoon can at least secure visibility for the entire team. Hoon answers that clearing every trace of the mist is impossible. Still, he gathers more energy and fires in every direction, because he can somehow see at least a little through the red fog. But the blood simply regenerates after every attack. Hoon grows frustrated when he realizes normal attacks are doing nothing, and then things get even worse when he spots the blood monster trying to flee toward the portal. The Lancer rushes forward to stop it. He gathers all his power into his spear and drives it forward at full force, splitting the monster cleanly in half. He immediately orders the defense team to seal the exit, because the monster is clearly trying to escape through the gate. A massive six-pointed star formation is completed around the area, and the team braces themselves once more to face the boss head-on. Seeing the overwhelming number of demons that have appeared, the vampire immediately realizes how bad the situation has become. She can only grit her teeth in frustration, because she barely managed to regain her strength after the war 10 years ago, and even now, it is nowhere near enough. What she cannot understand is why the humans in this place are so incredibly powerful. With every passing second, her position becomes worse and worse. The vampire is pushed so far into a corner that she is nearly forced to beg for her life. Just as she tries to slip away from the formation, Gabby suddenly appears directly behind her and warns that her fury time has already run out. Before Gabby can make another move, she looks down and sees the demons tearing apart the formation beneath them. Realizing the barrier will not hold much longer, she attacks with everything she has, needing to finish this before the monsters break free. But her strike does absolutely nothing. The vampire simply transforms her body into blood, allowing the attack to pass through her without causing any damage. Taking advantage of that opening, she turns herself fully into a liquid mass of blood and slips straight through the damaged barrier. The vampire celebrates, convinced she has finally escaped through the portal, but Chul-Ho is already waiting outside for her, and with one casual slap, he knocks her unconscious on the spot. After dealing with her, Chul-Ho opens his dimensional space and calls for Kasim. Kasim appears asking what he wants, but before Chul-Ho can even answer, he freezes in shock at what he sees. In Chul-Ho's hands is Sofran Lee's, one of the 4 demon lords. Chul-Ho hands her over and orders Kasim to take her far away. He is satisfied that the Hunter Association has such powerful people and that they managed to fight together without suffering a single casualty. He also realizes that this place is very different from the Spanish continent. Here, only the elite have gathered, and after seeing their teamwork firsthand, he knows they are people he can trust. That thought puts him in a good mood, but he also knows he needs to collect some war spoils for himself. Because of that, he orders the goblin to bring him a level 1 magic stone. Kasim obeys the command and leaves the magic stone at the entrance of the portal. Chul-Ho decides that will be enough, then quietly returns to his private dimensional fissure. To understand what comes next, it is important to know how the demon kingdom works. In that world, strength is everything, and the powerful rule over everyone beneath them. At the very top stands the Demon King, the strongest being in the entire kingdom. Beneath him are 4 demon lords, each one possessing terrifying power and following the Demon King's commands without question. Those 4 lords once conquered countless lands under the Demon King's rule, but that era ended when an unmatched hero appeared like a raging storm, defeated the Demon King, and forced him into a state between peace and death before disappearing. Sofran burns with anger as she thinks about what happened. She survived and eventually returned, but her power had been drained so badly that she needed to keep drinking high-quality blood just to recover. She cannot understand how she became this weak, and she begins wondering whether the other 3 demon lords are suffering the same fate. The thought fills her with rage. She wants to kill everyone around her, but above all else, she wants revenge on Chul-Ho for what he did to her. Suddenly, Sofran wakes up and realizes she is being pulled through another portal. She cannot resist it at all, and by the time she fully regains her senses, it is already too late. Chul-Ho is standing beside her when she wakes. He calmly tells her that she has only 2 choices left, life or death. Then he warns her to answer honestly, because one lie will cost her life. His first question is simple: whether the Demon King is currently asleep. Sofran stares closely at his face, then asks whether he is Mikas. She cannot understand how he could possibly still look so young. She says she always believed he would eventually grow old and die, which is why she waited for so many years before making her move. Chul-ho rises to his feet, deciding that her loyalty to the Demon King must be stronger than he expected. Since she still refuses to answer properly, he says she should simply die. That threat makes Sofren panic immediately. She blurts out that the Demon King truly is asleep and will likely remain that way for another 90 years while he restores all of his power. Chul-ho checks her words with his detection eye and confirms that she is telling the truth. This time, he asks how much of her own strength she has recovered so far. Sofren admits that she has regained roughly 2/5 of her original power. Chul-ho quickly understands what that means. Even at 2/5 strength, she is equal to about 2 level 1 monsters. Each demon lord at full power could easily devour 5 or 6 level 1 monsters, the highest ranked monsters available. With that in mind, Chul-ho asks whether she intentionally appeared in that place. Sofren says no, insisting that she had been resting quietly until she was forcibly dragged there, but his detection eye tells him she is lying again. Chul-ho warns her that this time she really will die. Sofren panics and quickly changes her story, admitting that all she had been thinking about was finding a way to kill him. Chul-ho reflects on how the beings crossing over from the Demon Kingdom have been getting stronger and stronger. At this point, calling it a coincidence feels ridiculous. Everything points towards someone deliberately creating these dimensional fissures, but he still has no idea who could be behind it, so he asks Sofren about the current state of the Demon Kingdom. She explains that ever since the Demon King fell into deep sleep, the kingdom has become complete chaos, with wars constantly breaking out everywhere. Chul-ho then asks whether the other demon lords are in the same condition as she is. Sofren answers that all 3 of them are recovering their lost power in much the same way. Hearing that, Chul-ho says it is great news. Sofren brightens slightly and asks whether that means he is going to spare her. Chul-ho grabs hold of her clothes and tells her that he always keeps his promises. Then he throws her through another portal and sends her into a completely different fissure. Sofren crashes face first into the ground. Chul-ho calls for Mino and announces that they have a new worker now. So Mino needs to teach Sofren all the rules of the labyrinth. The Minotaur is stunned the moment he realizes who she is. Knowing that Sofren is a demon lord from the Demon Kingdom, he cannot stop staring at her. To the Minotaur, it becomes even clearer that Chul-ho must have dragons serving beneath him, and perhaps an enormous army hidden somewhere under his command. Sofren is shocked by that possibility. She begins to wonder whether the humans she fought earlier are also Chul-ho's subordinates. On top of that, she cannot understand how he has not aged at all, while possessing such absurd power, leading her to suspect that he may have achieved immortality. At that moment, Chul-ho turns toward both of them and coldly warns that if they keep wasting time on meaningless chatter, they will die immediately. Mino immediately starts explaining every rule of the maze. Eventually, he reaches what he considers the most important rule of all. She needs to eat plenty of food in order to build up strength and endurance. Sofren just stares at him in confusion, unable to understand what that strange instruction is supposed to mean. Either way, Chul-ho has managed to acquire another worker for the restaurant. Later, Chul-ho opens another portal and arrives at the Minotaur's labyrinth. Looking around at everyone, he asks why they all seem so weak, especially when his eyes land on Sofren. Sofren is startled the moment she sees him. She immediately shouts that she has done her best, worked hard, eaten as much as she could, and never even tried to escape. Chul-ho has no idea what she is talking about. Sofren asks whether eating a lot is not supposed to increase stamina, because that is exactly why she kept sucking blood without stopping. Yet instead of becoming stronger, she only gained weight and has no idea what she did wrong. Chul-ho can barely believe what he is hearing. He realizes that she is an exception, then tells her to put some clothes on. Sofren stands up and asks whether he is serious. Then she explains that she tried using the blood of hell cows as fertilizer because it helps vegetables grow well. Since she can purify the blood she drinks, she thought she could turn it into something clean enough to use. Chul-ho is surprised because he had forgotten about Sofren's ability to refine the blood she drinks into an extremely pure liquid with healing properties. He immediately thinks that there will definitely come a day when he can put that ability to good use. Seeing that the plants are growing nicely, he decides to bring them back and use them as ingredients in the restaurant. After saying that, Chul-ho heads back to his restaurant and immediately asks Khan to prepare the vegetables he brought with him. But when he sees Khan looking exhausted and depressed, he asks whether he is feeling weak again. Khan explains that he barely finished preparing the carrots before more orders started pouring in from everywhere. That makes Chul-ho think about how Khan has been constantly helping with restaurant work while still searching for a way to return to the Spanish continent. Of course, he would be exhausted under that pressure, so Chul-ho tells him that he will give him a few days off. Khan is visibly surprised when he hears that. Yahello looks up with bright, eager eyes and asks whether they can go visit the Great Blue. Chul-ho has no clue what this Great Blue is supposed to mean, while Kyul keeps pleading to see it. She quickly opens a magazine and points at a picture, trying to show him exactly what the blue is. Only then does Chul-ho finally understand that she is talking about the sea. Seeing how carefully Kuehl has been hiding both her horns and tail, he decides there is no real reason to refuse her request. The instant she hears his answer, Kuehl's eyes light up with pure excitement. Without wasting a second, she lowers her head and gives him a grateful little bow. Chul-ho cannot help finding the gesture amusing, so he turns toward Khan and asks whether he was the one who taught her to do that. Khan puffs up with pride and confidently declares that Kuehl's polite behavior is the direct result of his excellent training. But Chul-ho quickly tells them that this is not the time for formal bows. They still need to change clothes before heading outside. After closing up the restaurant, Chul-ho looks over at the two of them and asks whether they are both ready to leave. Then Chul-ho reaches out and touches Kuehl, and his power immediately lifts all of them into the air. Khan stares in surprise and asks when Chul-ho learned how to fly like this. Chul-ho calmly says that he learned it a long time ago, back when he used that power to kill countless beings. Holding both of them securely, he tells them to brace themselves before shooting forward through the sky at unbelievable speed. Khan seems to enjoy the flight far more than expected. Soaring through the air in his human form feels completely different from flying around as a massive dragon. Chul-ho finds Khan's reaction funny, but soon tells them they are almost there. The scenery beneath them slowly changes until the wide, endless sea finally appears right in front of them. The moment they arrive, Kuehl rushes away with her water spirit toward the shore. Chul-ho notices Khan sitting quietly on the ground and asks whether he will not go into the water, wondering if the red dragon race has a problem with it. Khan says he does not exactly hate water, but he does not particularly enjoy it either. For him, simply watching his sister have fun is already enough. Chul-ho smiles as he understands what Khan means. Then he opens a portal and calls for Kasim, asking him to bring out the fishing rod he received back on the eastern continent. As efficient as ever, the goblin quickly brings over the fishing rod and cheerfully tells everyone to enjoy themselves. Khan watches with curiosity and asks what the strange tool is. Chul-ho explains that it was a reward from an immortal after he fulfilled a request on the eastern continent. It is a fishing rod powerful enough to catch enormous creatures even without using any bait. With the rod in hand, Chul-ho shoots toward the sea at full speed and swings the hook far out over the waves. He has been wanting to use that fishing rod again for a very long time. His expression shifts slightly as old thoughts begin creeping back into his mind. The more he looks back on his own life, the more it feels like all that remains are regrets. Just then, the fishing line suddenly jerks hard, and Chul-ho immediately pulls back with all his strength. What bursts from the sea is a giant level 2 kraken, and the enormous creature leaves everyone frozen in shock. Meanwhile, the water spirit does not sit around watching. It quickly starts catching several fish of its own from the surrounding water. Chul-ho is surprised by how many fish Kuehl manages to catch, but he soon explains that they unfortunately will not be very good to eat because their taste is not great. Even so, he warmly praises Kuehl and the water spirit for doing such an impressive job. As he looks at the giant kraken, Chul-ho remembers that squid-like sea creatures can develop a strong ammonia smell once they grow too large. The odor can become so bad that it reminds people of a filthy bathroom. His eyes begin to gleam after activating his ability, and in an instant, he slices the kraken into countless clean pieces. Since this kraken lives deep beneath the sea and does not depend on buoyancy, it carries far less of that unpleasant smell. Its flesh is tender as well, making it perfect for a fresh and delicious sashimi dish. The smell and sight of the seafood bring back memories from his time with the Legion on the Spanish continent. Back then, seafood was usually steamed because the available ingredients were limited. With that thought in mind, Chul-ho prepares 2 dishes: kraken legs grilled in rich butter, along with fresh slices of kraken sashimi. Everyone immediately begins eating because they are all starving. Kuehl especially cannot resist the food any longer, and after taking a bite, she realizes just how unbelievably delicious it is. As they continue chatting and enjoying the meal, the night sky above them slowly begins to glow in countless shifting patterns. Khan looks up in confusion and asks what all that shining light is. Chul-ho explains that they are glowing insects that shine after feeding on the salty air near the sea, and as far as he remembers, similar creatures also existed on the Spanish continent. Those words pulled Chul-ho deeper into his memories. His father had been named Busan, and although he later moved to Seoul, Chul-ho begins to wonder whether his father had done so while secretly missing his hometown. Maybe that was why he so often came home carrying a bottle of soju. He remembers sitting beside his father at the table, quietly eating squid sashimi together one piece at a time. Back when he was in high school, Chul-ho believed that life would be over once he entered university. Yet instead of ending, that chapter only opened the door to another beginning. After finishing his military service and returning to school, he entered a difficult period of his life that felt heavier than anything he had expected. The entire world seemed to be struggling to find work, and the job market became so hopeless that Chul-ho sometimes thought it would be easier to return to military service instead. When he finally graduated from university, it felt like hell had truly begun. Dreams, future plans, ambition, and everything he had studied for suddenly seemed useless, until he was left feeling like an incompetent person. That was what the world called him. TV programs and books constantly criticized people like him for living without thinking ahead. After spending years studying blindly with no real dream of his own, Chul-ho started believing that something had gone terribly wrong. He could not even secure a decent job with a good salary after all that effort. The moment he finally gave up on his dream of joining a major corporation came on January 1st, the day he turned 30 years old. Sitting in front of his table, with the bitter and salty smell of dinner hanging in the air, Chul-ho would hear his father repeat the same words. The path he chose had been the right one. After that, Chul-ho made a promise to himself that he would succeed and eventually return home. But in the end, he never managed to come back. Khan suddenly pulls his attention away from those endless thoughts, noticing that Chul-ho has been sitting there completely lost in his own mind. Chul-ho finally comes back to his senses. His face turns serious for a brief moment, but then he smiles again, realizing he had simply been distracted, and asks Khan whether he wants another drink. Later that night near the city, several birds circle close to a moving truck, while a report announces that the fugitive known as Beast is fleeing east of Seocho. After some time passes, everyone returns to the restaurant. Chul-ho says that he will prepare the kraken, make sure Kayul is fed, and only then head down afterward. He gets himself ready in the kitchen, quietly thinking over what kind of dish he should make next. Chul-ho considers how good seasoned kraken can be, and thinks it could even be shaped around a filling like Korean blood sausage. But at that moment, one particular dish is already fixed in his mind. He carefully slices the kraken body and legs into small pieces, knowing they need to be cut properly before cooking. Next, he mixes a little cooking oil into the flour for frying. Only after that does he add salt and water, working everything together until it becomes a thick, soft dough. He begins frying the pieces over high heat, letting the batter cook until the fried kraken is finally ready. Chul-ho tries the very first piece for himself and immediately realizes how well it turned out. The crisp outer dough pairs perfectly with the tender kraken meat, creating an incredible texture. Normally, he thinks a meal like this would pair perfectly with soju, but right now, a cold beer feels like the ideal choice. Just as Chul-ho is about to go grab a drink, a loud cat's meow reaches him from outside. He heads to the entrance to see what is going on, only to freeze when he spots a cat as large as a tiger cub waiting near the door. Chul-ho immediately activates his detection eye and examines the oversized animal more closely. To his surprise, it is still just an ordinary cat with nothing particularly unusual in its information. That leaves him with only one likely explanation. Somewhere along the way, it must have swallowed a magic stone. That thought makes Chul-ho's face grow serious. Normally, any beast that consumes a magic stone dies quickly because its body cannot withstand that much magical power. Unless the animal happens to be an extremely rare, unique class, even a stone's raw energy can be powerful enough to kill an awakened. That is exactly why magic stones can be used in everyday life only after they have been processed through engineering and adjusted to control how much magical energy is released. In their raw state, they are not simple resources at all. To most living creatures, they are deadly objects. Not knowing what else to do with the strange visitor, Chul-ho decides to offer it a small piece of kraken meat. The huge cat devours every last bite without hesitation. Watching it eat so eagerly, Chul-ho cannot help thinking that, despite being so enormous, Myung-chi is surprisingly gentle. Afterward, Chul-ho sits down with the newspaper and notices an article about Guardian Gangbok. He is apparently one of the 5 former Guardians who survived the great monster invasion. Chul-ho stares at the man's picture for a moment, feeling as though he has seen him somewhere before. For an instant, it even feels like that memory may have come from another world, but he quickly decides that cannot possibly be true. Then another headline catches his eye. The report mentions a recent attack involving several giant cats. Chul-ho immediately glances toward the side where the cat had been eating. But the bowl is already empty, and the giant cat has slipped away without making a sound. The next morning, Khan helps around the restaurant by using his fire to light the stoves. At the same time, he hands a toy over to his younger sister, trying to keep her entertained. Chul-ho walks in, sees the flames, and asks Khan what the hell he is doing. Khan explains that the stove stopped working, so he decided to boil the broth himself instead. The sight is so ridiculous that Chul-ho cannot hold back his laughter. Still laughing, he tells Khan that the stove probably only needs its magic stone replaced before it starts working again. Khan's face falls apart at once, and he bursts into tears because he never imagined the solution could be that simple. But before the moment can go any further, something outside catches Chul-ho's attention. The giant cat has returned once again, and this time it is carrying a rat in its mouth. Kyul's eyes widen as she points at the creature and keeps calling it a tiger. Chul-ho gently corrects her, telling her that it may be huge, but it is still a cat. Kyul decides to name the cat Hodori, then happily climbs onto its back as though it is a mount. Khan immediately becomes worried, reminding her that the giant animal is not something she should be riding. Yet Kyul keeps petting Hodori without any fear, and the cat remains completely calm beneath her. Seeing that gentle reaction, Chul-ho starts to believe this one cannot be the same kind of giant cat responsible for the attacks mentioned in the newspaper. All of a sudden, Hodori bolts straight inside the restaurant, clearly frightened. Outside the entrance, someone is standing there with a falcon perched nearby. Chul-ho recognizes the young man at once and greets him warmly, surprised, because it has been quite a long time since they last met. Ryumin walks into the restaurant asking for a meal, but Hyuk and the blonde boy quickly greet him as well. The blonde boy continues speaking, saying that they should have already wiped out every giant cat in the area. Before long, everyone settles down around a table. The new captain says he wants something cool and refreshing to eat. Chul-ho nearly blurts out that they still have kraken left, but he catches himself and says they have squid instead. As he begins preparing the meal, he quietly thinks about what kind of dish would actually feel refreshing. When the dish is finally ready, Chul-ho tells them he has made raw squid soup. In reality, however, the ingredients are made from kraken and mandrake. Hyuk likes the look of the chilled dish right away, but then asks whether they happen to have any white rice as well. Ryushin looks completely stunned by that request. He cannot understand who would eat white rice together with cold noodles, but the captain simply tells him to shut up. Then the captain scoops up a spoonful and starts eating without another complaint. After tasting it, he admits that it is delicious. Chul-ho feels pleased seeing that everyone is enjoying the food. The captain then asks the knight whether he plans to capture the cat accused of attacking civilians. The answer comes immediately, yes, because it matches the same type of creatures involved in the earlier incidents. Chul-ho becomes curious and asks what exactly happened before. In response, he learns that 1 year ago, a notorious thief hijacked a transport vehicle that had been carrying level 4 and level 6 magic stones. After that robbery, the thief vanished without leaving behind a single useful clue. Nobody knew the person's name, age, or even gender. Still, people began calling the criminal beast because this mysterious thief could control animals as though they were extensions of their own body. Ryumin tells her partner that they will begin by capturing the fugitive. Under no circumstances can they allow Beast to escape from the city. With that decision made, she activates her ability. Thick roots burst up from the ground and lash toward the fleeing truck, trying to stop it in its tracks. Beast answers with nothing more than a whistle. In the next moment, countless crows swarm through the air and rush straight at the attacking vines. Even worse, each of those birds has a crystal clamped inside its beak. Ryumin raises her voice once again and shouts for them to catch Beast before he can get away. The girl keeps pushing her magic to its maximum output, pouring everything into the attack. But then she is suddenly startled when a giant tiger appears in the next instant and tears through everything in its path. Four Eyes is left in shock. The tiger belongs to the same beast class and even appears to be the same level as his own, yet its presence feels completely different, as though his beast is somehow inferior. Then he turns his head and notices several more giant cats slipping deeper into the forest. Only then does he understand that the crows were a warning sign. There must be another animal that swallowed a mono crystal and managed to escape. Meanwhile, Beast stands proudly on top of the moving truck with his giant tiger beside him. A confident smile spreads across his face as he watches the pursuit from above. They try to close in on him, but frustration quickly takes over. Their target suddenly disappears without leaving any trace, and because of that, the hunter beast's attempt to apprehend him fails completely. As the story continues, he explains that the fugitive fed 4th-class crystals to a total of 30 cats. He managed to capture 26 of them, but every single one of those captured cats eventually died. Everyone knows that only a small number of animals can survive the power inside a monocrystal. For a brief time, those survivors can gain abilities far beyond what their species should ever possess. Chul-ho asks whether that means the remaining 4 cats will be dealt with next. The answer is yes. They say that, if luck is on their side, the remaining cats may be captured alive first. But regardless of that, they will eventually be put down. Chul-ho quietly thinks about the entire situation, unable to understand why this phantom thief wants to steal so many magical stones. Ryumin guesses that Beast may be trying to use them to create something far greater. Nothing has been confirmed yet, but she believes it may be connected to the many foreign awakened currently active inside the uninhabited zone. Chul-ho is genuinely surprised by that information. It is the first time he has ever heard that foreign awakened are involved. Four Eyes says that he needs to leave for now, but warns Chul-ho that he will be returning again soon. The other 2 awakened say the same thing before preparing to leave as well. Later, as Ryumin moves through the forest, she notices something among the trees. Several giant cats have collapsed exactly as she expected, their bodies unable to endure the power they consumed. But then Ryumin freezes when she spots one cat still standing. She cannot believe it survived after swallowing a mono crystal, and she has no idea how it developed so successfully, or whether something like that should even be possible. The cat suddenly lunges forward the moment Ryumin gets close enough, instantly drawing his full attention. Watching it attack so fiercely, he starts wondering whether it is simply trying to protect the other cats around it. Sweat begins to form on his face as he realizes what an annoying situation this has become. All he has to do is lift a single finger and everything will be over, bringing the year-long case involving the missing magic stones to a clean conclusion. Even though guilt weighs heavily on him, Ryumin tells himself he cannot allow a moment of pity to ruin the mission. Personal feelings and public duty must stay separate, and no matter how unpleasant it feels, he believes this is the right decision. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Chul-ho keeps thinking about the foreign awakened. They must be operating inside the land of no one, and he knows that everything outside Seoul has become a lawless territory filled with abandoned gates, because so many of those gates have been left unmanaged. Monsters are free to roam around unchecked. That is also why ordinary people are forbidden from entering the area. Chul-ho quickly reaches a conclusion. Anyone capable of moving around freely in a place like that must be an incredibly powerful awakened. Since this information does not seem to be some tightly guarded secret, he decides he wants to ask more about it. But before he can think any further, the restaurant door suddenly opens and someone walks inside. It is Ryuman again, and this time he comes in asking whether Chul-ho has anything strong enough to drink. Chul-ho tells him that the strongest thing he has on hand is fire drink. It is not exactly the finest alcohol around, but he asks whether Ryuman is willing to settle for it. Ryuman agrees without hesitation. Chul-ho immediately imagines how miserable someone would feel after drinking 60% sorghum liquor on an empty stomach, so he decides it should be paired with something rich like sweet and sour meat. Then he checks his ingredients and realizes there is no pork left in the kitchen. That means he will have to use the beef he bought during his last shopping trip instead. Once everything is ready, Chul-ho carefully slices the beef into thin strips before quickly dropping the pieces into hot oil to fry. While preparing the meal, Chul-ho casually asks the awakened whether he usually dips sweet and sour meat into the sauce. Ryuman does not fully understand what Chul-ho means at first. He says he had only been wondering what side dish to order, but he thought something sweet and sour would suit the drink well. Instead of sauce, he asks for salt. Chul-ho is genuinely surprised by that answer. This guy clearly knows how to appreciate good food, because eating it with salt lets the natural flavor of the meat stand out even more. When the food is finally ready, Chul-ho brings the tray over to the table. Ryuman wastes no time at all, immediately grabbing a piece of the fried meat and putting it into his mouth. At the same time, he takes a long drink from his glass. With every bite and every swallow, his mood visibly improves, and he soon admits that the food tastes incredible. Then, Ryuman calls Chul-ho over and asks him something more serious. Sometimes a person is about to make a decision, but their mind tells them one thing while their heart insists on another. He wants to know which one Chul-ho would choose. Chul-ho thinks about it carefully. Every person has their own reasons, and on a battlefield, moments like that happen all the time. A companion may be dying in the middle of enemy territory, and his heart may tell him to go back and save that one person, while his mind tells him to keep pushing forward and save even more lives. But regardless of which choice he makes, Chul-ho knows there will always be a price to pay afterward. After turning the question over in his mind, Chul-ho quietly says that, in moments like those, the choice itself almost does not matter. No matter what someone decides, they will probably regret it later. Still, that does not mean either choice is meaningless. No matter which path a person takes, they also gain something from it in return. Ryuman looks curious and asks whether that something happens to mean money. Chul-ho answers without hesitation that money can often seem important at first, but when a person looks back later, it may not be as valuable as they once believed. Ryuman falls silent after hearing that. He takes another slow sip from his drink, then admits that he feels much more at ease now. Chul-ho is glad to hear it, but then Ryuman's assistant suddenly arrives at the restaurant. She says she guessed he would be here because several eagles have been waiting silently outside. Ryuman immediately looks worried and asks why she is wandering around so late at night. More importantly, he wants to know what she is doing inside this restaurant. She says her house is nearby, then asks whether she can have some of the sweet and sour meat. Ryuman refuses right away, insisting that he is still hungry. After finishing every last piece of food, Ryuman finally leaves the restaurant with the girl beside him. As they walk away, she complains that he is far too drunk. Then Ryuman suddenly stops in his tracks after spotting a cat nearby. He stares at the creature in disbelief and wonders how an ordinary animal could possibly grow that large. Ryuman studies the cat more closely and says that cats are common throughout the city of Goyang. Then he says goodbye, guessing that the cat is probably hungry because it has several rats with it. With that, the two of them walk away while the giant cat continues watching Ryuman from behind. In its mind, only the 3 graves of the other cats that died remain. The next day, Kayul is brushing her teeth at the restaurant, while Khan repeatedly warns her not to swallow the foam. At that moment, Chul-ho appears and looks surprised. For the first time in a long while, he realizes that he did not have a nightmare the previous night. Then he notices the newspaper sitting on the table, and sees that Ryuman has recovered every stolen mana crystal. Chul-ho soon learns that Ryuman used his own money to buy 4 grade 4 magic stones and cover the missing amount. Even for a guardian, that is an enormous expense. So Chul-ho concludes that Ryuman is a genuinely good person who may become a great guardian someday. However, his expression quickly changes when another article catches his eye. The newspaper is reporting on an unknown mist connected to the foreign awakened. 30 years have passed since people first began awakening powers. Over 3 generations, countless awakened have risen, fought, disappeared, and fallen. Throughout all that time, ideological conflict never truly disappeared. One side believed civilians should be protected and cities should be built, while the other side believed the opposite. And the two groups continued clashing again and again. Then, after the great monster invasion 10 years ago, those factions finally split apart and began walking completely separate paths. The president reads the report about the foreign awakened and can only let out a deep sigh. He knows they are crossing a river with no way to turn back. Elsewhere, Hoon is busy working on his battle mecha. The injection speed still feels too slow, so he keeps making adjustments, trying to improve the machine's overall performance. After climbing out of the robot, Hoon says the movement speed has improved by 50%. Still, he is unsure whether adding even more artificial muscles would be excessive. His assistant tells him they will need new materials capable of enduring the strength of a monocrystal, and Hoon says he understands. Then Hoon glances to the side and notices Ryuman standing in the room. He asks what happened, and Ryuman says he was simply passing through because he was on his way to report about the fugitive beast. Hoon takes the chance to ask whether Ryuman has heard that the Undertaker is returning. He explains that this is not some rumor the public would know about. The Undertaker is an unofficial Grade 1 awakened, and if Jaeger's existence became public, it would create chaos, so he was sent in secret. Ryuman becomes thoughtful after hearing that. First they sent Gabby, and now they are sending the Undertaker as well. He cannot shake the feeling that something enormous is about to happen. Meanwhile, Gabi is running for her life from something behind her. The pursuing awakened send bats after her, and the creatures swoop down to bite into her leg. Gabi thinks the situation is horrible, but she still manages to fight back against them. Once she creates an opening, she turns around and escapes again. At the same time, Khan studies a map of the city. Since he has never investigated the Northwest Portal before, he decides he should finally visit the place while riding around. He wants to make the most of the mana crystal motorcycle Chul Ho gave him during his free time. As Khan approaches the toll gate, he is suddenly informed that there will be an inspection before he can pass through. Khan asks why there have been so many inspections lately. The employee explains that the uninhabited area has become increasingly dangerous, then asks Khan to show his identification. After checking Khan's identification documents, the employee looks up and asks whether he truly intends to enter that place again. Khan calmly answers that he does, saying he is simply planning to travel around. Even as he says it, Khan remembers Chul Ho telling him that he should treat ordinary people respectfully, whether he feels like doing it or not, so he keeps his expression under control and answers properly. The employee hands Khan a scanning device to make sure he is not carrying anything dangerous. After the inspection, he also has Khan sign a liability waiver, warning him that the area beyond the checkpoint is extremely dangerous. Once the formalities are over, Khan continues forward on his journey. After traveling for a while, however, he suddenly slows down and comes to a stop. Looking around at the quiet surroundings, Khan figures that the place he has reached should already be safe enough for him to begin exploring. He braces himself and reminds himself that he needs to take this investigation seriously. With that thought in mind, Khan leaps toward the nearby portals. Khan jumps from portal to portal, checking their levels one after another. Before long, the constant movement leaves him dizzy, and he realizes one of the portals is only home to monsters that attack in groups. To him, the entire trip starts feeling like a complete waste of time. Eventually, hunger begins to bother him as well. While hunting inside the portals, Khan wonders why he cannot find any monsters at all. What he does not realize is that every creature nearby is hiding from him, terrified by the crushing aura of a dragon. Then Khan suddenly senses something unusual in one of the portals. There are awakened inside, and not just one or two. He can feel the presence of more than 10 people. As Khan focuses on those presences, he becomes even more startled when he spots Gabby among them. She is surrounded on every side by several other awakened. The group begins taunting Gabby, telling her that she has finally walked straight into their trap. They accuse her of constantly interfering with their operations and say they have been waiting for this chance. Gabby quickly realizes that her situation is far worse than it first appeared. Vampire venom is spreading through her body at an alarming speed. She has spent a long time investigating the foreign portals, relying on her stealth ability to move around without trouble, but this time she has no idea how she is supposed to escape. Just then, someone steps closer and tells her not to die yet. The man reveals that it took him 5 full years to set up a trap capable of capturing her alive. Then, he introduces himself as Besta. Besta makes his intentions painfully clear. He did not come all this way simply to kill her quickly. He wants to capture her first, torment her, and only then let her die. Gabi's worry deepens as she looks toward the cliff nearby. In that desperate moment, she begins to think that jumping off may be her only remaining option. Suddenly, everyone notices something overhead. Gabby looks up at the same time as the others and sees a massive sphere of energy racing down from the sky toward them. The incoming firepower crashes down with terrifying force, exploding at maximum intensity. Even the high-level tiger is frightened by the overwhelming blast. Besta is completely taken aback. He never imagined the Awakened Association had someone capable of releasing power on that level. Realizing how dangerous the unseen attacker must be, Besta decides that retreating is the smarter choice. Anyone with that much power has to be at least a rank 0 awakened. Meanwhile, Gabby stands near the edge of the cliff, trembling as though she has turned into a weak green twig in the wind. She does not understand why she is shaking, because she is not afraid of fire. What she feels is something far deeper and more instinctive than ordinary fear. The pressure becomes too much, and Gabby suddenly loses consciousness. At that exact moment, Khan appears and catches her before she can fall. Khan quickly realizes that the reason she collapsed must be the poison in her body. Then he looks around at the huge amount of destruction caused by his own attack and starts wondering what he is supposed to do next. The dragon carries Gabby to a safer place while trying to think through the problem. From what he knows, vampire bat wounds should be cooled so the venom can leave the body more quickly, and healing abilities would make the treatment simple. The problem is that Khan does not have any healing power. He starts considering whether he should move the clothing covering her wounds and clean the injured areas to stop them from becoming infected. But the thought alone leaves Khan painfully embarrassed. He does not want to touch her, yet he also understands that doing nothing could make her condition much worse. With extreme hesitation, Khan slowly begins moving the part of her clothing covering the wound. But Gabby suddenly wakes up in confusion, and Khan panics so badly that he jumps backward while desperately trying to explain himself. Gabby looks around in confusion and asks why they are in a place like this. Khan tells her he found the place by coincidence while traveling, explaining that it is a cave located outside the city. Only then does Gabby notice that the pain in her body has begun fading. She wonders whether Khan was trying to give her first aid. After realizing what he was doing, Gabby thanks him. Khan becomes even more awkward after hearing her gratitude and hurriedly tells her not to worry about it. Then something suddenly catches Gabby's attention. Khan turns toward her as well and asks whether she can stand up on her own. She says getting up will be difficult right now, but Khan tells her not to worry because he will take care of the situation himself. Gabby quickly interrupts him, warning that it is too dangerous because he is not even an awakened. Before Khan can respond, a robot appears with medicine and asks whether he is the nephew of the restaurant owner. Khan explains that he was only traveling through the area, but Ryuman finds that suspicious, saying nobody would casually travel through the uninhabited zone. He only came because he saw Khan's name on the gate pass and could not believe that he was truly just a traveler. Gabby is surprised to see Ryuman there as well. She immediately asks whether he had been pursuing her. Ryuman answers that he was because Gabby is a precious member of the association. He then turns toward Khan and asks whether he is all right. Still looking awkward, Khan says that he is fine. Four Eyes thanks Khan for taking care of Gabby and assures him that the association will send a reward to the restaurant. However, he also tells Khan to return home immediately, believing that this place may be the Foreign Awakened's base. Khan remains standing there for a moment, completely unsure of what he should do next. In the end, Khan decides to head back to the restaurant. The moment Chulho sees him, he asks whether something happened, because Khan's clothes are completely torn up. Kyul happily celebrates when she sees that Khan has returned safely. Then she transforms into her human form right in front of him. Khan looks at Chulho and asks whether playing with Kyul all day is not exhausting. Chulho admits that it is mentally draining, but he says there is a benefit to it. If he lets Kyul use up all her energy during the day, she will be tired enough to sleep properly at night. Meanwhile, at the Korean Awakeners Association, an employee reports that Khan's identity verification showed no abnormalities. According to the records, he is genuinely a civilian who has never awakened any abilities, and there is no detectable mana inside his body. The employee also points out that Khan has not only traveled through the uninhabited Northwest, his records show that he has passed through several different uninhabited regions as well. Four Eyes admits that Khan is an incredibly brave boy. The employee then hands over the mana scan results and, after reviewing the records for both Chulho and Khan, asks whether they are really civilians with no detectable mana at all. Gabby is deeply intrigued by this. She keeps wondering who created the enormous fireball that saved her. If it did not come from the association, then it may have been caused by internal conflicts among the Foreign Awakened. One thing Gabby knows for certain is that, even though Khan was helping her, every nerve in her body screamed at her to run away. She felt even more afraid of him than she did when the foreigners were hunting her, and that terror felt completely primal. If she had been an elf, she believes she would have instinctively avoided that aura. Because of that, Gabby cannot understand why Khan made her feel such overwhelming fear. A short while later, a man is seen walking alone. It is Chulho, but he now appears much older than before. For 10 long years, Chulho had wandered through that unfamiliar world without ever finding a way back. All he could think about was how vast the Spanish continent truly was, stretching endlessly like the eastern and western continents. Neither the Eastern sages nor the Western scholars had ever given him an answer, and eventually, exhausted beyond his limit, he collapsed onto the ground. Even though he still had no idea who had summoned him into that world, Chulho could only plead for someone to hear him. His work there was finished, and all he wanted now was to be sent back home. The moment those words left his mouth, something unbelievable happened. A massive portal suddenly appeared directly in front of him. Chulho stares at it, struggling to understand what he is looking at. Then, unable to resist, he reaches out and places his hand against the portal, only to find himself pulled into an enormous universe. As he drifts through that strange space, Chulho's body gradually begins growing younger. He cannot understand what is happening to him, or where this impossible path is taking him. Then he sees all kinds of terrifying monsters moving through the darkness, making him wonder whether he has somehow entered the demon realm. Beyond that place lies what looks like the spirit realm. Then another blinding light appears in the distance, and Chulho studies it closely, wondering whether it might be a world built around mechanical civilization. He has never seen anything remotely like this before. Drawn toward the strange light, Chulho moves closer and closer until a city eventually comes into view. His vision begins fading again, and everything around him dissolves into darkness. Then he suddenly wakes with a jolt at the sound of a radio, realizing he has been trapped in another nightmare. Chul-ho sits up and notices that Kyul is sleeping beside him again. Meanwhile, the radio announces that the guardian known as the Spearmaster has advanced to level 1, meaning the association now has 4 level 1 awakened. Hearing that report, Chul-ho understands how much a level 1 awakened matters simply by existing. Their presence alone can become a powerful warning to anyone thinking of becoming an enemy. Still, he cannot help wondering whether the foreign awakened have anything to do with this sudden development. Meanwhile, inside a conference room, the Undertaker announces that he has returned after 3 years of investigation. The discussion is centered on a sales report connected to the other world. The spear hero looks visibly surprised, because this is the first time he has ever seen the Undertaker standing right in front of him. He knows that this man possesses an ability known only to the association director. The Undertaker barely seems human at all. Later, Sang-hoo picks up some tea and walks alongside Hoon, casually asking why Hoon is not wearing his glasses that day. Hoon explains that he is wearing contact lenses because he wants to look handsome for Yu-na. Then he mentions that confidential information has apparently arrived, adding that those kinds of secrets can be terrifying enough that he would rather not know them. Sang-hoo agrees with him completely. At that point, all he really wants is to sit down and drink a cold beer. The second Hoon hears the word beer. His face lights up with excitement, and he practically starts running just so they can drink sooner. After rushing around for a while, the two of them run into Chul-ho, who is standing outside while buying several pizzas. They both look surprised, wondering whether even a restaurant owner occasionally eats food made somewhere else. Chul-ho explains that Kyul wanted pizza. Then Kyul looks up at them with an adorable expression and asks whether they would like to eat together. The two awakened feel a little embarrassed by such a sweet invitation, but they still ask whether it would really be okay for them to join the meal and drink beer as well. Chul-ho says there is no problem at all and immediately orders several more pizzas from the delivery man. The delivery man says it may take a while because there are fewer workers available, leaving him with barely any time to rest. He even admits that he hardly gets to play with his 5-year-old child anymore. Chul-ho tells him to bring Yoon-ju by next time so she can play with Kyul. In exchange, he says he will treat them to a meal. The delivery man happily agrees. Since the two girls are close in age, he thinks it would be nice for them to become friends. With that settled, the delivery man heads off again because he still has more pizzas to pick up. Chul-ho says he will get the table ready, then grabs a cheese crust pizza because the filling makes it especially rich and juicy. Ayul wastes absolutely no time and starts eating right away. The two awakened watch her happily enjoying the pizza and cannot help thinking how cute she looks. Chul-ho soon comes back, carrying the drinks, and asks them one more time whether they are really allowed to drink. They assure him that it is fine. They explain that they have rings capable of removing alcohol from their bodies whenever necessary. Chul-ho realizes that he could probably remove alcohol from his own body through mana control as well, but he has no interest in doing that, because the whole point of drinking is to actually get drunk. Hoon says he will teach everyone how to make a proper drink. First, he stacks 2 soju glasses together and pours until the liquor reaches the rim. Then he pours the soju into a glass of beer and stirs the mixture using 2 chopsticks. With that simple process finished, the somak is ready to drink. The spear hero asks whether there is not too little beer in the mixture. Hoon says the drink is meant to celebrate the Spearmaster reaching level 1. Chul-ho joins in with his congratulations, and they keep eating pizza while drinking together. After some time passes, Hoon's watch begins ringing. The two awakened activate their rings to remove the alcohol from their systems, then say goodbye to Chul-ho and Kyul. But just before leaving, Hoon suddenly runs back inside. He says that when the Spearmaster reached level 1, he asked to leave something at the restaurant. Hoon shows Chul-ho a flyer sold by the association and asks him not to tell anyone. Chul-ho takes the flyer into his hand, while Kyul starts calling the man on it a magician. Only then does Chul-ho realize that the magician is Han Do-kyung. Kyul looks up at Chul-ho and asks whether this magician might be his friend. Chul-ho does not know how to answer right away. Han Do-kyung had been his friend since elementary school, and they had known each other for a very long time. Meanwhile, in Gangbuk's Seoul, Han Do-kyung stands before an audience with a top hat in hand. He says that the harder the world becomes, the more people should smile. Then dozens of cards fly through the air over the crowd as he beams at everyone, and wishes good night to the people lighting up the city. Chul-ho tells Kyul again that Han Do-kyung was one of his old school friends. He thinks about how much time has changed the man's appearance and atmosphere. As far as Chul-ho remembers, Han Do-kyung always dreamed of becoming a magician, and now it seems he has become the greatest one of all. Yet something about the situation continues bothering Chul-ho. After all, he had spent 30 years living in another world. Over there, he must have built friendships, family ties, and countless relationships of his own. And as time moved forward, many people from those years must have died or simply disappeared from his life. Chul-ho knows that, deep down, he is already more than 60 years old. That is why so many of his older memories have started becoming blurred and distant. As he remembers the days when he and Han Do-kyung used to spend time together, Chul-ho remains troubled. He cannot help wondering whether his old friend has truly changed that much over the years. After finishing his entire performance, Han Do-kyung heads back into the dressing room, accepting the praise around him with a grateful smile and thanking everyone for their compliments. Then, just as the room begins to settle down, something outside suddenly catches his eye. A portal has opened high in the sky near Mia Station. Han Du-kyung immediately activates his communicator and reports the sudden portal appearance. Knowing how dangerous these situations can become when left alone, he gets ready to deal with it before the problem grows worse. Without wasting another second, he summons an enormous card beneath his feet and takes off through the air, racing straight toward the portal. The moment he passes through the entrance, Han Do-kyung finds himself staring at a strange world packed from end to end with towering gears and mechanical parts. He quickly recognizes the place as an abnormal phenomenon, but whether it is normal or not does not change his job. He still has to clear it out. Han Do-kyung calls forth his deck, arranging the cards around him one by one before summoning the spirits sealed inside each of them. Then he calmly snaps his fingers, and the summoned spirits immediately begin tearing through the machines scattered throughout the area. As more people arrive and call out for help, Han Do-kyung warns them not to get careless. The mechanical monsters may be low-level, but every dungeon usually hides a far more dangerous boss at the end. Almost as soon as those words leave his mouth, a massive gear golem rises before them. Han Do-kyung tells everyone to stay sharp, because this is a monster none of them have encountered before. After the battle is finally over, Han Do-kyung brings pieces of the defeated boss to the Awakening Association's workshop. He explains that the dungeon was basically a ruin filled with mechanical monsters. Hoon studies the fragments closely, turning them over in his hands as he notices how simple their construction actually is. They look almost like springs and clockwork parts fitted together into a basic mechanism. He starts wondering whether the machines might be powered by level 8 or level 9 magic stones. What he cannot understand is how such a simple structure could possibly contain the raw, unprocessed force of a magic stone. With that thought in mind, he turns to the Master Mage and asks about the dungeon, questioning whether the boss truly had no level at all. Han Do-kyung explains that the monster's body was simply too large to bring in himself, so he contacted the association and left the transportation to them. Hoon immediately starts making preparations, thanking him for the report as he hurries off. While running, he recalls the Undertaker's report from several days earlier. Worlds connected through dimensional rifts are not all the same, and if they ever find one linked to an advanced world of mechanical engineering, they need to make full use of that opportunity. With that possibility now in front of him, Hoon tells the staff to begin analyzing the materials that make up the boss's broken pieces. Holding the box of fragments, Hoon thinks carefully about the discovery. Those materials should never have been able to withstand the power pouring out of magic stones, yet this time, they may finally have found an important clue. Once his thoughts settle, Hoon turns toward the mage beside him and casually asks whether he has eaten anything yet. The mage says no, and Hoon answers with a smile, saying he knows a place and will treat him as a reward for the report. Later that same afternoon, Chul-ho stands outside the restaurant, lingering near the entrance while the memories in his head begin pulling him back into the past. All he can think about is what he should say if he ends up meeting Han Do-kyung again after all this time. He remembers a day from long ago when a woman announced that the next day's class would involve cooking together with their parents. At the time, there was nothing Chul-ho hated more than having to do something involving his own parents. His father's business had failed, and little by little their household had fallen into a difficult situation. Chul-ho did not want to tell his parents about the school assignment and place another burden on their shoulders. Even as he flipped through a magazine full of expensive ingredients he had never even heard of, he kept searching until one familiar dish finally caught his attention. His mood lifts when he realizes it is something he might actually be able to make by himself. He already has some seasonings and rice cakes, so for the first time the task feels possible. But when Chul-ho reaches into his pocket to check his money, his face falls as he realizes he only has a few coins left. Still unwilling to give up, he runs to the store and politely asks for fish cakes, explaining that he needs them to prepare a dish. The store owner apologetically tells him that the money in his hand is not enough to buy the ingredients. Chul-ho's frustration is obvious, but the man then points out some lettuce as a cheaper alternative. Chul-ho decides to take the lettuce instead, leaving the store with a small smile because at least now he has something he can work with. When he returns to the classroom, every other student is standing beside their parents. Chul-ho is the only one alone, but he tries to stay calm and tells himself that he can still make the dish by himself. Then his pot begins bubbling over. He hurriedly tastes a little of what he has made, only to realize that it tastes healthy, far healthier than it tastes good. He keeps preparing the food and tasting it as he goes, but no matter what he does, he eventually realizes there is almost no flavor in it at all. Chul-ho grows more and more upset. He has run out of ingredients, and now it feels like there is no way he can finish the dish properly on his own. Then from beside him, someone suddenly asks whether he is making tteokbokki. It is Han Do-kyung. He asks to try it, and after taking a bite, his face breaks into a wide smile as he openly approves of Chul-ho's food. That reaction leaves Chul-ho completely confused, because he knows better than anyone that the dish should not taste good. Before Chul-ho can say anything else, Han Do-kyung raises his voice so the entire classroom can hear and declares that Chul-ho's dish is delicious. Chul-ho quickly warns him that it is not good at all, staring at him in disbelief and asking why he is lying to everyone. Han Do-kyung tells him not to worry. It is only another ordinary day, and he says he can use a little magic to make the dish taste delicious. Chul-ho is stunned by that answer, but Han Do-kyung simply tells him to turn the heat all the way up. Then Han Do-kyung holds his hands in position, looking completely serious as though he is about to perform the grand finale of a magic show. The other boys in the classroom begin gathering around, asking what the two of them are doing. Chul-ho answers that he is making tteokbokki. One boy looks suspiciously at the food because he cannot see any fish cake in the recipe. But Han Do-kyung confidently insists that it is excellent and urges him to try it. After one bite, the boy admits that the dish really is delicious. Hearing that leaves Chul-ho so shocked that he finally tastes it himself. The food is actually good, and he stares at Han Do-kyung in disbelief as he asks how the hell he managed to do that. Han Do-kyung simply says that it is magic. With that answer, even more classmates begin approaching, eager to have a taste for themselves. Chul-ho cannot hide how happy he is. He thanks Han Do-kyung sincerely, even though he still desperately wants to know how the flavor suddenly became so good. Han Do-kyung only smiles at him and says that he cannot reveal a secret like that for free. Chul-ho reaches into his pocket and says he will give him every bit of money he has. But Han Do-kyung stops him right away, saying he does not want money. Instead, he asks Chul-ho to walk home with him every day, promising that only then will he tell him the secret. Chul-ho looks closely at Han Do-kyung, his chest tightening with emotion. It suddenly becomes clear that he is not the only child in their class who has to go to school alone. With that realization, he accepts the offer. Back in the present, the recipe is nearly finished. Chul-ho remains lost in thought, remembering how that moment was when he and Han Do-kyung truly became friends, after he moved into second grade and before he left his home behind. After that day, they gradually lost contact, and their friendship ended up being far shorter than either of them probably expected. Still, the kindness Han Do-kyung had shown him back then remained deeply engraved in Chul-ho's heart. Pulled back from those old memories, Chul-ho checks the pot again and realizes the seasoning has come together perfectly. Satisfied with the flavor, he lowers the heat so the sauce can slowly soak into every piece. He then looks over the remaining ingredients and notices there is still plenty of pork left. Thinking it over, he decides he might as well fry some with chili so there will be something spicy to dip into the sauce. Just then, Kyul comes over and eagerly asks what the side dish for today will be. Chul-ho tells her it will take a little more time, so he gently sends her off to play while he finishes cooking. Kyul brightens immediately, because playing is exactly what she wants to do. At that moment, her older brother arrives, scoops her up in his arms, and gives her an affectionate kiss before teasing that, as her big brother, he has every right to spoil her as much as he wants. But that proud display does not last long at all. The little baby dragon suddenly runs over to Chul-ho as well, and plants a kiss on him, making the fire-haired girl instantly jealous as she rushes after her, demanding another kiss for herself. While the little ones make a fuss around him, someone else steps into the restaurant and greets both Chul-ho and Kyul. It is Hoon, and he is not alone. The magician is with him, smiling politely as he says he has heard nothing but good things about this restaurant. Chul-ho is startled the moment he sees his old friend standing there. But before he can even gather his thoughts or say a word, Hoon asks what today's menu happens to be. Chul-ho tells him that he has tteokbokki ready at the moment, though he is willing to make anything else they would like to order. The magician says that tteokbokki is perfectly fine, and Hoon agrees as well, clearly having no complaints about the choice. After taking their order, Chul-ho returns to the kitchen and continues preparing the food. Quietly, he feels relieved, because it seems the magician has not recognized him at all. And again, Chul-ho knows it would be strange to expect someone to recognize a childhood friend after 50 years have passed. Even so, he cannot stop looking at the magician with mixed feelings. Long ago, he had envied the boy who dreamed of becoming a magician, and now that same boy appears to have fulfilled every dream he once talked about. Chul-ho wants to introduce himself, congratulate him, and ask whether he remembers anything from back then, but he knows he cannot bring himself to say it so easily. A little while later, the food is finally ready. Chul-ho brings out his special tteokbokki, along with fried potatoes and pork cooked with chili. Hoon tries the food first, and the moment the flavor reaches his mouth, his expression changes. He wonders out loud how a dish can possibly taste this good, then quickly urges his friend to try it too. The magician admits that he is feeling a little nervous as he takes a portion for himself, but as soon as he tastes it, his eyes begin to shine with surprise. He says he thinks he knows what kind of sauce Chul-ho used, adding that this dish always tastes best when all kinds of ingredients have been brought together and allowed to blend. Hoon turns toward Chul-ho and asks whether he has eaten yet. Chul-ho answers that he has not had anything so far. At that moment, Kyul walks over and innocently calls the old man Grandpa. Then she points at his face and tells him there is sauce caught in his beard. He thanks her for warning him, then playfully asks whether she might have gotten something on her brand new clothes, too. Kyul immediately freezes at the thought of staining her new outfit, but the magician only smiles and performs a little trick, pulling a card out from her clothes and leaving the girl completely amazed. Next, he places something small into Kyul's hand and tells her to bring it to her father because he would like to sit down and eat tteokbokki together with him. Then, with another flick of his hand, a flower suddenly appears in Kule's palm. The old man smiles once more and asks Kule to give the flower to her father. He tells her to say that he would like to share a meal with Chul-ho and eat together. Kule immediately runs over to Chul-ho, holding the flower out proudly as she asks him to come eat together with the magician. Chul-ho feels a little awkward at the invitation, but after a brief pause he agrees and says that he will sit down and join them. Just as everyone is about to settle in, Hoon's watch suddenly starts ringing. The sound makes him jump to his feet in alarm. The exam results have been released. Hoon hurriedly apologizes and says he has to leave right away, promising that he will pay properly next time before rushing out of the restaurant. The magician laughs at the sight, amused by how much passion his younger colleague has. Then he turns his attention back to Chul-ho and asks whether the dish contains ramen soup powder. For a moment, Chul-ho is completely speechless. Then he admits that the magician is right. The magician says the flavor feels deeply nostalgic to him. It reminds him of an old friend he used to visit every day. His family had been poor, so they could not afford much. But somehow they still managed to make wonderful tteokbokki. Day after day, they would prepare plenty of it, eat together, and spend their time talking. Chul-ho quietly asks what they used to talk about while sharing those meals. The old man lets out a light laugh before answering that they always talked about their dreams. His own dream, he says, was always to become a magician. He loved seeing people smile when they watched his magic, because to him, a smile meant someone was happy. And he had always believed that making people happy was the truest kind of joy. He goes on to say that he spent a long time living as a magician, but perhaps he simply did not have enough talent. In the end, he became nothing more than a third-rate street magician, wandering around and performing wherever he could. Even so, those days were painful and happy at the same time, because he always felt like he was only one step away from reaching his dream. Then the era changed, and somehow, he gained the power of a magician for real. Before he knew it, the world had started calling him a guardian. So whenever he was fighting, exhausted, or close to giving up, he would always force himself to remember those earlier days. He remembered sitting with his friend and talking about dreams beneath the white clouds ahead of them, near the basement window where they spent their time together. They would stay there, sharing those small hopes and happy thoughts, until night finally came. Chul-ho falls silent for a while as he listens. Then he asks the old man how things are now. The magician says that nothing has really changed. With a warm smile, he says he still protects people and still wants to make sure everyone can smile happily. After all, he is not only a guardian, he is also a magician, and he still carries the dreams he had as a boy. For a moment, Chul-ho cannot find any words. But soon a soft smile appears on his face, because he genuinely finds the old man's story incredible. However, the magician eventually rises from his seat, saying that it is time for him to leave. Before going, though, he says that the meal was wonderful. Only then does he introduce himself properly and ask Chul-ho for his name as well. Chul-ho takes his hand, gives his name, and shakes it firmly. After that brief exchange, the magician finally turns and leaves the restaurant. As he walks away, the name Chul-ho keeps echoing in the magician's mind. It sounds strangely familiar. Then it suddenly hits him. It is the exact name of his childhood friend. He looks back at Chul-ho and studies his appearance carefully, but quickly tells himself it cannot possibly be true, because they should both be the same age. Meanwhile, Chul-ho watches his old friend disappear into the distance, quietly wishing that he would come back to visit again someday. Elsewhere in the workshop, the mechanic reports to Hoon that the mechanical material managed to endure magical output up to level 522. Based on that result, he estimates that it has strength comparable to a grade 6 magic crystal. The mechanic adds that the material resembles an ogre's in some ways. If the body of even a small monster can endure power equal to a grade 6 magic crystal, then the situation changes completely. Hoon realizes that the boss expected to arrive next will probably be above that level. The employee agrees, saying that only then will they be able to reach the goal they are aiming for. The rank 1 awakened man falls into deep thought. The idea that material from a boss-level monster alone could be enough to make his ambition possible feels almost insane. He knows this came from a world where mechanical engineering has advanced to an unbelievable degree, and the thought of it is both terrifying and exciting. At the same time, it leaves him anxiously waiting for whatever comes next. The following day, Chul-ho sits on a staircase, thinking about the Han River before heading out. Back then, people used to call it filthy sewage water, but now it has become clean and beautiful. He figures it would not hurt to stop by from time to time. But then something nearby catches his attention. Looking closer, Chul-ho notices a turtle lying upside down. He carefully picks the animal up in both hands and is surprised by how huge it is. From its soft-looking shell, it even seems to be a soft-shelled turtle. Without warning, the enormous turtle suddenly darts through the water at incredible speed, shooting away so fast that even Chul-ho is left staring after it in surprise. More fish begin appearing in the river as well, and Chul-ho realizes that it must be the perfect season for salmon. Judging from how they move, they have to force their way through that powerful whirlpool, and he cannot help thinking that such a difficult journey must be part of what makes their flavor so good. The turtle also tries to head toward the whirlpool, but the moment the current starts pulling it in, panic takes over. It quickly struggles away from the violent water and retreats at once. Chul-ho soon understands what is happening. The turtle is clearly trying to cross the whirlpool, but simply does not have the strength to get through it. He finds the situation oddly interesting, though his own stomach is already growling, and he has now decided exactly what he wants to cook today. He knows that salmon originally came from Norway and has long been considered the best. Domestic salmon, on the other hand, tends to be smaller and thinner, with a flavor that is not nearly as rich or intense. Still, in times like these, having imported salmon available at all is already a blessing. Exported goods are never guaranteed, so there is no telling when another chance like this will come. Salmon is not an easy fish to prepare either. Tiny bones are lodged between the soft layers of flesh, and the meat itself is delicate enough to fall apart if handled carelessly. Using his absurdly quick hands, Chul-ho begins cutting the salmon into clean sections. He has to stay especially careful here, because the only bone that should be cut is the dorsal spine. After that, he pulls out the remaining bones one by one with his fingers. Once the salmon is cleaned with salt water, the fishy smell fades away, while the meat becomes firmer and easier to work with. When all the preparation is done, Chul-ho sets aside the head and bones to make soup. Then he tastes a piece of the salmon itself, and the rich, oily flavor spreads through his mouth. Its soft flesh sinks gently between his teeth, carrying that full, unmistakable taste unique to salmon. Salmon always goes wonderfully with alcohol or a bowl of rice, but since he needs to prepare breakfast for the children, Chul-ho decides to focus on making it with rice instead. Just as he continues working in the kitchen, someone quietly arrives at the restaurant. It is a small boy, and he politely asks whether he can please have something to eat. From the boy's worn appearance, Chul-ho guesses that he is probably the child who stays behind the market. One look at his face is enough to tell him that the boy has likely already been turned away by several other restaurants. That is not something Chul-ho will allow in his own place. He tells the boy that it is fine and invites him inside, instantly bringing a huge relieved smile to the child's face. Chul-ho prepares salmon sashimi with rice for him, and the boy does not waste even a second before digging in and eating eagerly. After finishing several bites, the boy asks for water. The moment it is placed before him, he drinks it down as though he has never had a proper drink before. When he is done, the boy places his hand on the table and says that the food was delicious. Then he proudly presents what he calls his payment. Chul-ho tells him that first-time customers eat for free here. Only then does he look closer and realize that the boy's so-called payment consists of nothing but seashells and ordinary stones. Finding the situation strange, Chul-ho uses his detector gaze on the boy. His disposition is good, his class is humanization, and his class achievement level is low. His acquired skill is at the very bottom level, while the special observation reveals only one thing: soft-shelled turtle, spiritual creature. Chul-ho is stunned to learn that the boy is a spiritual creature. He immediately realizes that this must be the same soft-shelled turtle he saw struggling near the whirlpool in the river. With almost no killing power and barely any special abilities, the turtle would be considered weaker than nearly any ordinary human. More and more unusual beings keep appearing around him, and Chul-ho cannot ignore it anymore. If he wants to help the turtle cross that whirlpool, he will need to find some special ingredients he has not used in a long time. Before that, though, he also has several things he wants to ask. To supply the restaurant with organic vegetables, Chul-ho has disguised the place as a labyrinth gate. Inside the Minotaur's dimension, everyone is hard at work. Mino watches the progress around him with obvious pride, pleased by how much the place has changed. Sofrin walks over and calls for Mino. She gives instructions to the others, sending them out to inspect the surrounding area before they continue with their work. Mino cannot help thinking that, back in the old days, a mere monster like him would never have been able to speak so casually with someone like Sofrin. But in this world, reality has become completely different. Suddenly, a walking onion appears nearby. Mino quickly picks it up in his hand, staring at it with complete confusion, as he wonders how an onion could possibly be alive. He hands the little onion over to Sofrin, and she smiles brightly as she says it deserves a special name. After thinking for a moment, she suggests calling it Kindred Kayan. Mino immediately complains that the name is far too long. He suggests calling it Tubiak instead, but this time Sofrin is the one who looks displeased, asking where in the world he even got an idea like that. Mino points toward the freshly plowed field and reveals that they have just finished preparing it. He proudly shows her how beautiful the new farmland has turned out. Sofrin cannot see any connection between the field and the strange onion name at all. Mino simply shrugs and says that agriculture is not such a bad way to live, especially since he has been enjoying it far more than he expected. Sofrin can only imagine how impossible this peaceful feeling would have been in the demon realm. In that world, the strong endlessly crush the weak just to rise even higher, and war never truly stops. Sofrin herself spent her life right in the middle of that chaos. At last, she seems to understand what Mino means. With that in mind, she says they should start making fertilizer for the new field they are cultivating. While the two of them are distracted, the walking onion wanders off by itself. Then, because it is not paying attention, it bumps into a crate and falls flat onto the ground, completely stiff. The sight shocks both of them. They cry out in panic and desperately call the onion's name, terrified that something terrible has happened to it. Right then, Chul-ho appears and asks what is going on. With tears in his eyes, Mino says that Tubiak is dead, leaving Chulho completely confused because he has no idea what tubiak even is. Sofrin explains that tubiak is the walking onion. She tells Chulho that they plowed the field and made fertilizer for it, but the explanation only makes the situation sound even stranger. In the middle of all this, another onion suddenly jumps out of Chulho's bag. Only then does he understand what likely happened. Not long ago, the florist and the knight visited the bar, got extremely drunk, and she probably used her power to enchant the vegetables. That must be the source of this entire mess. Still, Chulho finds it interesting that Mino and Sofrin have grown attached to the walking onion. He tells them to handle the problem themselves, then adds that there is something else he wants to ask privately. Without wasting time, he turns to Mino and asks whether he used to serve under the Demon King. Mino answers yes. Chulho then asks whether the dimension invaded by the Demon King was limited to the Spanish continent. Both of them fall silent. Mino has no idea that other dimensions even exist, while Sofrin says that, so far, they have only invaded the Spanish continent. Chulho asks whether they truly never considered using other dimensions as targets. Sofrin reveals that in reality, choosing the Spanish continent as their first destination was not even their own decision. That answer worries Chulho, so he asks whether she knows anything at all about other dimensions. Sofrin thinks carefully before answering. She says she knows only a little about the demon realm, the spiritual realm, the intermediate realm, and 2 unnamed dimensions. Beyond that, she knows almost nothing and cannot offer any further details. Chulho remembers why he became uneasy the previous night when Hoon suddenly rushed away. That discomfort drove him outside for a walk, where he spotted a truck transporting an enormous mechanical doll, something that could never have been made using the technology of that world. He suspects it came from a civilization in another dimension. When he returned to reality, he saw more signs pointing toward the same conclusion. A machine world had apparently created a dimensional rift connected to their world. Suddenly, Sofrin pulls him out of his thoughts and asks whether the Demon King might know something about the other dimensions. The question catches Chulho's attention, but he admits that he has no idea. Sofrin apologizes, saying it was only a thought that suddenly came to her mind. She regrets that they have no way of finding the Demon King and asking him directly. Chulho says he understands. As he thinks about everything they have learned, he cannot shake the feeling that another dimension may be trying to swallow this world whole. Later, while the little boy continues eating at the restaurant, Khan asks Chulho whether the child really is not human, but some kind of mystical being. Chulho confirms it. The boy is the soft-shelled turtle from the river. At that moment, the boy finishes his food, thanks Chulho politely, and starts heading toward the restaurant door to leave. He slips back into the water and begins channeling his magic again, his body gradually shrinking and changing until he has fully returned to his turtle form. Nearby, Chulho and Khan watch the strange transformation in silence until a sudden shout cuts through the air. It is Ryushin, yelling in disbelief that he just saw a boy turn into a turtle right in front of them. Hyuk, who is standing with the group as well, calmly suggests that the boy must be some kind of mystical being, and together they head over to ask Chulho what exactly is happening here. Chulho explains that they are watching the turtle attempt to cross the whirlpool, but as everyone keeps their eyes on the water, all they can see is the same result over and over again. Failed attempt after failed attempt. The blond boy cannot understand it at all. He wonders why the turtle is so stubbornly fixated on that dangerous route when it could simply climb out of the water, crawl around the whirlpool, and reach the other side without risking everything. Chulho starts thinking that mystical beings always seem to become completely consumed by one strange fixation or another. He remembers a mystical dog whose former owner had died long ago, yet the creature remained sitting faithfully in front of that owner's grave for decades without ever leaving. Then there was the mystical fox that had visited not long ago, that one had been obsessed with magical stones, and after constantly seeking them out and consuming them, it eventually gained the price of growth. In the end, Chulho can only admit that he does not truly understand how mystical beings work. Their behavior has always been impossible for ordinary people to fully grasp. Several days pass, and the turtle boy eventually returns to the restaurant once again. The moment he steps inside, he looks toward Chulho and directly asks for something to eat. Chulho realizes that this is already the 6th day in a row that he has seen the boy. After so many unsuccessful attempts at the whirlpool, he assumes the turtle boy must be feeling discouraged, so he heads for his salmon and decides to prepare something special. He begins getting the salmon ready, convinced that the belly is without question the best part. It has an incredibly smooth texture, rich with oil yet still slightly chewy, and every bite carries a deep, intense flavor that lingers in the mouth. As he works, Chulho remembers a time when he thought that, as long as he could survive on salmon belly alone, he would never need to desire anything else. Back when he lived on the battlefield, though, he had no luxury of choosing his meals, so he ate whatever food he could find. Once the stew has reached a perfect rolling boil, Chulho removes the pot from the heat and brings the meal to the table. Before the turtle boy are 2 tempting dishes, fresh, ripe salmon sashimi and a steaming bowl of spicy salmon stew. As he sets the food down, Chulho tells him with confidence that today will definitely be the day he succeeds. The boy has no idea what Chulho is talking about, but he still gives him a quiet, grateful thank you. After finishing his lunch, the turtle boy heads back toward the water. This time, however, he is not alone. Several people have gathered nearby, watching closely and loudly cheering for him from the shore. The turtle slips into the water and begins swimming forward once more. Without hesitation, he heads straight toward the same violent whirlpool that has defeated him again and again. Everyone holds their breath and watches with tense eyes as the turtle draws closer to the swirling current. His determination never wavers, and then, in the very next second, he launches himself high out of the water in one massive leap. He has finally made it through. The blonde boy stares in amazement at the successful jump. Then something else catches Chulho's attention. The turtle's shell begins glowing brightly, and as the light spreads across its body, the turtle starts growing even larger. Chulho quietly reflects on the turtle's sudden growth. It has now become even bigger than the nine-tailed fox, whose own evolution had come from eating magical stones and increasing the number of tails it possessed. It becomes clear that every time the turtle overcomes one of these strange obsessions, it will continue growing stronger and larger as a result. Chulho notices something else as he watches the turtle's transformation. His own martial strength has stopped at the level of a 6th-class master, and he begins wondering whether his path might be similar. Perhaps his next breakthrough will also begin with something that appears small and trivial at first. By the next dawn, the scene shifts to the Uijeongbu area. A man walks through the dim early light until he finally arrives at the dungeon known as Arched Moon Temple. He passes several monsters that have already been trapped, then comes to a stop in front of 3 people. Looking at them with suspicion, he asks what exactly is going on. Among them is a girl named Eve, a level 0 awakened one. Knowing how urgent the situation is, she presses the others to hurry and stop wasting time. The beast seems ready to say something, but the guards immediately explain that they have a serious issue to deal with. According to them, it is a matter that must involve the foreign headquarters. They also make it clear that Eve, who possesses the gift of prophecy, has received a new vision connected to the southeastern zone of Yongsan. At that moment, an aura begins leaking from Eve's body. The beast watches in stunned silence as the energy keeps growing stronger and stronger, making it clear that the world itself has been split in half. He soon realizes that a purple mist has spread across the entire world. Within that eerie haze, a gate starts opening little by little until it finally condenses into a dense, heavy portal. He cannot hide his shock at the sight, but the portal's power begins weakening before his eyes. Then Eve suddenly starts coughing, and the change in her condition immediately fills him with concern. Blood stains Eve's hands after the coughing fit. Yet she still warns them that something enormous is about to happen in the world. A powerful being will appear, but the next part of what she saw remains unclear, so they will have to wait for future prophecies to reveal more. Still, Eve can guarantee one terrifying fact. In the city where the association is located, there is a monstrous presence sleeping somewhere in the shadows, a being so powerful that no one dares to look upon it, touch it, or even cross paths with it. The guards remind Farah that Eve's prophecies have never been wrong. They then explain the mission location and tell him that he must conceal his identity while gathering information, preferably by finding a way to infiltrate the association building itself. Farah thinks over the assignment and immediately says that it is far too much for one person to handle alone. Then Eve surprises him by informing him that she will assign Black Mamba, a level 1 awakened one, to accompany him on the mission. Farah knows that traveling with someone as famous as Black Mamba will greatly improve his chances of success. Black Mamba is known as the perfect assassin and spy, so Farah agrees, though he also asks about the report he submitted concerning the powerful being that appeared and saved the Shadow Cat. The guards tell him that the investigation has already been completed. Their conclusion is that the individual responsible was merely a Class 3 fighter. Farah refuses to accept that answer. The power he witnessed was far too overwhelming to belong to someone who was only level 3. He says he will find a way to investigate the matter himself, because it is not something he can simply ignore or let go. Before leaving, he also asks whether Eve's treatment has been completed yet. The guards answer that the treatment is still being developed. Creating something capable of suppressing Eve's out-of-control magical power is far more difficult than they expected. Farah becomes visibly irritated by that response, but Eve only gives him a gentle smile. She tells him not to worry so much, insisting that she is still fine. After hearing that, Farah realizes there is nothing else he can do at the moment. He simply steps through the portal and returns to Earth. As he prepares for the dangerous task ahead, Farah's resolve only becomes stronger. Deep down, he is certain that he will do whatever it takes to save Eve. Meanwhile, in Hongdae, Seoul, Yu-Na stands with her companion and scans the area uneasily. The growing number of crows gathering around them gives her a terrible feeling that something is wrong. Her partner asks whether she is actually worried because the new recruit has gone absent without leave. Yu-Na, clearly irritated, admits that is exactly the problem. The missing recruit is Jumyong, a rare level 3 fire awakener, and she has no idea where that troublesome brat has disappeared to. She starts wondering whether his disappearance has something to do with what she said to him the day before. The thought leaves her uncertain about what she should even do next. Without warning, Yu-Na senses something nearby. Her expression tightens as she instantly shifts into a combat stance and warns the others that something is approaching. At that exact moment, the pharaoh suddenly appears behind her. Yuna immediately leaps backward in shock, unable to believe that he managed to emerge in that place so suddenly. The pharaoh quickly readies himself for battle, then summons countless rats to swarm into the area and join the attack. Yuna immediately begins defending herself while shouting orders for the civilians nearby to evacuate as quickly as possible. Panic spreads through the streets as the entire population starts fleeing in desperation. Taking advantage of the chaos, the pharaoh rushes in and lands a powerful kick directly on Yuna. Then, without staying to continue the fight, the pharaoh climbs onto his tiger and quickly rides away from the area. Yuna cannot understand why that guy suddenly chose to run instead of continuing the fight, but as she watches the direction he is fleeing toward, her expression hardens. He is heading straight for the Awakeners Association. Inside the association building, an emergency alert immediately rings out. The warning states that a level 2 awakened beast is advancing from Hongdae and is rapidly moving toward the association headquarters. Hearing the report, the president quietly thinks about how much the pharaoh has changed. Back then, he was someone who spent more time than anyone else on the front lines, risking himself to protect ordinary citizens. In terms of pure hunter-class achievements, the pharaoh had once been slightly behind the knight, but when it came to fighting inside crowded cities, maneuvering through streets, and dealing with urban chaos, that was where he truly excelled. His combat style had always been unique, something no one else could easily copy. The president remembers the Great Monster Invasion, when the pharaoh protected the city with a performance so brilliant that countless people survived because of him. That is exactly why the president finds it hard to believe the pharaoh would truly abandon the association and willingly become one of the outsiders. Even after all this time, part of him still believes that the pharaoh is the same man he knew in the past, the same person who once stood between danger and the people who could not defend themselves. Still, the president treats the attack as a tactical distraction. The outsider's most recent target has been the association's classified documents, so while the pharaoh creates chaos outside and pulls everyone's attention away, someone else will almost certainly try to slip into the association from within. As he considers who might handle that infiltration, two names immediately come to mind: Nightmare and Black Mamba. Among the outsiders, they are the ones best suited for covert missions, and the president knows their abilities better than almost anyone because they were once comrades 10 years ago. Either one of them would be a serious problem. With that thought in mind, the president turns to Undertaker and asks whether they should request a barrier. Undertaker gives no answer at all, remaining completely silent. Then Undertaker simply walks outside without another word and activates his ability. Chul-Ho immediately senses the disturbance, and the sudden shift in the air catches his attention as he walks down the street beside Kyul. Kyul happily says that the food was delicious, her mood clearly bright after the meal. Chul-Ho notices how excited the little girl is as she looks around and eagerly buys every little thing that catches her eye. But then Chul-Ho suddenly feels something strange pass nearby. In one swift motion, he picks Kyul up into his arms, realizing that something moved dangerously close to them without making a sound. The level of stealth immediately puts him on guard. In the human world, the only creature he has ever seen move that quietly was the shadow cat. So whatever just passed them could be an assassin, or perhaps something even more dangerous than one. Not long afterward, a figure appears near the association and attempts to cross through the protective barrier, but the moment it reaches the boundary, the barrier stops it completely. The intruder wonders whether this could be a classmaster's barrier, because no matter what he tries, he cannot force his way through it. He finds the situation interesting, since he never knew the association had anyone capable of creating something like this. 10 years ago, there certainly was no such person on their side. At that instant, Gabby suddenly appears and launches an attack from above. She strikes at the enemy with everything she has, driving the fight downward, until both of them finally crash onto the ground. Only after getting a clear look at the intruder does Gabby finally realize who she is fighting. The person who broke into the area is none other than Black Mamba. Gabby lets out a bitter sigh, disappointed that their reunion after so many years has happened under such terrible circumstances. A spear suddenly tears through the air toward Black Mamba. He easily twists aside and avoids it, but his eyes narrow as he starts wondering what kind of weapon could carry that much force. Then Sang-Hoo steps forward at last, looking directly at Black Mamba, as he asks whether he was not supposed to be retired already. Black Mamba looks over Sang-Hoo with a faintly amused expression. He says the boy is still standing strong, then remarks that he cannot believe that little brat has grown so much. Just as expected, though, Sang-Hoo has not aged a day. Elsewhere, Yu-Na calls out to the beast, telling him to stop. As she watches the chaos spreading around them, she realizes that guardians who are supposed to protect civilians become vulnerable when the situation turns disorderly. The enemy deliberately created this kind of environment, because once a real fight begins, there will be countless casualties. Taking advantage of the confusion, Kei-Yuan activates her ice barrier. Thick walls of ice rise around the area, sealing everyone inside before anyone can escape. She quickly shifts into a better position and says she will provide support from there. Even so, her expression remains tense because she does not like what she is seeing at all. She knows exactly how strong Yan Wu, the beast truly is. The beast looks around in surprise and says that both the queen and the witch have arrived. Chae-yuan immediately makes it clear that she hates being called by that code name, then demands to know where Eve is. The beast looks uncomfortable at the question. He clearly does not want to think about the matter, and he hesitates as he wonders whether he should really tell them the truth. Chae-yuan immediately realizes that whatever happened is not good. Her face darkens, and she can only ask one thing. Why did he take the girl away? Before he can answer, a voice suddenly reaches him and announces that the operation has failed. The voice explains that the eastern side has an excellent barrier in place, making further progress impossible, and orders him to retreat immediately. Beast calmly says that he understands. As his body begins fading from view, he leaves them with one final promise. They will meet again. Yu-ne tries to launch an attack before he can get away, but she reacts a moment too late. By the time her strike moves forward, he has already vanished. Yu-ne clenches her teeth in frustration, angry that she allowed him to escape. Beside her, Chae-yuan looks visibly downcast because the people they were fighting were once her own partners. At the same time, Chul-ho watches the entire confrontation from above. After carefully observing the aftermath, he notices that no one has died and no one appears seriously injured. That means this was never meant to be a battle to the death, especially on the beast's side. From an objective point of view, the Queen of Blades showed many openings during the fight. There were several chances where the beast could have killed her outright, or at least left her with fatal injuries. Yet he ignored every one of those opportunities and allowed them to pass. Seeing that, Chul-ho begins to suspect that there must be far more complicated circumstances hiding behind this conflict than anyone realizes. Meanwhile, at the Mercenary Corps headquarters, Ryushin reads through the newspaper and comments that the scale of the damage is serious. Fortunately, there were no deaths, but complaints from affected citizens keep pouring in. One person even argues that paying taxes is meaningless if destruction is going to happen anyway. Ryushin becomes furious after hearing those words. He turns toward his boss and asks whether those bastards are seriously in their right minds. Hyuk asks whether Ryushin is including him among those bastards. Then he calmly explains that this is simply what happens when people choose to protect others. You are saving people, not objects, and even when you do the right thing, you will not always hear grateful words afterward. The blonde man admits that he understands the point. Still, he cannot accept people complaining about the guardians who risk themselves to go out and protect civilians. To him, that kind of criticism is completely insane. As he says that, he thinks he should bring a ball to the training field later and let off some steam. But when he notices the Anti-Awakened Association group protesting in front of the market, he realizes the situation will probably become even more troublesome. That sight only makes him angrier. People died protecting that place during the Great War, sacrificing everything for the citizens who lived there. Yet now, looking at the protesters, he feels as though everyone is determined to throw that sacrifice away and walk straight toward death. At that moment, the captain places a firm hand on his shoulder and tells him to calm down. In chaotic times like these, the strong must understand how to properly extend their strength and influence. Back at the restaurant, Kyul sleeps peacefully for a while before slowly waking up. Still half asleep and playful, she crawls closer to Chul-ho and starts messing with his hair. Then Kyul remembers the kiss she gave him on the cheek before. With that memory in mind, she leans forward again and gently plants another kiss on his forehead. After that, Kyul changes into her human form and summons her water spirit beside her. She picks up a piece of footwear and tries to put it on herself, but after struggling with it for a moment, she becomes upset because she cannot make it work properly. Seeing Kyul's frustration, the water spirit uses its ability on the sneakers. The footwear shifts into place and suddenly fits her perfectly. Kyul's face immediately lights up with happiness. Delighted that the shoes now fit, she rushes outside without wasting another second. The moment she steps outside, she finds the giant cat nearby. Kyul climbs onto its back with excitement and asks it to take her out for a ride. Kyul and the giant cat make their way into the forest, wandering farther beneath the trees until she suddenly spots a strange pile of grass gathered on the ground. Then something glints beneath the grass and catches Kyul's attention. She immediately uses her ability to check it more closely, only to discover that 3 purple jewels are hidden there. Seeing the jewels makes Kyul remember what Chul-ho once told her. If she ever caused trouble for others, then she should find a way to repay them properly, instead of simply walking away. With that thought in mind, Kyul gives one of the purple jewels to the giant cat. The cat chews it without hesitation, and after swallowing it, its body begins growing even bigger than before. Kyul tries to do the same herself, but she cannot manage it. So rather than wasting the remaining jewel, she gives another one to Hodori and lets him eat it instead. Afterward, the group continues roaming around the area. Before long, Kyul notices a sign that reads Jumbo Ramen, and the unfamiliar name immediately makes her curious. Inside the restaurant, a man is sitting before an enormous bowl of ramen, shoveling noodles into his mouth as fast as he possibly can. He keeps going without slowing down until he finally clears the entire bowl in less than 20 minutes. Kyul's eyes sparkle the moment she sees that unbelievable sight. Watching someone conquer the giant bowl makes her want to try this so-called Jumbo Ramen for herself. Later, when Kyul returns to the restaurant, Chul-ho asks what Jumbo Ramen even means. He tells her that eating ramen so early in the morning will probably leave her feeling heavy, then suggests having the pork ribs he bought the day before instead. As he looks her over, Chulho also notices that her clothes are covered in dirt. He cannot understand how far she must have run around to come back looking that messy. He then notices the level 4 magic stones and asks where she found them. At the same time, he stares at Hodori's enlarged body and wonders how the little one suddenly became so huge. Kyul happily explains everything that happened during her trip outside. Once Chulho understands the full story, he decides it is time to stop talking and start preparing food. Chulho knows there are countless styles of pork cutlets, from Japanese-style versions to bar-style and diner-style dishes. But for him, pork ribs always carry a certain nostalgic feeling that the other kinds cannot replace. For today's meal, he chooses thick pork loin ribs with dense, satisfying layers of meat. They are high-quality cuts and expensive ones at that, but the price does not matter much to him. Still, his thoughts suddenly turn serious. The fact that he has been seeing giant pigs so often can only mean one thing. The connection between this world and the demonic realm is steadily becoming stronger. Just then, Chulho hears someone approaching. It is Manhwa, greeting everyone casually as he comes in and announces that he wants something to eat. Chulho tells him that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. As he says it, he also realizes that it has been quite a while since he has seen any of the guardians around. That reminds Chulho of the barrier he saw being raised at the association the day before. It was not something an ordinary mid-ranked awakened could have created. It had been a double barrier formed by someone at the master class level. He asks everyone to wait for a moment, then turns toward the kitchen and begins frying the food. Next, Chulho focuses on the sauce. He bought it from a pork cutlet shop, and while preparing the dish, he makes sure the coating on the meat will come out perfectly crisp. He knows that he could use the dragon eye to uncover every ingredient and exact proportion in the sauce. But taking advantage of another shop's recipe that way would not sit right with him. Since he personally enjoys dipping the meat generously, Chulho decides it would be interesting to serve the sauce separately. Adding a little salt on the side should make the flavor even better. At that moment, another customer walks in and says he noticed the sign while passing by. Curious about the place, he asks if he can take a look at the menu. Chulho explains that the menu changes every day depending on what ingredients are available. Today's dish is pork cutlet, and the man immediately says he likes pork cutlet, so he would like a plate. Before long, the thick pork loin ribs are finished and ready to be served. The man stares at the plate in surprise. The meat is so thick and substantial that it looks far more impressive than he expected. He dips a piece into the sauce and takes one bite. The flavor instantly catches him off guard. The meat is unbelievably juicy and delicious. So he quickly asks Chulho how much the dish costs. Chulho tells him it costs $10. The man can barely believe it, saying that food with this kind of quality should cost at least $20. Chulho simply tells him not to worry about it. At his restaurant, the price is only $10, and that is all there is to it. The man says he understands and decides not to refuse such a deal. He starts eating like crazy, soon asks for another plate, and admits that he is actually a huge eater who has always wanted to meet the god of food everyone keeps talking about. Manhwa looks embarrassed at being called the god of food just because he can eat endlessly without losing his appetite. Even so, he quietly asks Chulho for another plate as well. Chulho quickly realizes what kind of situation has formed in front of him. He is now dealing with two absolute monsters when it comes to eating, which means he is about to become extremely busy. Time passes, and young Chang keeps eating at an incredible pace, matching Manhwa bite for bite without showing any sign of slowing down. All Chulho can do is stare in disbelief and estimate that both men have already reached their 12th serving. After forcing down a little more, Manhwa finally admits defeat because he cannot eat another bite. Young Chang, on the other hand, celebrates loudly after realizing that he has won the contest. Manhwa says that according to the rules of the market, the loser is supposed to pay for the food. Since he lost fair and square, he will cover the entire bill. Young Chang thanks him for that, then takes his leave with a satisfied grin. Before going, he says he hopes they can compete against each other again soon. After watching the whole contest, Chulho comments that it is surprising to find someone who can out-eat even the god of food. Manhwa admits that it is true, then immediately asks for one more fried rib. Chulho is caught off guard by that request. From what he has seen so far, young Chang seems to be eating at the limits of what an ordinary civilian body should handle, yet his ability to keep consuming food goes far beyond that. Manhwa refuses to stay discouraged for long. He declares that the next time someone challenges him, he will definitely be the one who wins. 1 week later, the challenge happens again. But despite his confidence and determination, Manhwa ends up admitting defeat once more. Young Chang celebrates after another satisfying victory, then explains that starting the next day, he will be joining the city expansion construction project in an uninhabited zone. He probably will not be able to compete for the next 2 months, and Manhwa warns him to be careful because uninhabited zones mean gates, monsters, and subjugation missions. Young Chang says it will be fine because the number of awakened assigned there will be doubled. He adds that this will be his last construction-related job since he has been saving money and plans to open his own ramen shop afterward. Chul-ho notices that his customer still looks hungry despite everything he has eaten, so he offers to make one more bowl of ramen as a special service. At the same time, Chul-ho thinks Kyul will need ramen too, along with Man-ho, because Kyul needs to eat properly to support her abilities. He realizes he is going to have to prepare a large amount of food. Sometime later, Chul-ho returns carrying several steaming bowls of ramen. Jung Chang is immediately stunned by the appearance of the ramen. He starts eating at once, and after the first mouthful, he cannot stop himself from shouting that it is delicious. Chul-ho is pleased by the reaction, though he casually says that it is only ramen. Jung Chang insists that the flavor is incredible. Then he explains that he grew up as an orphan and left on his own at the age of 15 to work in construction. Because he never had much money, whenever he came across something delicious, he developed the habit of stuffing it down as quickly as possible. He never knew when he would get another good meal, so even when his stomach felt ready to burst, he kept eating until he could not force down anything more. That way, whenever he managed to fill his stomach properly, he could endure the biting cold a little longer and make it through another hard day. He explains that unless something unusual happened, every meal he ate was ramen because it was the cheapest food he could afford. Eventually, he became completely sick of it, but after eating it day after day, he somehow got used to the taste and eventually came to love the very dish he had once hated. With an embarrassed smile, he asks whether that sounds strange. Chul-ho immediately tells him that it is not strange at all. Jung Chang breaks into loud laughter at that answer, then warmly thanks Chul-ho for understanding him. He goes on to say that opening his own ramen shop is still his biggest dream. One day he plans to build his own story on Market Street by serving mountain-sized bowls of noodles, portions so huge that a single bowl would leave anyone feeling like they might burst from overeating. Just then, Kyul comes running over and calls out to him, holding up an egg as she asks him to take it. Jung Chang bends down toward her with a grateful grin and thanks her, saying that 2 boiled eggs would go perfectly with the ramen. But Kyul quickly shakes her head and points out that he has misunderstood. One egg is for him, while the other one belongs to the god of food. Jung Chang pauses in surprise when he realizes what she means, while Man-ho bursts out laughing. He says the little girl is genuinely kind, then tells Man-ho that they should definitely compete again soon. Man-ho calmly agrees, saying that he is fine with that. Watching them together, Chul-ho feels an uneasy worry rise in his chest for some reason. He knows the uninhabited zone is dangerous, but many awakened have gathered for the project, and they are supposed to handle the most dangerous work themselves. Projects like this city expansion have always been pushed forward by the association. Whenever people move into an uninhabited zone, they first build protective walls, then establish the structures needed to turn the area into a place where people can live. This is how humanity slowly continues reclaiming lost territory, expanding its borders and rebuilding the civilization that existed in the past. Meanwhile, in the Minotaur dimension, someone is clearing away weeds when a terrible aura suddenly brushes past him. The oppressive feeling makes him stop immediately, worried about what kind of presence it could be. Sofran approaches as well, cold sweat running down her face. She says that, for just a brief moment, she felt that terrifying aura again. She realizes that lately she has been sensing the energy of the demonic realm again and again. That can only mean the connection between the two worlds is becoming stronger with each passing day. The sensation disappeared quickly, but Sofran says it lasted long enough for her to recognize it. Mixed within that overwhelming pressure was unmistakably the energy of the Demon King. That realization leaves her deeply troubled. If the Demon King returns, she will not be able to refuse his absolute command, and they may be forced to fight once more. Sometime later, Man-ho continues returning to Chul-ho's restaurant as usual. 3 weeks have now passed since the city expansion project began. Chul-ho notices that Man-ho stays at the restaurant for long stretches before eventually leaving. He figures the man must be feeling lonely now that Jung Chang is gone. He also notices how strangely quiet the world has become. Even after the outsiders' attack, the peaceful days have continued without any new major disturbance. From time to time, members of the Anti-Awakener Association still gather in front of the market to protest. But for now, Chul-ho assumes it is probably nothing too serious. Man-ho admits that he is a little worried about Jung Chang. Chul-ho reassures him that Jung Chang is probably doing fine wherever he is. At that moment, the radio announces that the hot wind has passed, and a cool breeze has finally arrived. It calls the night peaceful and enchanting, then says it is about to begin the first song. The words make Chul-ho fall into thought about people missing someone on a quiet night like this. Calling them people may not even be entirely accurate, but countless faces pass through his mind. Old comrades and connections from the Spanish continent, the immortals he encountered on the Eastern continent, the battlefields he once crossed, the friendships and bonds formed there, even the legendary dragons. Above all, the person he remembers most is Aramir Lantero, the one he admired more than anyone. Suddenly, an alert flashes across Man-ho's watch. He immediately jumps to his feet and starts running, saying he has to hurry and will leave the money behind afterward. Chul-ho finds the sudden reaction strange and wonders what could have happened. Then the radio cuts in with breaking news. A massive gate has appeared inside the uninhabited zone. The report continues, saying that monsters began pouring out of the gate the instant it appeared. The association is now taking every possible measure to contain the emergency. Chulho immediately wonders whether this could be a colossal gate. The moment that thought crosses his mind, he feels it, an intense, unmistakable aura from the demonic realm. Without hesitation, Chulho slams the radio down and rushes out at full speed. At the same time, inside the Minotaur dimension, everyone except Sofrin is trembling under the crushing pressure in the air. Even Mino cannot stop shaking after feeling the horrifying aura that just swept through the area. Then a voice makes the situation even clearer, warning that if they hesitate to answer, they will be killed instantly. It is Chulho. His devastating aura fills the entire place as he demands to know whether the power he felt belongs to the Demon King. Meanwhile, near the deserted area, Gabby runs at full speed until she reaches the location she was assigned to defend. Once she arrives, Gabby immediately realizes that this gate is far larger than the previous one she saw. She also notices something even stranger. Even though she has been running in a straight line, she somehow keeps returning to where she started, and she suspects the purple fog covering the area is responsible. Just then, a powerful tremor shakes the ground beneath her feet. The portal gate begins opening wider, releasing an incredibly dense aura, and Gabby watches with growing unease as purple light spills out from inside. Suddenly, someone appears nearby and desperately calls for help. It is Young Chang, shouting that there are injured people who need help right away. Gabby rushes toward him and tells him to hand over the person he is carrying. But in that same instant, a huge dinosaur-like monster appears, and Young Chang drops to the ground in fear. Gabby tells him to stay calm and run toward the direction where the rest of the team is gathered. However, as she looks around, she quickly realizes they are no longer dealing with just one monster. More creatures have appeared, and they are completely surrounded. After taking a closer look, Gabby identifies 6 Tyrannosaurus Rexes. They are incredibly fast, brutally aggressive, and clearly far more dangerous than ordinary monsters. Gabby steadies herself, forcing down her panic as she prepares to fight. She charges into battle, hoping Young Chang will use that opening to carry the injured civilian away from the danger. But before the fight can truly begin, a blinding flash of light erupts in front of her. In an instant, every dinosaur is completely annihilated right before her eyes. For a brief moment, Gabby catches the silhouette of someone within the fading light. But before she can make out who it is, the figure and everything else vanish without leaving a trace. Young Chang stares around in disbelief and asks what just happened, because a sudden flash appeared, and then everything disappeared. Gabby explains that every boss-level monster was turned into ash in a single instant, the exact same phenomenon connected to the secret power previously reported by the Lancer. Only then does Gabby notice a strange smell drifting through the air. Her expression tightens as she realizes it seems to be poisonous gas. Meanwhile, back in the demonic realm, every demon has been placed on standby. Even the Demon King himself remains on alert, waiting in tense silence for whatever is about to happen. He remembers how the 4 lords who once ruled the demonic realm suddenly vanished after being pulled toward the Spanish continent. For some unknown reason, all of them had been forcibly summoned to Earth, and because he had already fallen once before, he lost most of his original power in the process. Naturally, rumors about that weakness spread throughout the demonic realm in no time. A war soon erupted among those competing to become the next Demon King. But the most urgent problem now is the person rapidly charging toward them. That sight brings back a horrifying memory from 10 years earlier, when a monstrous human appeared and tore through the central region of the demonic realm like nothing could stop him. He realizes that humans have apparently grown powerful enough to enter the demonic realm itself, a fact that leaves him deeply unsettled. To him, the entire situation is complete nonsense. 3 demon lords surrendered far too easily. Sofrin has gone missing, and in his current weakened condition, there is no chance he can win. In the end, he places every bit of blame on Chulho. At that moment, a gate suddenly opens behind him. The Demon King immediately recognizes the feeling. It is similar to the forced summoning that once dragged them to the Spanish continent. This time, however, he decides he will not repeat the mistakes he made in the past. Instead of hesitating, he becomes eager to meet whoever is waiting on the other side. With a fierce look in his eyes, he declares that he has recovered his strength and that he will conquer everything before him. Meanwhile, people are desperately fleeing in front of the gate. One soldier glances to the side and freezes when he sees the powerful Demon King stepping through the portal. The soldier collapses to the ground, trembling so badly that he can barely breathe. Staring at the figure before him, he can only ask what the hell that thing is. The Demon King introduces himself as Echo, the 14th Demon King, then calmly asks the frightened man what this world is called. The soldier tries to answer, but fear has made his voice shake so badly that almost no words come out. Even so, Echo quickly realizes this is not the language spoken on the Spanish continent. A cruel smile spreads across his face as he activates his authority of subjugation. Once he uses that power, Echo senses something strange. He can detect the world around him, but none of it makes sense, leaving him to wonder whether this place has no powerful demons at all. Then, not long after, he detects Sofrin's presence. Echo is genuinely surprised that she somehow ended up in this world as well. Finding that interesting, he he decides to teleport directly to the location of his servant. But just before he can leave, Echo senses something terrifying rushing toward him at incredible speed. It is Chul Ho charging forward at full speed after correctly suspecting that the Demon King has appeared. The Demon King screams in panic, unable to understand why the bastard who defeated him long ago is standing in this place. Chul Ho launches his attack, but the strike misses because the Demon King has already activated teleportation. Watching him disappear, Chul Ho quickly realizes where the demon must have gone. At the same time, inside the Minotaur labyrinth, Mino lets out a relieved sigh after working for so long. But then a teleportation circle appears beside them, and the Demon King suddenly steps out of it. The moment they recognize him, both Mino and Sofren immediately drop to their knees. They greet the Demon King they have not seen in such a long time. However, Echo rushes straight towards Sofren in a panic. He urgently warns her that he has terrible news. Chul Ho is in this world. He insists that he saw Chul Ho with his own eyes, and what terrifies him most is that Chul Ho has not aged at all. Sofren calmly replies that she already knows, then adds that even the dragons are obeying him now. That information drives the Demon King even further into madness. He never imagined that dragons would one day bow to a human, and the two of them even ask whether he should consider submitting as well. Echo stares at them as though he is trapped in some ridiculous dream. Furious, he declares that he is the 14th Demon King and would never submit to a mere human. Before he can finish boasting, a powerful punch smashes directly into his mouth and sends him flying into the wall. Chul Ho orders Sofren to retrieve the body, and she obeys immediately without questioning him. And Chul Ho turns his attention toward the Demon King and reminds him that he once ordered the demons to stop fighting their wars in the demonic realm. From the look of things, it seems the demon has already lost his position. The Demon King tries to introduce himself properly, announcing that his name is Ikanes Kartraxiv Rohanacha, and that he is the 14th Demon King. But before he can finish reciting his grand title, another punch slams into his face. Chul Ho makes it clear that if he repeats that ridiculously long name again, he will be annihilated. He orders the Demon King to choose a shorter name instead, giving him only two options, Echo or Rohan. Afterward, the association confirms that the enormous portal in the uninhabited zone left 87 people injured, though fortunately no one was killed. The mysterious secret power appeared once again and resolved the unprecedented crisis before the situation could grow worse. No one has identified the source of that power, but Rank 1 and Rank 2 boss-class monsters were killed with a single strike. It has also been confirmed that they were not defeated by magic, but by overwhelming physical strength alone. After reading the report, Gabby cannot stop wondering whether the person responsible was an ally or an enemy. More than anything else, she wants to uncover that person's identity and learn who possesses such terrifying power. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Kuel is happily playing with her plush dinosaur. She calls Echo over to join her, since Echo is now the new name Chul Ho ordered him to use. Echo hates every part of this situation, but then he feels the frightening aura flowing from Khan. The realization hits him immediately. Those two are definitely dragons. There is little Echo can do about it anyway, because of the prisoner of the restrictive band. The body he is trapped in cannot use real strength, and even his power has been sealed away. Reduced to the body of a child, he can only rage internally while struggling to believe that Chul Ho has truly conquered the entire world. Kuel calls him over again, her expression bright and innocent. Looking at her, Echo finally decides to go along with it, unable to believe that dragons can be so much cuter than he ever imagined. Khan walks up to Chul Ho and asks whether that boy is really the Demon King. He also wonders whether keeping someone like that nearby is truly safe. Chul Ho calmly replies that, for at least the next 10 years, everything will be fine. There is nothing for Khan to worry about. Khan still looks somewhat concerned, so Chul Ho explains that the item on the Demon King's head is the prisoner of the restrictive band. Even the slightest thought of killing will trigger unbearable pain, hurting him so badly that he will not even be able to move. Chul Ho knows that if the Demon King still possessed his original strength, he could probably break free from the band. But now that he has lost most of his power, escape is impossible. The relic is strong enough to restrain even a Class 3 master. Khan asks just how strong the Demon King is at the moment. Chul Ho answers that, right now, he is roughly at the same level as Khan himself. Hearing that, Khan immediately becomes excited at the thought of being able to beat up the Demon King. But Chul Ho says it is time to open the restaurant and calls Echo over, ordering him to wash the dishes. Echo becomes furious at the humiliation. He is the Demon King, yet he is being ordered to wash dishes like a servant. The moment those thoughts rise in his mind, the restraining band activates, making him collapse and roll across the floor in agony. At that moment, someone arrives at the restaurant. It is Gabby stepping inside and greeting Khan. She timidly asks whether she can order a salad, and the moment Chul Ho hears her request, embarrassment hits him so hard that he quickly hurries off to take care of it himself. Echo soon realizes that Gabby is a free, independent elf, exactly as she appears to be. He can barely believe he is not standing somewhere on the Spanish continent, and the situation only gets more unbelievable when he remembers that the MC already has both dragons and elves around him. Chul-ho pauses and studies her for a brief moment before taking the freshly prepared salad over to Gabby. But by the time he reaches the counter, he finds her already nodding off in her seat. Seeing how exhausted she looks, he quietly assumes she must be completely worn out. As the afternoon slowly passes, Young Chang sits in his hospital room reading the newspaper, where he has unexpectedly become part of the news after helping people during the disaster. A moment later, Manhwa comes by to visit him and asks with concern whether he is starting to feel better. Young Chang says that he is doing fine, especially because such a wonderful person has been looking after him. Right then, Mi Jin arrives outside, calling out for her father. The glutton stares in disbelief when he learns that this girl is actually his friend's daughter. Mi Jin is equally surprised after seeing him enter the hospital, so she asks whether the two men already know each other. Young Chang immediately bursts out laughing and tells her that his friend was right. He really does have an incredibly beautiful daughter. In fact, he boldly says she may be the most beautiful person he has ever seen in his entire life. Mi Jin's face turns bright with embarrassment, and she hurriedly says she only came to say hello before deciding to leave. The glutton uses that moment to say that, because of his friend, he has been given the chance to keep living. After all, life can take an unexpected turn at any moment. Manhwa asks what exactly he means by that, and Young Chang explains that human life is much like the time he fought desperately just to survive while everyone abandoned him. Yet now he is receiving donations, appearing in newspaper articles, and gaining more kindness than he ever received throughout his whole life. He also makes it clear that he was not the one who truly saved everyone. It was the Awakened who stepped in, including a female Awakened named Shadowcat, who faced the giant monsters head-on and fought against them. Then he mentions another Awakened who suddenly appeared and wiped out the monsters with a single overwhelming attack. In the blink of an eye, every one of those creatures was dead. Manhwa quietly falls into thought after hearing all of that. Then he reaches out, takes his friend's hand firmly, and thanks him for surviving. Young Chang laughs warmly at those words and sincerely thanks Manhwa in return. Back at the restaurant, Gabby finally wakes up from her nap, and the MC asks her with an easy smile whether she slept well. Gabby immediately apologizes for falling asleep there, but the MC tells her not to worry about it. People doze off sometimes, and guests are always welcome in his restaurant. She laughs softly at his reassurance, then notices the bowl of salad waiting in front of her. The moment Gabby takes a bite, she pauses and says that something about it tastes different. The MC explains that he added a special ingredient, one meant to help her recover from fatigue. Gabby thanks him for the thoughtful meal, but Khan suddenly calls over to the MC from nearby, warning him that he is almost finished with the frying. The MC turns to check whether it is ready, and the rich smell drifting from the frying reaches Gabby as well. The second she catches that scent, she realizes it is the exact same smell she noticed when Tyrannosaurus Rex had surrounded her. Gabby abruptly jumps to her feet in alarm, and the MC quickly asks whether something is wrong. Unable to explain what she is feeling, Gabby simply says that it is nothing and slowly sits back down. She tells herself that she is probably imagining things because all the meetings this week have left her exhausted. The following day begins with everyone in the restaurant still asleep. Echo wakes up first and looks around, quietly marveling at how brightly lit everything is here, especially compared to the demon realm, where the world is always covered in purple. But when Echo turns his head and sees Khan sleeping so peacefully, irritation immediately rises in him. He cannot believe that someone would sleep so calmly in front of the 14th Demon King. Even so, Echo knows he has to control himself. If he acts out of line, Chul-ho will probably punch him again. So he leaves the room without making trouble and starts washing the dishes instead. Soon after, Kyul appears at the bathroom door, opens it, and starts asking for water in her sleepy little voice. The two of them stand there, staring at one another. Kyul then asks whether he wants water too, but Echo becomes irritated because someone beneath him is speaking so casually to him. Kyul is far too sleepy to notice his annoyance. Her body simply gives out, and she drops onto the floor right where she stands. Echo stares down at her in disbelief, unable to understand how she can just fall asleep in the middle of the house like that. Still, he forces himself to remember that he has to behave and follow the rules of this strange place. The MC made it perfectly clear that Echo must handle household chores like washing dishes, greet customers when they arrive, never use force against humans, and most importantly, always speak politely. Echo knows that if he breaks those rules, his life will become an absolute nightmare. The thought alone makes Echo shudder in fear. After a moment, he carefully lifts Kyul into his arms, only to be surprised by the warm, gentle scent coming from the baby dragon. He can even smell flowers around her, along with other scents and sensations that simply do not exist anywhere in the demon realm. By then, Echo can only conclude that this place is undeniably strange. As the day continues, the Demon King becomes more and more dissatisfied while watching the MC's ordinary routine. To him, the MC's life seems far too simple. Every morning, the MC wakes up, rubs the sleep from his eyes, and heads out to smoke. Echo has learned that smoking damages a person's health, so a dark thought crosses his mind. He hopes the MC smokes enough to eventually die from it. But the instant those malicious thoughts appear, A ridiculous wave of pain shoots through the band wrapped around his head. After that, Echo follows the MC's daily routine himself. Once the smoking is done, he returns to the diner, cleans the place up, and settles down with a newspaper. Later, he heads to the market to buy ingredients, then eventually returns to the kitchen to prepare several different dishes. His mouth starts watering at the delicious smell, but Echo immediately tells himself that he cannot possibly feel that way. Just because the food smells amazing does not mean he wants to eat any of it. Before long, more customers begin entering the restaurant, and every single one of them arrives carrying their own pile of worries. Echo knows they are nothing more than ordinary humans. Once night comes, they will all disappear from the restaurant, and after they are gone, he plans to drink with the Dragon Boy. Looking around, Echo concludes that this world is completely different from the demon realm. Compared with the violent place where he used to live, this one is almost unnaturally calm and peaceful. To him, that sense of peace, safety, and comfort feels weak and soft. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an angry citizen starts shouting at Choi, demanding to know what the awakened are even doing when so many houses have been destroyed. Choi tries to explain that the damaged area is enormous, there are too few awakened available, and everyone is already doing their best to fix the situation as quickly as possible. The man refuses to stop arguing, and Choi begins reflecting on the kind of work he has been doing. People grab him, yell at him, and sometimes even beat him. Of course, he could report them to the association and demand action, but he has already been doing everything he can just to help. Even so, there are times when Choi feels completely empty inside. The awakened handle every major matter, while he keeps working himself to exhaustion, wondering whether he will simply die like this without anyone ever recognizing what he has done. And if he were to disappear one day, he feels that people would probably remember him no differently than some stray dog that used to show up every day. After getting lost in all those bitter thoughts, Choi finally reaches one simple conclusion. He does not want to work anymore. Before long, night finally arrives, and Choi is practically buzzing with excitement because he is not working for once. With a light step and a happier expression than usual, he heads straight for the restaurant. As he reaches the entrance, Choi tells Chulho that he has taken a vacation for the first time in his entire working life. Since he wants to celebrate that rare moment properly, he asks whether he can come inside and have a drink at the restaurant. Chulho readily says yes, but Echo glances around at the restaurant and asks whether they are not already in the middle of cleaning up to close for the night. Choi looks at him like he cannot believe what he just heard, and asks whether Echo is seriously saying that. Echo immediately stares back and coldly asks what Choi is looking at, adding that it is rude to stare at someone like that. Chulho quickly apologizes for Echo's behavior, explaining that the boy is going through puberty and promising that he will teach him a proper lesson later. Even so, he warmly invites Choi to come into the restaurant. The instant Choi turns his back, Chulho takes advantage of the opening and gives Echo a quick, merciless beating for his disrespectful attitude. Afterward, Chulho tells Choi that his nephew will apologize properly later. He says he has been trying to discipline Echo, but that awful habit of acting rude has clearly not been fixed yet. Chulho then asks Choi whether he has eaten anything. Choi admits that he has not been able to swallow food properly lately, so he ended up drinking alcohol instead. Just as he says that, Choi's stomach lets out a loud growl. Chulho immediately asks whether he would like some fermented seafood, explaining that he has made several fresh batches and thinks Choi might enjoy them. While offering it, Chulho suddenly remembers that not everyone reacts well to fermented seafood. Echo, for example, had clearly hated it before. This time, Chulho has prepared two kinds of fermented seafood. One is fermented kraken, made from meat carefully cleaned from the monster's body. The other is fermented archerfish roe, prepared from sacks filled with archerfish eggs. Since calling it kraken might sound a little too strange or intimidating, Chulho decides that he will simply present that dish as fermented squid instead. He knows that good seafood begins with the quality of the ingredients. And because he used sea salt for this batch, he is confident that the finished flavor will be rich, clean, and incredibly satisfying. After running through all of that in his mind, Chulho finishes preparing every dish and sets the food out in front of Choi. Choi looks over the unfamiliar dishes with curiosity and admits that he has never seen food like this before in his life. Then Choi carefully pours a small amount of sauce over the food before lifting a bite toward his mouth. The second he tastes it, his eyes widen in surprise. The meat is unbelievably tender, and the texture alone leaves him completely amazed. As he keeps eating, Choi seriously starts wondering which is better, the alcohol he came here to drink or the meal sitting right in front of him. After another mouthful, he reaches an easy conclusion. The food is definitely far more delicious than the alcohol. Choi says that he can feel his head becoming clearer now that he is finally full and satisfied. Chulho tells him that he has not visited the restaurant in quite a while, and that his absence had honestly made him worry that Choi might be sick or dealing with something serious. Choi gives a small, tired smile and says that the explanation is probably going to be long. Then he begins by saying that his family had always been ordinary and insignificant. He explains that his father came from the countryside and moved to the city for university. His father worked desperately to become someone, eventually finding his footing and getting a job at a company in Seoul. According to the lesson his father always repeated, getting into a good university was supposed to be the key to a successful life. But because Choi was never particularly good at studying, He slowly began to feel like he was not good at anything at all. Chul-ho immediately understands the feeling behind those words, because Choi's life sounds painfully similar to the kind of life he once lived himself. Choi continues, saying that he somehow managed to enter a university that was neither impressive nor terrible, a school most people had probably heard mentioned at least once. But while his pointless first year was quietly passing by, the entire world suddenly collapsed when monsters began appearing. Then the awakened emerged. Gates started opening everywhere, and a completely different world unfolded right in front of everyone. Yet even after the world changed so drastically, Choi still felt like nobody. He was just another background citizen, standing below and staring in amazement whenever he saw a hero flying through the sky. Chul-ho tells him that he understands. Inside, he feels that listening to those worries is not easy, but 30 years ago he went through something much the same. Because of that, he thinks he may have a few words worth passing along. Chul-ho recalls something his father once told him. The road a person chooses to walk is still the right road for them. Life was always meant to be thorny, and whenever good things appear, bad things will eventually come along too. He says that living is like trying to sail across an experienced and unpredictable sea. No one can truly know how the world works, when things will change, or what kind of events are waiting ahead. When everything becomes too dark to see clearly, a person should tell themselves that the road beneath their feet is the right one, and keep moving forward as though following the light of a lighthouse. By continuing on like that, even through the chaos of the world, that road can eventually become a path that belongs to them alone. Choi is visibly surprised by those words, and after sitting quietly for a moment, he sincerely thanks Chul-ho for listening to him and giving him that kind of comfort. Then Choi returns to the meal and says that the archer fish roe truly tastes incredible. It is not overly salty, the flavor feels clean, and the texture is surprisingly good with every bite. Chul-ho tells him that, for a chef, knowing exactly how to use salt is one of the most important skills there is. He uses fermented seafood as an example. Without salt, it would spoil, because salt is what preserves it over time. But even if someone ate it before it spoiled, too much salt would still overwhelm the flavor. It may sound like a small thing, but salt is absolutely essential to making a dish work properly. Choi is surprised by what he hears, realizing that even something that looks insignificant at first can still hold real value. Seeing that Choi is finally looking more relaxed and upbeat, Chul-ho feels genuinely happy. He thanks him for always showing up and continuing to help people. Choi is deeply moved by those words, and thanks Chul-ho for everything he has heard tonight. At that moment, Echo walks over as well, and gives Choi an apology for the disrespectful way he acted earlier. Choi tells him that it is fine, but he still thanks Echo for apologizing. Then he warns him that he may stop by again, while he is out on patrol, before finally leaving the restaurant. After Choi leaves, Chul-ho reflects on how important his job truly is. Without the patrol unit, the Awakened Association would fall into confusion, because those officers are the bridge connecting ordinary citizens with the Awakened. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, someone watches the building from the shadows in complete silence. After lingering there for a while, the figure turns and walks away, leaving behind an unsettling and sinister feeling. The next day, inside the Awakened Association's blacksmith workshop, Smith asks the spearmaster how long the blade of his spear should be. The spearmaster replies that the length of his previous blade felt comfortable in his hands, so it would be best to make this one the same length. Smith adds that he is using a level 1 magic stone this time, which means the spear's resonance should become incredibly high. The spearman notices how excited Smith is, and Smith explains why. He says it is almost miraculous that the corpses of those high-level monsters were preserved so perfectly. From what he examined, every monster had been taken down with one precise strike to a vital point, and they likely died without feeling any pain at all. Thanks to those perfectly preserved bodies, the association was able to recover a huge number of magic stones. Even so, Smith still wants to know who was responsible for such incredible work. The spearmaster says he wants to know as well, because they still have not identified that person. The bearded man comments that someone capable of fighting with that kind of precision would already have to be a level 0 awakened, the highest rank of all, and someone who has mastered 3 different classes. Sang-hoo agrees with that conclusion, since the association has reached a very similar suspicion on its own. Still, Sang-hoo cannot wrap his head around it. No one in this world has ever appeared with mastery over 3 different classes. So if someone like that truly exists, he has no idea how such a person could have possibly climbed to that terrifying level. What troubles him even more is the mystery behind that person's actions. Why stay hidden? And why does this unknown figure only seem to emerge whenever a massive disaster strikes, saving everyone before vanishing again? The more he thinks about it, the more impossible it feels to track that person down. There is barely a single clue left behind for anyone to follow. Smith tells him that uncovering those answers is not his concern right now. Instead, he points toward the old weapon and asks whether the spearman plans to return it or keep it as a secondary weapon. The spearman looks down at his old weapon for a moment before deciding to keep it. He has become attached to it over time, and somehow holding it still gives him a familiar feeling. Smith nods and says that is perfectly fine. He explains that the new weapon will take about a week to complete, and once it is finished, it will be sent to the association for him to collect. Elsewhere, deep in the forest, Kuel wanders around with the giant cat at her side, happily picking up every jewel she happens to find along the way. She even gives one of the shiny jewels to her pet as a snack. But then Hodori suddenly hears something rustling nearby and quickly turns toward the sound. Without hesitation, Hodori leaps into the bushes and pins down the creature that had been sneaking around. When the leaves settle, they find that it is a goblin. Kuel wonders whether this might possibly be Kasim. As the goblin shrieks in panic, she remembers Chul-Ho telling her that she should never ignore someone who needs help. Following that advice, Ka-Yul reaches down, grabs the frightened monster in her hand, and places it on top of Hodori so they can bring it back to the restaurant. When they arrive, Echo takes one look at the goblin and immediately reacts with disgust. Khan, on the other hand, cannot understand what the problem is supposed to be. The Demon King irritably explains that he hates goblins because they are skinny, filthy, and disgusting. He especially dislikes the one Kuel brought in, since its appearance makes it look like a treasure goblin. He explains that treasure goblins are known for stealing rare valuables and stuffing them into bags or sacks wherever they can hide them. But this particular goblin seems to have lost the bag that should be carrying its treasures. That realization makes Echo feel another ridiculous pain from the band around his head. He wants nothing more than to beat the goblin to death, yet he knows he cannot touch it. Kuel soon says that she is hungry, and her brother starts to worry because Chul-Ho is still out at the market. Then an idea comes to him. He has lived in this restaurant for quite some time now, so maybe cooking a good meal could impress both his little sister and Gabby. The thought quickly excites him, and he proudly announces that he is about to serve the greatest dish in the entire world. Sometime later, Chul-Ho returns from the market and pushes open the restaurant door, only to find complete chaos waiting for him inside his own establishment. He notices the strange monster immediately. Using his dragon eye, Chul-Ho recognizes what it really is and asks the others why there is a gourmet goblin sitting in the restaurant. Echo looks confused by that answer and asks whether it is not obviously supposed to be a treasure goblin instead. Chul-Ho thinks it over and explains that this kind of monster can evolve in several unusual directions. Even though goblins are born weak, they eventually learn every trick they can just to stay alive. Then he brings up gourmet goblins, creatures famous for refusing to eat anything unless it tastes truly delicious. But when someone serves them food they genuinely love, they will offer an equal reward in return. Ka-Yul proudly says that she found the little monster herself. Chul-Ho praises her for doing well, then asks for someone to give the hungry goblin something to eat. That immediately leaves Kuel's brother upset, because it means the food he prepared must have been a complete failure. Chul-Ho offers Kuel some fruit jelly instead. The little girl happily thanks him after tasting it, saying that it is delicious. Chul-Ho then opens up his subspace. He wants to find out what the gourmet goblin is trying to say, so he asks Kasim to speak with the other goblin and learn what it wants. After speaking with it, Kasim explains that the gourmet goblin wants a truly delicious meal and is willing to hand over a treasure in exchange. Chul-Ho then asks what kind of food the creature is craving. Kasim explains that the gourmet goblin originally lived high up on a mountain inhabited by an enormous bird. The eggs laid by that giant bird were apparently the most delicious food it had ever tasted. Chul-Ho considers that description and wonders whether it could have been an albalong bird, since that type of monster is known to live high in the mountains. He checks through his ingredients and finds that he has a giant egg in stock. It is not from an albalong bird, but he believes it should still work as a suitable replacement. After all, this egg comes from a level 3 phoenix. Compared with eggs from lower-level monsters like Velto, it should be much cleaner, richer, and far more delicious. Chul-Ho starts thinking through the possible dishes he can make, then gets to work preparing the egg into a soft, plump oval shape. Since he has plenty of eggs left to use, he also decides to make a spring roll and a bowl of soup alongside the main dish. Once he divides the rice in half and finishes arranging everything together, the brutal egg meal is finally ready to be served. Yet Chul-Ho cannot understand why the gourmet goblin suddenly looks so frightened by the food in front of it. Kasim explains that the moment the goblin heard the words brutal eggs, it remembered the terrifying creatures from the place where it used to live, since those monsters were also called brutal. Chul-Ho gently tells the goblin to eat. He even assures it that there is no need to give up its treasure in return. Even though Jobu is still nervous, he slowly climbs onto a chair and summons his own set of cutlery before looking down at the meal. He carefully lifts a portion to his mouth, takes one bite, and instantly becomes overwhelmed with excitement at the unbelievable flavor. Everyone in the restaurant freezes in shock, especially the Demon King. The goblin he found so disgusting suddenly grows a magnificent mustache right before their eyes. Chul-Ho looks at the transformed goblin and decides that the new appearance suits its taste perfectly. In response, the monster hands over the reward it had promised. Chul-Ho says that since the goblin is offering it willingly, he will gratefully accept the treasure. Echo watches the whole exchange with a sour expression and says that he somehow hates goblins even more now than he did before. Chul-Ho imagines that the goblin will probably visit another shop whenever it gets hungry again, offering more treasure in return for good food. With that in mind, he decides to inspect the reward he has just received. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Yung Chang is preparing food in his own shop when he hears someone enter. Expecting a customer, he immediately brightens up. The visitor is the gourmet goblin, now dressed up in a fancy manner with that large mustache on its face. Yung Chang cannot hide his surprise at such an unexpected guest. At the same time, Gabby is busy filling out reports about the mysterious disappearances of mandragoras. She also records every other strange and unexplainable event she has personally witnessed so far. As she connects all the scattered pieces together, her thoughts eventually lead her to Khan. By the end, Gabby begins to suspect that the restaurant and that mysterious power may truly be connected. Her mind drifts back to the raging flames that had blasted the foreigner off his feet in a single devastating strike. And at that exact location, Khan had been there as well. She quietly tries to make sense of it all, wondering why that boy had been anywhere near such a suspicious place in the first place. Then her thoughts turn toward Chulho himself. Everything she knows says he is 30 years old, once lived in Paju, and has no family or relatives connected to him at all. Kyul also comes to mind, especially that small, adorable girl whose innocent appearance makes her stand out from everyone else around her. And then there is Echo, who appeared out of nowhere without warning. No matter how hard she searches through her memory, she cannot recall seeing a single record connected to someone like him. She keeps trying to link all these strange people together, but the more she thinks about it, the less she can find any real connection between them. Still, Khan remains the biggest mystery in her mind. He is supposed to be an ordinary civilian, yet the device cannot measure his magical power at all. That is when a troubling possibility suddenly flashes through her head. The unknown power she sensed may belong to someone who has reached at least the level of a Class 3 master. After all, the magical measuring device cannot detect anyone who stands above Class 2. People at that level would undoubtedly be ascendants in this world. Something like that would not be impossible either. She has already seen situations where even people who once stood together eventually turned into enemies. In the end, she suspects that everyone inside that restaurant may be masters above the second class. But suspicion alone proves nothing, so she decides to keep investigating them by herself. Meanwhile, Chulho heads out to buy ingredients, thinking that he should probably be a little more generous with the food now that there is one extra mouth waiting to eat. As he shops, Chulho reflects on the people around him. They were once enemies, people he only wanted to beat down or kill when they first crossed his path. Yet after arriving in this world, every one of them changed in some way. Their presence slowly filled the loneliness around him, and now he can almost imagine having something like a family. He never expected it to happen like this, but it is not as though he has any other choice. Thinking such things makes Chulho pause for a moment. Maybe these thoughts are simply proof that he has gotten older than he used to be. Back at the restaurant, the Demon King and Khan are still locked in a heated argument when Chulho suddenly walks in and demands to know what the hell is going on. Both of them stiffen in surprise, then quickly insist that they were only looking at the plum blossom vase. Chulho explains that the vase is a treasure he received as payment from Goblin Gourmet. It is an artifact with the unbelievable ability to transform ordinary water into wine. With that settled, Chulho calls the two of them over and invites them to have a drink while sharing a few snacks together. Echo steps closer to Chulho and asks whether the drinks are free. As he speaks, he remembers the tailed girl from earlier, likely an elf, and the way she was able to move around with stealthy abilities. Chulho tells him to leave her alone. Deep down, however, he has already realized that Gabby has begun to suspect the true identity of the restaurant. He even remembers the day when her reaction suddenly changed, as though she had started noticing things that did not add up. Honestly, Chulho finds the way she secretly watches them rather cute. He decides that the polite thing to do is pretend he has not noticed anything at all. The Demon King is not happy with that idea. He hates elves because he sees them as sly and dishonest, but the moment he starts imagining wiping out their entire race, the torture item hits him with a brutal headache. Yule finds his suffering amusing and cheerfully holds out her teddy bear, inviting him to play with it instead. The Demon King only stares at the toy with irritation before bluntly declaring that he hates bears. That complaint finally gets on Chulho's nerves. He snaps back that he hates demons too, so what exactly is he supposed to do about it? Echo immediately breaks into a cold sweat. But he still gathers the courage to ask why Chulho does not simply conquer the entire world when he clearly possesses that kind of overwhelming strength. Chulho looks confused by the question. He genuinely cannot understand why he would ever need to do something like that. The Demon King shakes his head, saying it is tragic for someone with such immense power to let it go unused instead of pushing it to its full potential. He continues, asking whether it is not natural for the strong to crush the weak. In his eyes, if the powerful refuse to rule, the whole world will eventually collapse into chaos. So he wonders whether Chulho became strong without ever having a real purpose for that strength. Chulho gives no answer. The Demon King keeps talking, explaining that he lived in the demon realm, where demons possess an innate ability similar to dragons and can polymorph. Because of that instinct, he can clearly sense that the magical power in this world is tied to the demon realm. Chulho calmly tells him that he already knows that much. But the boy adds that he can sense another presence too, one completely opposite to demons, the scent of spirits mixed with machines. He warns that it is an extremely dangerous scent that immediately catches Chulho's attention. Echo points toward the side window and says the powerful scent is coming from somewhere in that direction. Chulho follows the direction of Echo's finger and realizes it leads toward the uninhabited zone where countless portals are scattered across the area. Because of that, Chulho asks whether the scent might belong to demons. Echo says no, because his authority of subjugation would have detected demons instantly. Instead, he believes the strange presence carries the magical power of black magic. Chulho clearly does not like hearing that, especially when Echo adds that the overwhelming smell seems to be mixed with the stench of blood. The boy cannot understand how humans managed to obtain black magic in the first place. Still, he can already tell that something interesting is about to happen far sooner than he expected. With growing curiosity, he turns to Chulho and asks what he plans to do next, since humans have suddenly become a little more interesting to him. Meanwhile, in the northeastern uninhabited zone, several people remain on standby as they carry out the opening of a portal. The magical disturbance grows stronger and stronger by the second. Then, without warning, a massive stone crashes down onto the ground, and a sword is visibly embedded deep inside it. The woman's eyes widen when she sees that there really is a sword inside the enormous stone. She immediately orders them to call in the armored vehicle. At that moment, the Spearmaster arrives, admitting that he initially thought the violent tremor had been an earthquake. But once he sees Nightmare and Nick standing at the site, his surprise only grows. He looks over the enormous magic stone and asks what it is, because it is obviously classified as 0. Yet it has a unique sword lodged right inside it. The Spearmaster can already feel it in his bones. Whatever is about to happen is not something he will be able to face by himself. He immediately announces that the Spearmaster has arrived and requests support for the situation unfolding in the uninhabited zone. After all that, Chulho steps through the portal and decides to personally find out what is waiting inside the dungeon. He begins by activating magic beneath his feet. The instant he steps onto the prepared ground, he uses wind magic to launch himself upward in an enormous leap. Then Chulho flicks his fingers, creating a swirling vortex around every sword scattered across the ground and lifting all of them high into the air. He deliberately turns himself into the target and sends the flying swords rushing straight toward his own position. Yet before any of them can touch him, every blade is completely destroyed. Watching the shattered weapons fall away, Chulho realizes that ordinary blades will not work against whatever target he is facing. Without wasting another moment, Chulho activates a different ability, bringing time itself to a complete stop throughout the entire dungeon. As Chulho stands there in silence, Echo's earlier question returns to him. Did he really become this powerful without ever finding a reason to use that strength? He thinks about the 6 classes he has already mastered, yet instead of satisfaction, all that overwhelming power leaves nothing but a hollow emptiness in his chest. Even after reaching such a terrifying level, Chulho still cannot control the rifts themselves. That makes him wonder whether any being anywhere could truly command them. He also cannot understand why these countless dimensional connections to Earth even exist in the first place, or what purpose they were meant to serve. And if the beings on the other side ever decide to invade Earth, then Chulho cannot help wondering why he was given so much strength to begin with. The questions keep circling through his head. But no matter how much he thinks about them, he still feels empty, like his power has no real destination. There is also the possibility that he may never reach a 7th class at all, no matter how far he continues to push himself. After losing himself in those thoughts, Chulho finally steps out of the rift and notices that dawn is already close, with the sun about to rise. Then, completely without warning, the ground suddenly trembles beneath him. Feeling the violent earthquake, Chulho immediately takes off and flies toward its source at full speed. Back at the restaurant, Kayul remains fast asleep, curled up peacefully, until Chulho arrives and quietly asks how she is doing. Khan tells him that his little sister is sleeping deeply and has not been disturbed at all. He explains that vibrations like that were common in their old home, so Kul is so used to them that she barely notices when the ground shakes. Chulho turns to Echo and asks whether the earthquake could possibly be connected to dark magic. Echo says it is not, though he adds that whatever caused it is not very far away. Echo says the tremor helped him realize that the source is probably some kind of object. From the sounds of the battle around it, he can already tell there is a slaughter taking place, one that will only reduce humanity's numbers. That dark thought earns Echo another painful shock to the head. Chulho finds it amusing, knowing that whether Echo likes it or not, he is still the Demon King, so thoughts like that will always come naturally to him. Chulho says he is going to check the situation himself, then launches into the sky. Echo immediately follows behind him, unable to hide his curiosity. Meanwhile, in the northeastern uninhabited zone, Sang-Hoo grips his spear tightly before hurling it straight toward his enemy. But Nick is already prepared. He fires an arrow in response, and when the two attacks collide in midair, the impact erupts into a massive explosion that tears across the battlefield. An Awakened tries to take advantage of the moment Sang-Hoo is distracted, but Hoon steps in with his robot and unleashes a powerful electric attack that completely electrocutes the attacker. Hoon says he will handle the larger opponent himself, then tells Sang-Hoo to focus his attention on taking down the archer. The moment he says that, his mecha suddenly begins to rise into the air. Nightmare treats the entire situation as nothing more than child's play. At the same time, Gabby arrives at the battlefield and throws a dagger directly into the girl's arm. The wounded girl turns toward her attacker and asks whether the Catwoman has finally decided to show herself. Hoon immediately reports everything they have discovered: the massive magic stone, the sword embedded inside it, and the dangerous enemies now standing in their way. Gabby's expression darkens at once. Nightmare and Black Mamba were once her comrades, but both of them have now turned against everyone they used to stand beside. Still, the bigger problem is the archer. His abilities are so absurdly powerful that they can only be described as something close to divine. Gabby begins to suspect that the boy facing them may not be an ordinary human at all. With that in mind, Hoon passes every detail to Sang-Hoo. He says that if they can get close enough to the archer, they still have a chance to win, while he will hold Nightmare back in the meantime. Before that plan can move forward, Black Mamba suddenly steps in and declares that she cannot allow it to happen. High above the battlefield, Echo looks down at the chaos below and asks whether there are really two elves fighting down there. Since they are still children, he finds their strength surprisingly impressive. But then his attention shifts toward the enormous stone, and he says that the truly unbelievable thing is not the battle at all. It is the sword. Chul-Ho activates his detection eye, studies the weapon carefully, and realizes that it is the sword of the Alliance. Echo finds that interesting and orders the sword to move. Nothing happens, but he says the weapon carries the unmistakable scent of the demon realm. He explains that the demon realm is divided between the north and the south, with the southern region filled with mixed races living together. Because of that, only pure-blood lineages from the north have the right to challenge for the position of Demon King. Echo starts telling Chul-Ho a story about how the realm was unified, but the detector immediately recognizes that he is lying. Chul-Ho orders him to tell the truth before the punishment gets worse. Echo finally admits that he once strengthened the north before being summoned to the Spanish continent. As a result, the demons in the south became hybrids, living recklessly and constantly fighting among themselves. However, Echo explains that the four demon lords, including himself, were defeated by Chul-Ho and could no longer use their full power. Then a human named Jaeger entered the demon realm, forcing Echo to flee. Chul-Ho thanks him for finally being honest, then asks what moving into the south has to do with the Sword of the Alliance. Echo explains that deep in the center of the demon realm lies a sanctuary. Only the one who unified the realm, together with the Sword of the Alliance, can enter it. Chul-Ho asks whether that human, Jaeger, became the new Demon King. Echo replies that no ordinary human could ever become strong enough for that, with Chul-Ho himself being the only exception. He also stresses that humans are not capable of handling objects that originate from the demon realm. Echo believes Jaeger has probably already been corrupted. And if Jaeger manages to pull out that sword, the entire world could be erased. Without wasting any more time, Chul-Ho uses his power on the battlefield, making everyone below unable to see what is happening. He descends toward the enormous stone, but the Demon King urgently asks whether he truly believes he can resist demonic energy. If Chul-Ho loses his mind, Echo warns, there will be no one left capable of stopping him. Chul-Ho does not pay attention to the warning. He simply reaches forward and grabs the sword anyway. A blinding flash bursts from the stone, so intense that the awakened can only wonder whether this is the mysterious power they have been sensing. But the bright flash is quickly swallowed by a far more sinister energy. Gabby grows worried because she originally believed the mysterious power might be on their side. Yet what she feels now is an overwhelming killing intent. Sang-Hoo realizes this is not the kind of force that simply knocks down monsters. It feels like the crushing presence of a colossal predator bearing down on everything around them, and he warns that anyone who stays there will be struck. Everyone starts shouting for the others to retreat, but as Nightmare stares at the terrifying aura spreading from the stone, her body begins to tremble in fear. She asks whether the association really managed to create a zero-grade awakened, and in that moment they can think of only one thing: run. Meanwhile, Chul-Ho grips the sword and tries to pull it free from the stone. But the instant he applies force, a malignant energy begins spilling out around him, whispering insistently that he should draw the blade without hesitation. The dark energy grows louder, demanding that Chul-Ho kill everyone around him. But Chul-Ho finally tears the sword free, and the demonic force erupts with joy, thrilled that the weapon has at last been drawn from its seal. Chul-Ho coldly orders the malicious aura to disappear. The voices only laugh at him, mocking the idea of a mere human giving them commands, until his terrifying presence surges outward, and he orders them once again to vanish. This time, the hostile aura immediately obeys. It withdraws from the air around Chul-Ho and flows back toward the crystal without resisting him any further. The Demon King can hardly believe what he just witnessed. Then, while everyone remains tense and ready for another attack, several strange creatures begin appearing around them. Echo explains that these beings belong to the 8 tribes of the Demon Realm. 4 of those tribes were once ruled by the Northern Lords, while the other 4 belonged to the Southern Lords, making 8 tribal leaders altogether. The monsters lower themselves in respect toward the Demon King, answering the call of the sword. Yet they quickly become confused when they realize the person standing before them and holding that weapon is a human. The Minotaur acknowledges that the Demon King is indeed present, but then looks toward Chul-Ho and asks who the brat beside him is. Echo immediately snaps at him, wondering whether he has lost his mind for calling Chul-ho a brat. Even so, the tribal leaders begin asking who truly owns the sword now. None of them can understand it, because from their perspective, not a single person present seems worthy of becoming its master. Chul-ho studies one particularly bizarre-looking monster, and calmly asks who he is. The creature instantly becomes irritated, furious that a human is speaking to him with such confidence and testing the limits of his patience. Noticing the tension rise, Echo quickly tells everyone to calm down. Then he openly reveals his identity, declaring that he is the 14th Demon King. The vampire looks stunned, realizing that an enormous amount of time must have passed. He questions whether Echo is really the Demon King, then demands to know why a human is the one holding the sword of the Alliance. Chul-ho ignores the question and orders them once again to explain who placed the 8 seals on the sword. The Minotaur answers that the sealed beings are ancestors of the 8 tribes, and that the first Demon King was the one who imprisoned them. Echo is visibly shocked by that answer. If what they are saying is true, then more than 1,000 years must have passed since those seals were first created. The creatures explain that the Demon King had foreseen a day when the borders separating the 5 worlds would collapse. They were sealed away so they could eventually help bring dominion over the demon realm. Chul-ho quietly thinks about the kings of the 5 worlds. One of the monsters notices his reaction and asks whether this place is the land where humans live. Chul-ho confirms that it is. The tribal leaders immediately say they should begin by spreading a plague through the human world, killing people first because it has been far too long since they last tasted blood. Echo clearly hates what he is hearing. He questions whether the first Demon King truly believed that a pointless massacre of humans would somehow help the demon realm in any meaningful way. But Chul-ho has already run out of patience. He unleashes his power, sending every monster flying through the air, then defeats them one after another before sealing them away inside a magic stone once more. Only a snake remains. Chul-ho tells it to repeat exactly what the Demon King had said, and the snake reveals that one day, the 5 kings of the 5 dimensions would gather together on the battlefield. Beyond that, it knows nothing else. The moment it finishes speaking, Chul-ho ends it with a single attack, leaving no chance for the creature to say another word. Chul-ho judges that these ancient tribal ancestors are roughly on the level of Class 2 masters. He knows they need to be eliminated before their existence begins affecting the human world. Echo can only stare at the aftermath in disbelief, unable to accept that everything has ended so abruptly. Chul-ho casually asks whether Echo wants the sword, outraged. Echo says Chul-ho already destroyed every seal on the weapon, turning it into nothing but useless scrap, and now he is offering it as though it were some valuable gift. Chul-ho laughs at Echo's complaint, and the two of them leave the area. At least now, Chul-ho understands a little more about the strange situation surrounding the 5 worlds. When they return to the restaurant, Kyul immediately runs over to greet them. Khan tells Chul-ho that after they left, there were no more earthquakes at all. Chul-ho is relieved to hear that, but his thoughts soon drift back to the 5 dimensions and the battle that supposedly involves their kings. He remembers that the Spanish continent holds the title of King of the World. That means one of the kings mentioned in the prophecy must already exist there. Another king is Echo himself, the Demon King of the demon realm. That means there are already 2 kings connected to this world. Chul-ho then realizes that more kings must exist somewhere in the other dimensions, waiting beyond the worlds he can currently see. The Demon King asks whether Chul-ho has run out of ideas. He cannot understand why Chul-ho keeps bothering to protect humans when it is obvious that he has no desire to rule the world himself. Chul-ho answers that the world still needs to be protected. Even so, he admits that things are slipping out of control, and he no longer knows what he is supposed to do next. That is why Chul-ho calls out for Echo, but when he looks over, he finds the boy quietly petting Kyul instead. Echo looks up and asks whether Chul-ho called for him. Chul-ho pauses for a moment, then simply tells him to forget it. Just thinking through the entire situation has already exhausted Chul-ho. Instead, he tells Echo to go to the market and buy food for the restaurant. Meanwhile, inside the association's conference room, the awakened gather to discuss the mysterious power that has appeared once again. They also bring up the magic stone that vanished right before their eyes. In the worst-case scenario, they suggest that the mysterious power could be a secret weapon controlled by the foreigners. Gabi immediately rises from her seat after hearing that possibility. She says that conclusion may not be true at all. She points out that the mysterious power has saved them too many times to be an enemy. She also recalls the city expansion project, where more than 100 level 1 and level 2 magic stones were obtained before simply disappearing, and she does not believe the association itself was ever the target. The other awakened listen to Gabi's reasoning and agree that her argument makes sense. The secretary asks everyone to move on to the next agenda item, which is the report concerning the recent appearance of monsters. The woman announces that the Undertaker will present the report. He explains that they have discovered 2 completely new types of monsters. The first type is mechanical, while the second type is spirit-based. As for the spirits, they do not appear interested in fighting and seem to have no particular interest in humans. The conference continues around her, but Gabi remains quiet and thoughtful, still turning the mysterious power over in her mind. Later that afternoon, Echo heads into the city to collect the ingredients. Chul Ho asked him to buy. While moving through the streets, he suddenly catches an unfamiliar and unsettling smell. After sensing it more carefully, Echo realizes that this presence is different from the demonic energy connected to the sword. He concludes that the source must be black magic, but this does not feel like ordinary black magic. The scent is far more complicated, layered, and dangerous than anything he expected to find there. Even so, Echo becomes excited. In the end, it is a human problem, and he imagines humans turning against one another because of their own dark thoughts. The item on Echo's head immediately punishes him with a powerful electric shock. He grows more irritated by the second, frustrated that he cannot even think malicious thoughts without being struck. Then Echo notices a candy and snack shop beside the street. His attention quickly shifts, and he decides to step inside and see what delicious things the shop might have. Back at the restaurant, Kyul sits on the floor, happily playing with her kitten as the little animal moves around beside her. Then a shadow suddenly looms nearby with a sinister smile, declaring that he has finally found the baby dragon he has been looking for. It turns out to be Echo. Keeping up his usual mysterious air, he proudly reveals that he bought a piece of chocolate especially for her. Kyul lights up at the sight of it, since she loves sweets. Knowing that, the Demon King pulls out more candy as well. But before giving it to her, he says he wants his usual payment first. Before Echo can say anything else, Kyul leans over and kisses him on the cheek. The Demon King immediately freezes in embarrassment, secretly thinking that just as he expected, her cheek is soft and fluffy. At that moment, Chul Ho suddenly walks in and asks what Echo thinks he is doing. Then he gently reminds the baby dragon to slow down while she eats. Kyul becomes even happier when she sees Chul Ho. She runs straight over, plants one kiss on his cheek, and then quickly gives him another one. Echo watches this with obvious indignation and asks how Chul Ho managed to tame such an arrogant dragon without even bribing her. Chul Ho gets annoyed at him for calling a little girl arrogant. Echo quickly changes his wording and says he only wants to know how Chul Ho gets those kisses so easily. In return, he promises to reveal some useful information. Chul Ho asks what kind of information Echo is talking about, but Echo refuses to say more until Chul Ho explains how he gets along so well with the baby dragon. Chul Ho tells him that he needs to spend around 10 hours a day doing things for Kyul, including playing with her during that time and making sure she does not ride the giant cat. He says that after doing that for 1 full week, Echo should be able to earn the same kind of affection. Echo does not seem very convinced, since the answer sounds far too simple. But Chul Ho simply tells him that children are naturally like that. The Demon King reluctantly accepts the explanation, then finally begins sharing the information he discovered. Echo says humans appear to be doing something with black magic. He sensed a heavy smell of blood coming from the uninhabited zone, like someone there is carrying out some kind of experiment. Chul Ho immediately wonders whether the foreigners are involved again. He also questions whether the association knows anything, especially since they still seem worried about the disappearance of the sword. He feels a little guilty for simply taking the sword away. Because of that, Chul Ho thinks he should give the awakened something free the next time they come to eat at the restaurant. Chul Ho calls Kyul over for food, but then notices that she somehow looks a little chubbier than before. Concerned, he asks Khan whether dragons can develop lifestyle-related illnesses. Khan says that is probably impossible. He has never seen an obese dragon before, or anything remotely similar to one. Chul Ho thinks it over, then gently pulls at the baby dragon's cheeks. The extra softness confirms it for him. She really has gained weight, and he does not think this can continue. Because of that, Chul Ho calls Echo over. Since the boy likes Kyul so much, Chul Ho informs him that he will now be responsible for making sure Kyul gets enough exercise. Echo can hardly believe what he is hearing. He simply refuses to accept that something like this has suddenly become his responsibility. Meanwhile, deep inside a cave in the uninhabited zone, a treatment is underway. The woman takes a serum and injects it directly into Yeon-woo's vein. Almost immediately, Yeon-woo's veins begin swelling beneath his skin, and he cries out as pain tears through his body. At that moment, 2 other men enter the room. They ask whether he can feel his magical power returning, or whether he has noticed anything unusual. Yeon-woo says he has not felt any abnormal symptoms so far. For now, he believes they will simply have to wait and see what happens. The 2 men then reveal that they received a report suggesting the association may actually possess a zero-class awakened. Still, they find that possibility strange. If the association truly had someone at that level, there would be no reason for the conflict to have dragged on for so long. Yeon-woo asks for news about Eve's cure instead, since that matters more to him. They tell him that the first stage of treatment has already been administered, but the costs are becoming a serious concern. Yeon-woo tells them to stop beating around the bush. If they want him to do something for them, then they should just say it directly. The 2 men do not hesitate any longer. They admit that. In that case, they do indeed have a mission prepared for him. Back at the restaurant, the mood is far calmer than the tension building elsewhere. Chul Ho comments that it has been quite a while since the awakened last came in for food. He figures they probably have not noticed the black magic yet and are still focused on the missing sword of the Alliance. That only strengthens his earlier decision. Once they finally return, Chul Ho plans to offer them a few free items. Echo keeps calling Kuel over to play, while Chul-ho watches from nearby. He finds it strange that she does not seem to be growing anymore and wonders whether that is simply how dragons develop. The Demon King complains that playing with Kuel is not easy at all. In fact, he says he would rather fight a fully grown dragon than keep up with her. Chul-ho finds that complaint amusing and rewards Kuel with a pudding for behaving herself so well. Kuel looks toward her little bear and pretends that she is carefully listening to something it is telling her. Then she asks Chul-ho to give some pudding to Jory too. Chul-ho picks her up in his arms, but Kuel keeps pleading with him to give another serving to the little bear as well. He finds her act amusing and places another pudding down for Jory. Still, Chul-ho already knows Kuel is being clever, and is probably just trying to steal herself another dessert. Sure enough, Kuel quickly announces that Jory does not want the pudding after all, which means she will just eat it herself. The Demon King walks over and asks Chul-ho what he wants him to buy next. Chul-ho says there is no need to buy anything else. The seafood delivery is arriving that day, so Echo can just wait eagerly for it. Later, Chul-ho heads to the fishing center and notices a sea ram lying on the ground. Seeing it reminds him that the creature is also a monster from the Spanish continent. With that in mind, he asks for as much rib meat from it as possible. Then something suddenly catches Chul-ho's attention. He can feel someone's gaze fixed on him from nearby. That person is Gabby, who is standing somewhere in the area and watching him carefully. Gabby thinks that no matter how unusual those people may seem, everyone at that place looks like an ordinary person. Watching from a distance, Chul-ho cannot tell whether she handled her approach poorly or not. At that very moment, Chul-ho suddenly appears right behind Gabby and calmly asks what she is doing there. Gabby jolts in surprise and hurriedly says that she is only buying fish. She has no idea when Chul-ho managed to get so close, but his detector immediately reacts, revealing that she is lying. Chul-ho simply says that he understands, then casually asks whether she likes broccoli because he was already thinking of buying some himself. Gabby says that she does not mind it, and Chul-ho is pleased by her answer, since that means she has agreed to sit down and eat with him. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Khan is reading a romance novel. But when he reaches the ending, he gets irritated, convinced that it must have been written by someone who has never dated anyone in their entire life. Even after angrily throwing the book aside, Khan picks it back up again. It is still the only thing he has that might teach him more about romance. So absorbed in the book that he does not notice Chul-ho approaching, Khan closes his eyes and practices a line aloud. "You are so beautiful, can I get your number?" Only after saying it does Khan open his eyes and realize that Gabby is standing directly in front of him. He had not noticed her at all. To make the situation even worse, Gabby apologizes awkwardly and says that she has thought about it carefully, but younger guys are simply not her type. Khan immediately sinks into despair, realizing she misunderstood everything. A moment later, Chul-ho walks over carrying her salad. Kuel also pops up beside them and declares that broccoli looks scary. Gabby keeps eating her salad while gently patting the little girl on the head. Only then does Gabby begin to relax. She tells herself that a master of the heavens would never be hiding inside a restaurant, this peaceful and ordinary. After finishing her meal, she stands and thanks them for the delicious salad. Still, she says she has work to do and needs to leave now. Chul-ho tells her that it is fine, then quietly realizes that it will probably be another peaceful day with no customers coming in. He decides he should rest a little himself, so he tells Khan they should close the restaurant early for the day. They begin preparing all the meat, while the baby dragon uses her fire breath to help start cooking everything. Then Chul-ho suddenly mentions that he saw the romance book Khan was reading earlier, and Khan is instantly startled. But Chul-ho only says that the book looked interesting. Then he glances upward and realizes that Echo has been hiding nearby for some reason. Chul-ho tells Echo to stop hiding and come closer so that they can all have dinner together. The Demon King cannot resist the invitation and finally joins them. Before long, everyone is raising their drinks and toasting the delicious dinner waiting in front of them. After everyone finishes eating, Chul-ho notices that Khan still looks downcast. He starts to think that perhaps he teased the boy too much during dinner. To make up for it, Chul-ho opens his subspace and says that he has something good for him. Then he pulls out the sword and presents it as a gift. The fire-haired man asks whether Chul-ho is serious. When he takes the sword into his hands, he thanks him sincerely, clearly finding the gift incredible. Meanwhile, late that night, Gabby sits high on the branch of a tree and thinks about her day off. The salad was good, and even though her thoughts remain complicated, she feels a little better than before. Suddenly, she hears something nearby. When she turns around, a beast crashes through the tree and destroys it, leaving Gabby shocked when she sees who it is. Yeon-woo no longer looks like himself. His body has changed so much that it appears as though he has undergone a horrific mutation. The beast moves first and sends Gabby flying far away. After pulling herself back, she is stunned by his speed, because she does not remember Yeon-woo ever being that fast. What makes things worse is his terrifying appearance. Gabby cannot understand what kind of transformation has turned him into something so horrifying. She decides that she needs to call for reinforcements first, but then realizes that the earlier attack shattered her communicator watch. That moment of distraction gives Yeon-woo an opening. He rushes in and lands a brutal blow to her ribs, forcing Gabby to flee up into a tree before escaping immediately. The beast prepares to move again, but the drug inside his body suddenly becomes more violent. He starts coughing up green slime, then collapses to the ground and lies completely still. A bat watching from nearby reports that the beast survived for 13 hours and 21 minutes. That means the new drug still needs improvement, especially because the subject failed to eliminate the shadow cat. While the bat continues examining the situation, Hodori suddenly strikes it and knocks it straight down to the ground. The cat grabs the bat in his mouth. But when he turns around, he sees a giant tiger licking Yeon-woo's motionless body. The tiger stares at him with such a brutal expression that Hodori becomes terrified and runs away without thinking twice. Back at the restaurant, Chulho steps outside to take out the trash and sees the giant cat carrying a bat in its mouth. This time, Hodori clearly tries to get Chulho's attention. Realizing that something must be wrong, Chulho tells the cat to lead the way. They reach the forest within moments, where Chulho finds the giant tiger fiercely guarding a body lying on the ground. The tiger's rage vanishes the moment it feels Chulho's murderous gaze. It immediately turns into an innocent-looking kitten, while Chulho says he has no intention of harming the man on the ground. Chulho walks closer to the body and wonders what Yeon-woo is doing in a place like this. He also considers whether Yeon-woo may have lost a fight against someone before ending up here. But after looking carefully, Chulho finds no injuries on him. If anything, it seems Yeon-woo had won his fight overwhelmingly. Chulho carefully examines the green slime and recognizes it as something connected to the dark mages he encountered on the Spanish continent. Once injected into a body, it can increase physical ability by 4 times. But that brief burst of strength comes at a terrible price, because the drug eventually takes the user's life. Still, Chulho notices that Yeon-woo has not truly died yet. He is still breathing, and after using his gaze to learn more, Chulho sees that Yeon-woo's disposition was neutral, meaning he was not fighting with the intention to kill. Chulho notices a bottle lying beside Yeon-woo, and decides that it will be enough for what he needs to do. At that moment, Yeon-woo weakly asks whether Chulho came there to kill him. Chulho says no, because Yeon-woo's life is about to end anyway. Yeon-woo quietly says he understands, believing that this must be his death, but Chulho denies it. Using his ability, he pulls all of the dark magic out of Yeon-woo's body and seals it inside the bottle. Chulho tells him that this is all he can do. He never had any healing classes, so Yeon-woo will have to survive through the rest on his own. The awakened slowly closes his eyes, having no strength left in his body. Sometime later, a group of awakened descends from the back of an eagle, leaping down one after another until they land directly in front of the beast. The Lancer stares at him and says it takes serious nerve for someone to walk alone into the center of the city like that. The giant tiger immediately bristles with rage, but Yeon-woo raises his voice and tells him to calm down. He makes it clear that he never came looking for a fight, then willingly gives himself up instead. Off in the distance, the injured Gabby watches silently. The instant Yeon-woo notices her, the memory of striking her with that overwhelming attack flashes through his mind. Since he had lost control back then, the whole thing leaves him visibly uncomfortable, and rather than resisting, he quietly accepts being taken into custody. Back at the restaurant, the Demon King studies the green slime closely before finally recognizing what it is. According to him, the strange substance is a steam package. Chulho has no idea what a steam package even is. So the Demon King explains that it is something almost never used in the Demon Kingdom because its side effects are ridiculously severe. He goes on to explain that dark magic comes in several different forms. One of those branches is curse magic, the kind assassins commonly rely on, including the kind once used on him. Even so, none of those curses had ever managed to affect him. That makes Chulho realize the foreigners may be tampering with a forbidden kind of power. But while he is still holding the dark magic in his hand, it suddenly detonates right in his palm. As the night drags on, Chulho casually drinks his beer while Kyul copies him in her own way, taking bites from her apple beside him. The two keep talking together until the night is nearly gone. Meanwhile, back at the foreigners' base, a report arrives with troubling news. Their communication with the bat has completely vanished, and based on everything they know, the beast has already been killed. One of his co-workers immediately questions whether they just lost something valuable for nothing, because that guy had been extremely useful to them. Dan disagrees with that assessment as far as he is concerned. The awakened had only been useful because of Eve's illness. They head toward the girl and openly admit that they were the ones responsible for laying their hands on her. The moment Eve hears that, her expression turns cold, and it is obvious she does not appreciate it at all. Later, during the interrogation, Yeon-woo says he does not know where the foreigner's main base is located. He also claims that he has no idea who is truly giving the orders. The Lancer presses him further, asking what the foreigners actually know, but Yeon-woo refuses to answer and stays completely silent. Sang-hoo quickly realizes they will not get much useful information out of him, so he changes the subject and asks why Yeon-woo took Eve away in the first place. Yeon-woo answers that he had no other choice. The foreigners, he says, were developing a specific treatment designed for unusual cases like Eve's. The Lancer finds that explanation hard to believe. 10 years ago, the foreigners stole most of the people talented in magic stone engineering, so he cannot accept that this was supposedly their real reason. Then the Lancer narrows his eyes and asks Yeon-woo directly whether he is trying to become a successor. The beast answers without hesitation, saying he gave up on that dream a long time ago. The Lancer asks one more thing. Is the girl at least still alive? Yeon-woo confirms that she is, but when it comes to the medicine, he refuses to say another word. Sang-hoo understands how dangerous Eve's condition really is. Special bodies like hers grow stronger every time they use an ability. But eventually that growth reaches a point where the body can no longer control it. The same danger can happen when an ordinary human awakens, and even now, no one has managed to create a cure capable of handling something that severe. To be honest, Sang-hoo does not believe the foreigners have created such a cure either. In his eyes, Yeon-woo was probably nothing more than someone they had been using all along. Yeon-woo lets out a short laugh at that, and tells Sang-hoo to stop circling around the issue and say what he really wants to say. Sang-hoo says the world has become chaotic, and in a time like this, strong awakened are needed at any moment. He explains that, according to what the Shadow Cat told them, the beast held back during the fight. Yeon-woo had the chance to defeat her, yet he chose not to. Because of that, Sang-hoo asks whether he wants another chance at life, because that is exactly what he is offering him. Yeon-woo is clearly caught off guard by the offer, surprised that Sang-hoo would even suggest something like that. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Chul-ho sits with a newspaper in his hands. As he reads, he notices that the same girl as always is once again singing the song, "See You Again." Just then, Kyul walks over and asks him for some crystals because Hodori wants something to eat. Chul-ho pauses to think about it. Whenever the giant cat came back from the hills, she always brought magic stones with her. That gives him an idea. If the little girl can sense magic stones so accurately that she can find them on her own, then he needs to learn more about how that ability works. Without warning, Kyul points toward a picture in the newspaper and softly calls the woman in it Mom. Chul-ho looks confused for a moment, then starts thinking that children probably miss having their mothers around. Deep down, they may simply need someone to fill that place in their lives. As he glances to the side, Chul-ho suddenly notices how enormous Hodori has become for a cat. Looking at that oversized body, he realizes he is going to have to figure something out soon. With that in mind, he opens his dimensional space and calls for the goblin, telling him to bring out several low-quality magic stones. Once the stone is in his hand, Chul-ho tosses it toward Hodori for her to eat. The cat swallows it easily, and he watches in surprise as she grows even larger with almost no effort at all. Kyul then gives Hodori another magic stone herself. The cat begins glowing all over again, entering yet another growth phase, but in the very next moment, her size and overall form shift slightly. Both of them stare at Hodori's new appearance in surprise. Chul-ho quickly recognizes that this is the stage right before she becomes a spiritual beast. Still, whatever Hodori may become later, Chul-ho cannot help feeling happy as he watches the baby dragon enjoying herself beside Hodori. Meanwhile, somewhere else, several awakened make their way toward a portal, moving forward together as they prepare to cross through it. After passing through the portal, the Lancer stops in surprise. The place on the other side feels like an entirely different world. Even so, he immediately senses that something about this place is not right. His colleague notices him stopping and asks what exactly he is doing. The Lancer tells everyone to stay quiet because he can sense a low-rank wind spirit drawing closer. The approaching spirit is Sylph. The moment Sylph sees the awakened, it grabs one of their hands and begins playing around like a cheerful child. Mirana asks what they are supposed to do now, but the Lancer calmly tells them not to touch any of the drinks. He says they will be leaving again soon. He understands that this is the captain's intention. Recently, the number of gates connected to places where spirits live has been increasing rapidly. Later, at another restaurant, Chul-ho visits his colleague and is surprised by how crowded the place has become. Young Chang explains that the customers keep coming in to cure their hangovers, and nearly all of them keep asking for ramen. While Young Chang seasons the dish, Chul-ho watches closely and notices something strange. The pepper appears on his detector, yet it does not feel like ordinary pepper at all. It looks as though a gourmet goblin may have passed through that shop. As he prepares another bowl of the restaurant's usual ramen, Young Chang mentions that Angel will be performing soon and asks Chul-ho whether he plans to go. Chul-ho says he might take the children with him since it could be a nice outing for them. Young Chang agrees right away, saying that sounds like a great idea. He even says he is thinking of going himself with the god of food, and perhaps bringing his daughter along too. After finishing the meal and heading out, Chul-ho starts considering it seriously. Kyul would probably enjoy seeing the performance, and Khan and Echo would likely be interested as well, so going to the show does not seem like a bad idea. He checks the direction of the venue and remembers where the stage is supposed to be set up. It is fairly far away, but as long as the surrounding buildings do not block the view, they should still be able to watch it from a distance. When Chul-ho looks toward the venue, he can already see the stage waiting in place, but the organizers nearby are moving around nervously, their restless behavior making him wonder whether something has gone wrong. Then, without much warning, rain begins pouring down from the sky. Chul-ho quickly runs off, caught completely off guard because it has been such a long time since it last rained. The falling rain brings an old battlefield superstition back to his mind. People used to say that anyone who could split raindrops in half with a sword would survive the horrors of war. He remembers his old companions laughing loudly as they swung their blades through the rain, cutting at droplets like it was some childish game. But those friends who once stood beside him are already gone. Just then, someone quietly approaches him from behind and asks for permission to speak. Chul-ho studies the person for a moment, feeling as though he has seen her somewhere before. The girl explains that she is starving and asks whether there is a place nearby where she can get something to eat. Only after speaking does she pull back her hood, revealing her face. She adds that she would prefer somewhere quiet, a place that is not crowded with people. That is when Chul-ho finally realizes who she is. The girl standing before him is Angel, the famous singer, and he cannot help asking why she is not on stage performing right now. Angel admits that she should be singing, but the sudden rain disrupted everything. Besides that, she is hungry enough that food has become more important than the performance at the moment. Chul-ho understands her situation and simply invites her inside to eat. The moment Angel enters the restaurant, Khan stares at her in shock before politely asking for an autograph. Chul-ho looks at him in surprise and asks whether he even knows whose signature he is trying to get. Khan answers with obvious excitement that he knows exactly who she is. She is the most famous singer around right now, and Chul-ho never expected the dragon to have such a strong interest in the human world. Angel immediately asks what is available to eat. Chul-ho tells her that the restaurant has no fixed menu since the dishes change every day depending on the ingredients they have. Still, because she is a guest, he says he will make an exception and let her order whatever she wants. Angel's face brightens at once, and she says that she wants grilled mushrooms. Khan finds her choice completely unbelievable, wondering how someone could be so excited over mushrooms. Even so, he heads into the kitchen and starts preparing the dish for her. The mushroom they choose is not an ordinary one either. It is enormous, with little legs of its own, making it look more like a creature than a simple ingredient. Chul-ho knows that when it comes to pine mushrooms, grilling them is the best method. It keeps their rich fragrance intact and brings out the flavor without ruining it. After the preparation is finished, the massive mushroom is grilled and ready to be served. Second Angel catches the scent of the dish. She cries out that it smells delicious. Chul-ho finds that reaction strange, since she has not even taken a bite yet, so he quietly activates his detection eye to check her more closely. What he sees is remarkable. Her alignment is good. Her class is Wind Spirit Arts, and both her class achievement and acquired skills have reached the highest possible level. Chul-ho realizes that Angel is not human at all, but a spirit. It also becomes clear that there are far more non-human beings in this world than he expected. She is a max-level wind spirit, powerful enough that even Kyul could never summon something on that level, unlike the water spirit she had called before. At that moment, Angel casually says that she will still be in the city tomorrow morning. She asks Chul-ho whether he wants her to mention the restaurant and help promote it a little. Chul-ho tells her that there is no need to do that. For him, it would be more than enough if she simply came by from time to time. Angel says that arrangement sounds perfect to her. She promises to visit alone without letting anyone know because she understands the feeling. She also prefers things when they are quiet, peaceful, and calm. Chul-ho thinks about that for a moment, knowing it makes complete sense. Spirits naturally love peace and tend to dislike fighting whenever they can avoid it. Still, he knows it is always wise not to provoke a spirit. Once one truly becomes angry, the destructive power it can unleash is terrifying. He still remembers the time when he lived as Lycus Miro and encountered Ifrit, the highest-grade fire spirit. That monster of a spirit had faced 3 entire Demon King legions alone. Because of that, Chul-ho believes Angel has found the perfect role for herself as a wind spirit. Becoming a singer suits her abilities almost perfectly. To the public, Angel is known as an awakened with a siren-class ability. In truth, however, she uses her voice to spread magic through the wind, creating all kinds of effects with every song she sings. Chul-ho cannot imagine anyone being foolish enough to anger such a gentle wind spirit in the first place. Next morning, a boy takes his usual walk and pushes himself through another lap. After finally completing 10 laps, he takes a deep breath and thinks that if he keeps training at this pace, the Spearmaster may eventually notice him. As he looks down near the water, he suddenly spots a small child by herself. Seeing a baby nearby without any parents around immediately strikes him as strange. At that moment, Kyul is happily playing nearby when she suddenly jumps into the water. The boy panics the instant he sees her splash in and throws himself into the water to save her. Meanwhile, Kyul is simply enjoying herself in the water. When she glances to the side, she notices that the boy has jumped in after her too. But while struggling in the water, the boy suddenly realizes the terrible truth. He cannot swim, and he is starting to lose his breath. At first, Kyul laughs and tells him that he is swimming really well. But then she notices that he is not breathing, and Chul-ho's warning comes back to her. Humans are different from her because they cannot breathe underwater, and whenever someone falls in, she is supposed to save them. Remembering that, Kyul immediately calls upon her water spirit and uses its power to rescue the boy. After hearing Kyul's version of what happened, Chul-ho is not entirely sure whether every detail is true. Still, he listens carefully before asking her where her shoes have gone. Only then does Kyul realize that her shoes are missing. Her expression drops at once because she has lost something precious to her. But Chul-ho tells her not to worry and promises that they will look for them. Once they step outside, Chul-ho finds both Hodori and the boy lying unconscious after nearly drowning in the water. Kyul points at the boy again and proudly insists that he is the one she saved. This time Chul-ho sees that she is telling the truth. He thanks Kyul warmly and praises her for doing such a good job. After some time passes, the water spirit removes the remaining water from the boy's body. While checking him over, Chul-ho notices that he has some form of identification on him. When Chul-ho picks it up and looks closely, he finds that it is a student ID. The boy turns out to be a student from Cypher School. Boy eventually wakes up, confused and disoriented. He asks whether he has somehow reached paradise because he remembers jumping into the water to save a child and then remembers nothing after that. Chul-ho tells him that he is safely inside a restaurant, not paradise. Then, with sincere gratitude, he thanks the boy for trying to save his daughter. The boy quickly shakes his head and says he did not really save anyone, especially since he cannot even swim. Then he explains that he is still a student with his graduation scheduled for next semester. Chul-ho quietly activates his detection eye and checks the boy's abilities. His alignment is good, and he belongs to the fire class, but his class achievement is still low, and his skills are only average. For someone his age, he is probably behind most of his classmates, yet Chul-ho can still see that the boy has the potential to accomplish something great someday. Hyuk-jun lets out a worried sigh and admits that things are not going well. He still needs to practice for the upcoming demonstration, and time is starting to run out. Chul-ho asks what kind of demonstration he is talking about, so Hyuk-jun explains that graduating students must perform in front of the guardians. Normally, students have to register beforehand, and those with the highest grades are allowed to apply first for the field or position they want. After that, each guardian chooses the students whose talents are most useful for their own team. Hyuk-jun knows he is not one of the most gifted students around. To earn a place under a guardian, he would need excellent grades as well as truly outstanding skills. Chul-ho asks him what will happen if he fails to join any guardian's team. Hyuk-jun says there are usually two paths left, an administrative job within the association or a place on the public response team. He says he would be fine working anywhere, although the field is where he really wants to be. Chul-ho realizes that the boy has far more courage than he first expected. After all, Hyuk-jun threw himself into the water to save Ko-yul, even though he did not know how to swim, so Chul-ho asks whether working in the field is not dangerous. Hyuk-jun knows there are many casualties in that kind of work, but even with that danger hanging over him, he still wants to go. He says his biggest dream is to join the Spearmaster's team and become someone cool and admirable just like him. Just as Hyuk-jun says that, the Spearmaster himself arrives at the restaurant and overhears everything. The boy freezes for a second, then immediately rushes over and introduces himself as a Cypher School student. He excitedly says that he respects the Awakened more than anyone, that he is a huge fan, and that the Spearmaster looks even cooler in person. Then he asks for an autograph and a handshake. The moment he gets his chance, Hyuk-jun asks for everything at once, then dashes away in pure excitement. Chul-ho calls after him and tells him to stay for lunch at least, but it is already too late. Hyuk-jun has disappeared before he can hear another word. Sang-hoo says it is graduation season, and he knows how harsh it can be for those students. They are forced to learn how to kill monsters efficiently while they are still so young, which is exactly why he cannot afford to treat them carelessly. Chul-ho can tell that Sang-hoo is a decent person beneath that stern attitude, so he tells him to wait there while he prepares a meal. Before that can happen, the Lancer calls Chul-ho and asks whether he would like to take a vacation the following day. More importantly, he tells him to stay as far away as possible from Angel's concert in the square. Chul-ho immediately dislikes the sound of that warning. Something about it feels far too suspicious. Then the night of Angel's concert finally arrives, and the Lancer is already waiting in position. A few days earlier, inside an interrogation room at the Awakened Association, Sang-hoo had asked Farah whether he had changed his mind. Farah said he had not. Still, before he could begin a new life, there were things he needed to take care of first, because he had done too many things he regretted. He also said that was not the only reason he called them in. There was something everyone needed to know. The foreigners were planning to attack the city. Remembering Farah's warning, the Spearmaster realizes the foreigners probably believe Farah is dead. That means they have no idea their surprise operation has already been exposed. He has already discussed it with Angel, and to bring the enemy out into the open, they will have to use her as bait. Angel announces that the performance has reached its final song, a piece called See You Next Time. High above the square, a shadow appears on top of a building. The foreigners have arrived, and they immediately question whether the girl below is really Angel. Nightmare says that although she looks like an ordinary girl, she is actually a high-level spirit pretending to be a singer. Black Mamba tells the sniper to take her position because they are about to observe the next point. The purple-haired girl picks up her rifle and prepares her ammunition, ready to move. But Black Mamba stops her and tells her to wait. As he looks around, Black Mamba notices the restaurant called Bapjip Rice House and thinks the name is painfully boring. Still, the quietness around the area bothers him. His instincts warn him that something is wrong, so he orders the others to begin immediately. After holding her aim for a moment, the girl fires a shot loaded with special ammunition. The bullet strikes Angel directly in the chest. At the same moment, Sang-hoo shouts for Formation F to begin. All around the area, the awakened respond at once, confirming that they are already in position. Gabi reports that she has located the sniper on top of a nearby building. Hoon says he has already swept the area as a precaution, then tells the Spearmaster to move toward the next point. The Spearmaster immediately bursts forward at high speed, launching himself toward the building until he lands directly in front of the foreigners. Without hesitating for even a second, he raises his spear. He already knew they would show up near the alley behind the restaurant, so he attacks with all his strength. But Nightmare calmly forms a shield around their group, blocking the strike. He asks why the association suddenly appeared there in the first place. Sang-hoo arrives at the building and declares that the two of them are trapped. Second, he says that Black Mamba attacks him and demands to know how they discovered the plan. Their response had come far too quickly for it to be a coincidence. Sang-hoo dismisses the question, saying that it is nonsense. As long as evil plans exist, they will always find out about them. Suddenly, the sniper fires another shot. The Spearmaster senses it too late and is visibly startled by the attack. Before the bullet can reach him, a shield forms around his body and blocks the attack. The Spearmaster looks surprised as he realizes another awakened has arrived to help. Black Mamba's expression darkens immediately, and he demands to know who the hell that new guy is. Meanwhile, Angel remains collapsed on the stage after being shot. But when someone approaches, the truth is revealed: the fallen figure is only a magical doll. Elsewhere, the real Angel wonders whether her dream of using her power to bring peace into the world has been meaningless all along. She cannot understand why the foreigners are focusing on her so intensely. Part of her fears they have learned she is a wind spirit and intend to use that power to destroy the entire city. More bullets suddenly race toward Angel, but Gabi appears in front of her and blocks the shots before they can reach her. Hoon arrives as well and tells Angel not to worry. He says he has already managed to capture the shooter. Gabi turns to check whether Angel is injured, but then notices something strange attached to the ammunition. Her face changes instantly as she shouts for Angel not to breathe in the strange smoke. But the warning comes too late. Angel has already inhaled the smoke, and even as Gabi desperately tells her to be careful, her body begins changing right before their eyes. With her power spiraling completely out of control, Angel rises into the air and screams that she wants to kill everyone. Gabi's eyes widen in panic as her body hangs helplessly in midair. No matter how hard she struggles, she cannot move a single muscle, completely trapped by the force holding her above the ground. Just then, a terrifying bolt of lightning tears down from the sky, crashing straight toward Angel and Chul-ho with enough force to wipe out everything in its path. But Chul-ho's barrier is already in place. Seeing that he made it in time to seal her inside the absolute barrier, he finally lets out a quiet breath of relief. After all, the hurricane forming around them would have turned into a complete disaster if it had reached the people gathered nearby. The crowd would have been swallowed by the violent winds without any chance to escape. Chul-ho gently places his hand on Angel's head and begins drawing the poison out of her body. Little by little, he removes every trace of it until nothing harmful remains inside her. At the same time, Gabi notices that strange, mysterious power appearing right in the center of the tornado. When she finally falls, she realizes she has landed on top of a barrier beneath her feet. Her shock only grows when she looks through the barrier and sees Chul-ho standing inside it together with Angel. Gabi struggles to make sense of the unbelievable sight before her. Chul-ho notices that she has discovered him, then quietly raises a finger and signals for her to keep silent. A moment later, Chul-ho dismisses the barrier and vanishes without another word. Gabi is left behind to carry Angel away, now completely cured of the poison. She feels deeply relieved when she sees that the singer is finally safe and healthy again. Even so, Gabi is still stunned by everything she just witnessed with her own eyes. By the following day, the attack has already become major news. Newspapers report that the association successfully captured 2 people believed to be responsible for the chaos in the city center. The 2 captured foreigners turn out to be the elite sniper and the awakened archer who took part in the attack. Hoon calls Yuna over to show her the newspaper, which praises the Shadow Cat for her incredible performance. According to the article, Gabi single-handedly protected Angel from the attackers. That immediately puts Hoon in a bad mood, because the report makes it look like he did absolutely nothing. Yuna casually tells him that he can always go complain directly to the newspaper's editorial office. Hoon asks whether she is still upset about it. Embarrassed? Yuna quickly grabs the paper again, because her anger toward Gabi clearly has not disappeared, and she returns to reading every detail about the previous night. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Chul-ho begins preparing a warm dish in the kitchen. He knows that when it comes to kimchi stew, especially in Korea, every household has its own preferred recipe and way of making it. For Chul-ho, the simplest method works best. He likes to toss all the ingredients into the pot at once and let them simmer together, because that usually creates a rich, even flavor throughout the stew. He also knows that anyone feeling lazy can simply add a packet of ramen seasoning to make the broth taste better. Since the restaurant is quiet today, he leaves the pot on low heat and lets it slowly cook. Then Chul-ho notices that there is still plenty of leftover pork belly. Thinking it would be a waste to leave it sitting around, He decides that he should cook some of that too. Knowing that cooked kimchi pairs perfectly with a drink, Chulho calls out to Khan and says they should open the jar of plum wine. But the second he says it, he remembers that Khan, Kyul, and Echo are all away on vacation. That realization leaves him standing alone in the quiet restaurant. Then he recalls the Spearmaster's warning to keep as far away from Angel's show as possible. Because of that warning, Chulho had sent all three of them away for a seaside vacation. While they were traveling, Khan, Kyul, and Echo really wanted to watch Angel's performance. Chulho even allowed them to see the first few songs, but he refused to let Ka-Yul watch the singer lose control, so he made them leave before the show was over. They were clearly unhappy about being forced to leave early. Still, after complaining for a while, the three of them eventually accepted Chulho's decision. Chulho decides to clean up the front of the restaurant. While he is working outside, something suddenly catches his eye as Gabby appears nearby, standing awkwardly as though she has no idea what to say. Unable to think of anything better, Gabby simply asks whether she can eat there. As Chulho heads inside, he asks if she wants him to prepare her usual salad. Before she can answer, the shadow cat can no longer keep her curiosity buried. She directly asks whether Chulho is the same person behind those mysterious powers from the night before. Chulho merely turns his face away and stays silent. His refusal to answer only makes Gabby more suspicious, so she presses him again and asks exactly what he really is. In Gabby's eyes, Chulho seems capable of mastering at least 3 different classes, and since he is powerful enough that even the magic detector cannot identify anything about him, she believes his true strength must be even more frightening. Chulho finally tells her that all he wants is to live an ordinary, peaceful life. Gabby is surprised by that answer, then assures him that she has not told anyone his secret, even if he still does not fully trust her. Chulho tells her that he does trust her. After all, elves are unable to lie to the friends they truly recognize as their own. Gabby freezes in surprise, never expecting him to know what she really is beneath her human appearance. His words bring back memories of his old teammates, the people who once told him they trusted him and reminded him that he should always protect those connected to his own blood. Remembering those words gives Chulho a little more strength. Even with so many troubles piling up around him, his heart feels slightly lighter than before. Gabby realizes that there is no longer any point in hiding the truth from him. She releases her magic, and her pointed elf ears finally reveal her true race. Then she removes her gloves and uses her tiara to cut her finger. Holding up the blood at her fingertip, Gabby makes an elven promise that she will never disrespect Chulho and will protect his secret for the rest of her life. Chulho reaches out and touches the blood on her finger, fully aware that elves put their own lives on the line when they make a vow like this. He has always found the power behind an elven vow incredible. Because of that, Chulho calmly tells Gabby that he accepts her promise. Gabby thanks him, then suddenly notices the pleasant scent drifting from the pot nearby. When she asks what smells so good, Chulho tells her it is plum wine and asks whether she wants a drink. Her expression brightens immediately. Gabby finds the idea surprisingly interesting and decides that having at least 1 cup before she leaves would not be a bad idea. Far away in the East Sea, a shark swims through the water when it spots what looks like 2 easy pieces of prey floating on the surface. The shark lunges forward and tries to take a bite, but completely misses its target. The creature it attacked is actually Kyul, who is happily playing in the water beside the turtle. Kyul becomes excited, assuming the strange animal wants to play with her. She traps the shark inside a bubble and innocently asks the turtle what kind of creature it is. Terrified, the turtle explains that it is a methidos, a dangerous creature known for eating turtles like her. Kyul immediately understands the danger. She tells the shark to go away because she does not want anything hurting her friend. The turtle can hardly believe that such a terrifying monster runs away without hesitating. Then she realizes that while the 2 men were still lying on the beach, Kyul had gone out into the sea with the child floating happily beside her, and somehow they had drifted all the way to the middle of the ocean. At that moment, someone notices the sky changing and urgently calls out to Kyul. A massive storm is rapidly approaching from the distance. Before they can get away, a huge wave rushes toward them and swallows them whole. As the turtle begins drowning in fear, Kyul keeps playing without concern, while the turtle can only pray that she will be reborn as a sea beast in her next life. After some time passes, the turtle finally coughs up all the seawater she swallowed. Kyul happily says that she has finally woken up, but the turtle has no idea where she is or what happened. Terrified by the sight in front of her, she transforms into a human and immediately runs away after realizing that she is surrounded by mermaids. The girls immediately swarm around Math and start tugging at his cheeks from both sides, leaving him completely overwhelmed as he struggles to understand why they are suddenly treating him like a toy. At that very moment, a massive shadow stretches across the water and blocks out the light above them. Then an enormous dragon rises into view, its colossal body appearing over the sea like something straight out of a nightmare. Dragon's presence is so overwhelming that Math freezes where he stands. Just feeling that crushing aura in the air is enough to leave him trembling with fear. Then Echo appears, sitting on the dragon's back, and calls out in relief, saying that they have finally managed to find the missing child. They immediately ask Kyul why she wandered so far away from shore. Still smiling as though nothing dangerous had happened, the baby dragon simply says that she caught a wave and ended up drifting away. Math stares at the gigantic creature in complete confusion and nervously asks who this terrifying dragon is supposed to be. Echo finds that question strange and casually explains that the dragon is Kule's older brother. Math is completely stunned when he realizes that the seemingly ordinary person lying around earlier was actually a colossal dragon in disguise. Kule excitedly says that she wants to fly through the sky too. Her older brother gently tells her that she will have to wait until her next growth stage before she can do that. While Math is still trying to absorb everything happening around him, one of the mermaids calls out to him. With a beautiful smile, she hands him a shell, and the unexpected gesture makes the boy turn red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Echo urgently tells everyone that they need to leave right away. Without wasting any more time, they climb aboard and fly away through the sky on the dragon's back. The turtle, meanwhile, cannot stop staring at the beautiful shell the mermaid gave him. Even after everything that just happened, he keeps admiring it with obvious fascination. Back at the restaurant, Chulho continues washing dishes in the quiet kitchen. He keeps working until everyone finally returns from their chaotic trip to the sea. Echo storms in looking furious, and immediately blames Chulho. He yells that Chulho already knew how impossible Kule could be to handle, which is exactly why he sent only the three of them away with her. Echo complains that he stayed awake for 3 straight days just to keep an eye on Kule. But the moment he finally dozed off for even a second, the baby dragon disappeared, making him feel like fighting the king of the world again would have been easier. Chulho finds Echo's angry outburst amusing, but he still rewards them for their effort. He hands them drinks and tells them that they did a good job bringing Kule back safely. The two of them instantly begin drooling at the sight of the drinks, their anger disappearing almost immediately. Before long, they no longer care about complaining because all they want is another drink. Later that night, after everyone has fallen asleep, Echo begins to feel uneasy in the middle of a dream. In it, he sees the demonic kingdom praising the 15th demon king, Lord Jaeger, with overwhelming excitement. In the dream, the north has already been conquered, and the army is preparing to march south next. Their goal is to celebrate the birth of a great emperor who will rule over everything. Nightmare makes Echo wake up drenched in cold sweat. Kule notices how restless he looks, then starts gently tapping his head and tells him to calm down and relax. The baby dragon's strange nightmare healing effect turns out to be incredibly effective. Before long, Echo actually begins feeling calmer. After that, Louisa walks peacefully through the streets, enjoying the morning. It is the first time her flower shop has been this busy, so she knows she needs to decorate it properly and make it look even better. She talks to her sunflowers and tells them to enjoy the beautiful day. Then she suddenly notices a little girl standing in front of the shop and wonders whether that girl is Kule. Louisa quickly picks Kule up and asks where her father is, wondering if she came outside alone. Kule innocently explains that her father is sleeping, just like her older brother. Louisa immediately asks whether Kule is talking about Echo. Before Kule can answer that question, another person suddenly arrives outside the flower shop. It turns out to be Choi, who walks over and greets both Louisa and Kule. Louisa cannot help thinking about how adorable Kule is. Seeing the little girl makes her imagine that one day she wants a daughter too, after meeting a wonderful husband with black hair, a cold personality, and a rough, wild kind of charm. Kule climbs down because she says she needs to leave. Before she goes, Louisa gives her some flowers as a gift, and the little girl happily thanks her before waving goodbye. Louisa watches her leave with a warm smile, finding the whole thing incredibly cute. Then the knight asks why she is already working at the flower shop so early in the day. Louisa explains that she finally managed to get 2 days off in a row. She knows she should probably report to the association, but her master personally told her to take a proper rest. She thinks that makes this the perfect opportunity to decorate her flower shop exactly the way she has always wanted. Meanwhile, inside the association's detention block, Farah is asleep in his cell. He suddenly wakes up and realizes that the door in front of him has been left open. Suspicious of the open cell, Farah gets up and carefully steps outside to see what is going on. The moment he looks out, he sees his enormous tiger waiting for him outside the cell. Farah has no idea why the tiger is there, and something about it feels strange. Its size has not changed at all, which means someone must have been regularly feeding it high-quality food. He walks farther outside, remaining cautious as he looks around. The whole situation feels suspicious, almost as though someone has been testing his reaction. Then Farah notices Sang-Hoo waiting nearby and immediately asks what they are planning to do with him. The Spearmaster asks what Farah means by that, but Farah refuses to believe they would simply release him without a reason. Sang-Hoo explains that after Farah told the truth about the attack on the city, he began seeing him as a comrade. If Farah wants to die, he can die, and if he wants to live, he can live. Still unable to believe what he is hearing, Yeon-woo asks whether they will try to stop him if he decides to run away. The Spearmaster says that choice is entirely his freedom. Still, he would find it disappointing if Yeon-woo returns to the foreigners, because if that happens the next time they meet, they will fight until one of them dies. Farah asks whether it would not be safer to kill him now, while he is still weakened and unable to fight at full strength. Sang-Hoo calmly says no, because he already told him that he considers him a comrade. Those words hit Farah harder than expected, leaving him visibly emotional. After hearing that, Farah climbs onto his tiger's back and rides away without looking back. Through the communicator, the director asks Sang-Hoo whether he is really sure about letting Farah go. Sang-Hoo answers that Yaon-Woo belongs to the same department, so allowing him to leave is not a problem. The president agrees with his decision, but he is still worried that Farah could end up hurting innocent civilians. Sang-Hoo believes that is impossible. If Farah truly wanted to cause trouble, he could have turned the entire city upside down long ago. Yet he never chose to do that. Sang-Hoo knows Farah must have left to retrieve something precious enough that he would risk his life for it. And if Farah returns afterward, Sang-Hoo believes that he will prove himself capable of becoming a force for good. Farah races through the city on his tiger until the beast suddenly stops after catching a familiar scent in the air. Yeon-Woo decides to investigate and follows the scent with the tiger. Soon he realizes that the smell is coming from a restaurant nearby. Inside that restaurant, Echo finally wakes up from his nightmare. He thinks that he normally does not have dreams like that, but seeing Jaeger become a demon king feels far too prophetic to ignore. Echo realizes that this man is heading south, and if he manages to take that territory as well, the entire demonic kingdom will fall into his hands. Then he spots Chul-Ho sleeping peacefully nearby, looking completely relaxed. That sight only makes Echo angrier, because Chul-Ho is the reason he has been dragged into so much trouble. As Echo looks closer, he notices the bouquet of flowers and finds it strangely suspicious. He also sees that there is a single rose mixed in with it. He is ready to curse Khan for causing this mess. But Khan is asleep too. In the end, Echo decides that Kuel must be responsible, because a strange little girl like her is exactly capable of doing something like this. Echo decides to lie back down and get a little more sleep. However, a strange scent suddenly reaches him, and he immediately jumps up and rushes over to wake Chul-Ho. Chul-Ho opens his eyes and asks him what he has done this time, already expecting that Echo has somehow caused another problem. Echo quickly insists that he did absolutely nothing. He explains that he only woke up because he sensed a faint trace of dark magic creeping closer and closer to the restaurant. Chul-Ho notices the same ominous presence, so the two of them head outside together. When they see Farah standing there, Chul-Ho casually remarks that it has been a long time since they last had a guest. Then Chul-Ho smiles warmly and tells him that guests are always welcome at his restaurant. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, Yeon-Woo thinks back to the interrogation. He had deliberately refused the food because he was not hungry at the time, but now he realizes that he has completely run out of strength because he has not eaten anything. Chul-Ho soon walks over and sets down a steaming bowl of belto porridge in front of him. Farah immediately begins eating, and the warmth of the porridge spreads through his body. Its comforting flavor makes him feel better with every bite. Not long after that, another dish is brought over and placed on the table in front of him. This time, it is a hamburger steak, the special dish of the day, served fresh and hot beside the porridge. Yeon-Woo hesitates and says that he should refuse the food. He does not have enough money to pay for such a full meal. But Chul-Ho tells him not to worry about the price. Since he is the restaurant's first guest, the entire meal is free. Those simple words hit him harder than expected. They remind him of an old friend who used to say that people without money still deserved help. Chul-Ho is glad when he sees the man's face brighten again, as though some of the darkness weighing on him has finally eased. Still, Chul-Ho cannot stop thinking about the tiger that came with him. At first, he assumed that the beast simply had not seen his face clearly. But it turns out that the creature is no ordinary monster at all. It is a spiritual beast. Tiger-type spiritual beasts are rare and exceptionally intelligent. More importantly, they are fiercely loyal and will not willingly follow someone truly evil. That makes Chul-Ho realize that Farah must be caught in a difficult situation. He cannot simply turn away and pretend that the man does not need help. He also remembers the expression Farah made when he first saw him. Chul-Ho has seen that same look many times before, the face of someone who has already decided they are ready to die, and most people with that expression never made it back. After finishing the meal, Yeon-Woo quietly thanks Chul-Ho and says that everything was delicious. Chul-Ho begins talking about how he prepares the food, explaining that meals taste best when people sit together, share them, and leave feeling full and satisfied. Because of that, Chul-Ho tells him that if there is someone important waiting for him, he should go back to that person. And when he returns next time, Chul-Ho promises that he will prepare something even better. Those words immediately bring Eve to his mind. He remembers how she always claimed that she was fine, even during the times when she clearly was not. The memory fills him with guilt, and he suddenly bolts out of the restaurant. Chul-Ho watches the expression on his face and sees a painful mix of sorrow and anger burning in his eyes. Farah races through the city at full speed beside his spiritual tiger. As he runs, he remembers the days when he was homeless and first found the black tiger shivering in the freezing cold. He storms into the laboratory and violently throws one of the scientists against a nearby machine. The bespectacled scientist shouts in panic, demanding to know what Farah thinks he is doing attacking the laboratory. He warns that the steamroid Farah fought before was already dangerous enough. Farah releases his aura without hesitation, making it clear that he is ready to kill anyone standing in his way. He is determined to free Eve, even if it costs him his own life. His mind returns to childhood, when Eve first found him looking hungry and offered him food before taking him away from that miserable place. Back then, gates had appeared around the world, and monsters were attacking everywhere. Farah was only a refugee who had already lost the place he once called home. He had lost his parents, his siblings, and nearly everyone close to him. With nowhere else to go, he had joined the endless line of refugees. No one paid attention to a starving refugee child. To everyone else, he was simply another forgotten face in the crowd. Then Eve approached him and gently asked whether he was hungry, because one look at him made the answer obvious. Farah did not understand why she was speaking to him at all. After introducing herself, Eve pointed toward her house and invited him inside with a kind smile, offering him something to eat. After putting rice into water, Yeonwoo thought that it should be cooked into porridge or something similar. But Eve had no idea that this was how it was supposed to be prepared. He tries to bring the food over to the fire, but he accidentally burns his hand in the process. Eve immediately starts blowing gently on his burned hand to ease the pain. Then she quickly makes a rough bandage for him with whatever she can find. Farah cannot understand why she is treating him with such warmth and care. It feels just as strange to him as the kindness she showed toward his little tiger. While they are eating, Eve asks him whether he would like to live with her. Farah refuses at first because he has no money and nothing to offer her. Eve tells him that she does not need money from him, but Farah insists that he has already lost everything in the world except for his pet. In the end, he makes up his mind and tells her that he is placing his life in her hands. Back in the present, Farah returns to the foreigner's base. The guards stare at him in disbelief, surprised that he is still alive after everything that happened. He quickly realizes that Eve has lost consciousness again from using too much mana. Unlike ordinary abilities that merely consume mana, her unavoidable precognition makes an awakened person's mana unstable. The realization makes Farah furious. They are treating Eve like nothing more than a test subject, pushing her power until she collapses. The guards recognize the danger and immediately draw their swords, but before they can react properly, Farah appears behind them in an instant and sends them flying with a single attack. Farah drives his knife into one guard's back. Just as he is about to finish the other, Black Mamba suddenly appears, blocks the strike, and launches a counterattack that slams Farah hard into the ground. Black Mamba adds that Yeonwoo has already inhaled far too much steamroid. That substance does not just damage the body, it steadily burns away the user's life itself. Yeonwoo does not care about the danger to his own life. All he wants is to take Eve away. And he reminds Black Mamba that the final stage of the drug was supposed to suppress Eve's power and become her only hope. Black Mamba only laughs at that. With a cold expression, he says he chose to save everyone else by sacrificing a single person. Those words push Farah over the edge. Rage erupts through him, and he suddenly bites down hard on the boy's leg in fury. Using the opening he created, Farah rushes straight toward Eve. Even with his body badly injured, he gathers her into his arms and heads for the black tiger, knowing they need to escape immediately. But at that exact moment, the foreigners launch several swords from behind him. The blades bury themselves into Farah's back before he can get away. The pain nearly drops him to the ground, yet Farah forces himself to stay upright. With every breath, he tells himself that he only needs to endure long enough to free Eve. Then, just as the enemy closes in, a portal suddenly opens directly in front of him. The black tiger charges through it at once, carrying both Farah and Eve away with him. Black Mamba can only stare at the place where they vanished. Confused and furious, he cannot understand what just happened or where they escaped to. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, everyone is gathered around the table eating fried chicken. Their meal is interrupted when they notice someone suddenly arriving outside. Echo is startled when he sees Farah covered in blood and barely standing. Looking at his condition, he angrily asks what the hell Farah did to end up looking like he wanted to die. Cholho quickly realizes that Farah did not come alone. Seeing Eve with him, he understands that the man risked his own life just to save her. Beside them, the black tiger lets out a mournful cry. Its face is filled with sadness, and it is clearly begging them to save its unconscious master. Even in a situation like this, Chulho gives a small smile and says that visitors are always welcome at his restaurant. However, once he examines Farah more closely, Chulho's expression turns serious. Even after removing the dark magic from his body, the injuries are still far too severe. Echo asks whether Chulho does not have some kind of healing ability. Chulho explains that he used a dragon relic while fighting someone who was casually eating chicken, and now he is worried because even Khan cannot help much when he specializes in attack. Echo stares at him in disbelief and asks whether he seriously did not know. The demon Sofran is not just a demon, she is a specialist in healing. Chulho cannot believe he overlooked something so obvious. Without wasting another second, they head into the subspace, where Sofran begins healing Yeonwoo with her magic. Chulho is surprised by how quickly Yeonwoo's wounds begin closing. Sofran explains that she purified the contaminated blood first, then used a refined potion made from the blood of infernal beasts. Echo adds that Sofran used to be both a vampire and a healer back in the demon realm. For someone like her, treating Farah's injuries is well within her ability. Still, Sofran says that Farah is not the difficult one to treat. The real problem is the unconscious girl lying beside him. Chulho tells her not to worry about Eve. He says he will personally take care of the problem inside her body. Then Chulho reaches out and begins using his power. Slowly and carefully, he starts pulling the unstable mana out of Eve. Echo watches in shock as more and more mana pours out from the girl's body. The amount trapped inside her is so overwhelming that he can barely believe it. Chulho realizes that even a high-level awakened would struggle to survive while carrying that much mana. He cannot understand how such a small body managed to endure it for so long. He knows that power on this scale cannot simply be handled like an ordinary injury. Trying to process it all at once would be extremely difficult. So Chulho starts absorbing the overflowing power himself. Echo sees what he is doing and angrily shouts at him, unable to understand how much more monstrous Chulho plans to become by taking in even more power. Chulho continues drawing in every last trace of mana. He does not stop until the violent energy finally settles under his control. As the power enters his body, Chulho feels it becoming slightly unstable within him. Even so, he cannot help wondering whether absorbing it might actually make him stronger than before. Inside Yeonwoo's fading memories, he once told Eve that he would willingly give his life for her, but Eve only smiled and refused to accept those words. She said she wanted them to be friends, and friends were not allowed to die. Later, when Eve became sick, people said it was because of a magic wave. Yeonwoo kept telling her that she had to get better, repeating that friends could not die, and promising that he would never let that happen to her. From that day forward, Yeonwoo took Eve and left the association behind. Together, they went on to join the foreigners. As his consciousness fades, Yeonwoo feels his entire life flashing before his eyes. He remembers the day he betrayed the heroes, along with the day he himself was betrayed. Among those memories is the first day he ever met Eve, the moment that changed the direction of his entire life. Back then, food was difficult to find, and Yeonwoo desperately wanted Eve to eat something good. More than anything, he wanted to buy her a delicious hamburger steak. Suddenly, Yeonwoo wakes up and forces himself upright. Still trying to understand what happened, he realizes that the wound Black Mamba gave him has completely healed. A girl enters the room and asks whether he is finally awake. Yeonwoo looks around in confusion and immediately demands to know where the hell he is. She tells him that he is obviously in a hospital. Since he is awake now, she asks him to please do something about Tiger, because the beast refuses to leave the spot in front of the door. Yeonwoo does not care about anything else at that moment. His only question is whether Eve is alive, and just then she appears and throws her arms around him. The nurse quickly tells him not to strain himself while he is still recovering. But Yeonwoo can only stare at Eve, wondering whether he is trapped inside a dream. Eve laughs at him and says he is not dreaming at all. Then she calls him an idiot with a warm, teasing smile. Meanwhile, outside the room, Sang-hoo quietly watches the reunion from a short distance away. The tiger slowly sneaks closer to Sang-hoo. Then, without warning, it bites down on his arm. Sang-hoo immediately shouts at the beast, telling that troublesome animal to stop being such a pain in the ass. Then Sang-hoo turns toward Beast and asks whether he has lost his mind. Invading enemy territory alone is reckless enough, but doing it at his age is practically asking to be killed. Yeonwoo admits that he has no idea what happened after he passed out. Sang-hoo explains that the tiger suddenly appeared with both of them in front of the association building, and Yeonwoo was asleep without a single injury on his body. Yeonwoo cannot figure out how that could have happened. He knows Eve's magic was already at its absolute limit, yet somehow she is now completely unharmed. Eve says she really was at her limit before Yeonwoo appeared. She thought she was about to die, but when she came to her senses, all the magic that had been building inside her had completely disappeared. Sang-hoo falls silent as he thinks about that. The magic had been growing inside Eve for 20 years, yet it vanished without a trace, so he asks whether her precognition ability disappeared as well. Eve tells him that her precognition has not disappeared at all. Sang-hoo begins suspecting that the same mysterious power may have intervened again, because Beast entered the foreigner's base alone, should have been critically wounded, and yet somehow came back without a scratch. No matter what that power truly is, Sang-hoo knows Beast and Eve's return will cause a huge reaction. Their survival could even become the turning point that pushes the association toward an all-out war with the foreigners. Still unable to understand the unseen force helping them, Sang-hoo pulls the two of them into an embrace. For now, all that matters is that they are alive, and he tells them how glad he is to see them both safe. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Chulho suddenly rubs his ear, feeling as though someone somewhere is talking about him. Kyul waddles over and studies him with concern. She says his ear must be itchy, then gives it a quick kiss and promises that it will feel better now. Chulho laughs at the little dragon's serious expression and tells her that it worked perfectly. Then he gently moves Kyle to the side so she will not get hurt. With the area clear, Chulho takes out the swords he collected and activates his detector eye to inspect them more closely. The moment he examines them, Chulho recognizes the weapons as the blades of chaos, the swords that had been embedded in Beast's back. They come from Dark Cliff in the southeastern region of the Spanish continent, a territory occupied by a dark elf clan. He does not need to investigate much further to figure out who owns them. The answer is obviously Black Mamba. Chulho first checks for detection spells or tracking magic. but the blades are completely clean, so he tosses them into his portal for safekeeping. After that, Chulho looks around and realizes the weather is getting colder. Thinking something warm would fit the day perfectly, he decides that a hot curry sounds like a good idea. He starts preparing the curry, and before long, the rich aroma fills the restaurant. Gabi soon appears at the entrance, drawn in by the delicious smell drifting through the air. Chulho greets her warmly and immediately serves a plate for her, already knowing she has come because of the food. Gabi hesitates and explains that she does not eat meat. Chulho calmly tells her not to worry, because this curry was made entirely with vegetables. She thanks him with surprising sincerity, but Chulho tells her she does not need to be so grateful to him. It is only a simple plate of curry. Gabi explains that she is not only thanking him for the meal. In truth, the Spearmaster is deeply grateful for everything that happened before. Chulho simply smiles, already understanding exactly what she means. Just then, Kayul suddenly appears and announces that Hodori needs something to eat too. Apparently, the cat is starving badly enough that it actually tried to eat the turtle. Chulho tells Kyul not to worry. He says he will make Hodori a delicious hamburger instead. At that moment, the restaurant door opens again, and another person walks inside. It is Beast. However, the moment he notices Gabi sitting there, he becomes visibly awkward and does not seem sure whether he should stay. Because of that uncomfortable atmosphere, Beast says he should leave and return another time instead. But Gabi does not seem bothered by what happened between them at all. She tells him to stay, adding that she would even like to pay for everyone's food herself. Beast does not know how to respond, but eventually sits down at the table. As he looks at Kyul, he quietly wonders whether the little girl is Chulho's daughter. Kyul happily says that she loves hamburgers. Seeing everyone gathered around the same table, eating and getting along, Chulho cannot help feeling pleased. Meanwhile, deep in the southern demon realm, countless demons kneel and praise their newly crowned ruler, the Demon King Jaeger. Jaeger finds their cheers irritating. His mind drifts back to the day he was invited to join a mercenary group and was told to use his strength to protect and help other people. That memory suddenly shatters apart inside his head. Any thought of sparing people vanishes, replaced by one overwhelming urge to kill everyone in front of him. Then, in the middle of that madness, Jaeger hears someone call him older brother. He turns around and sees a little boy standing nearby. Even so, Jaeger cannot remember who the boy is or why the voice feels familiar. At that moment, only one thing matters to him. He wants to conquer the entire demon realm and obtain the Sword of the Alliance, so that he can rise above every other demon king. Elsewhere, Ryushin is out on patrol when an urgent report comes through. A massive pack of rabid dogs has appeared along the main road, and every nearby member is being ordered to move out immediately. Ryushin finds the news irritating, because there is never a peaceful day in this neighborhood. He cannot help thinking that things would probably be different if his older brother were still around. Ever since Ryushin was little, his brother had been his hero. He was taller than everyone else, confident whenever he spoke, and always seemed larger than life. He was handsome, cool, and an incredible fighter as well. Because of that, people everywhere admired him and looked up to him. Ryushin had always been proud to call him his brother. No matter where they went, his brother seemed to shine so brightly that Ryushin could not help admiring him. He was also the leader of Cypher School. When Ryushin watched him graduate as a rank 1 awakened, his chest swelled with pride. To a small boy like Ryushin, that man was not just his brother. He was the coolest hero in the entire world. His brother once went through 4 of the 5 mercenary corps in the region, challenging each group to a fight. He declared that he would join whichever mercenary corps managed to defeat him. He defeated the leaders of all 4 groups without much trouble. But when he faced the 5th leader, he did not fight at all and instead showed him respect. That 5th leader was Taejung. Jaeger was willing to join under those conditions, but Taejung said his group was too small for someone with that much strength. Instead, he advised Jaeger to join the association and use his power to help more people. That same day, Jaeger returned to the Awakened Association. Then, during the Great Monster Invasion, he vanished into a dimensional rift together with the Level 0 monster known as Massacre. After that, Jaeger disappeared completely. Even now, Ryushin can still remember his older brother's face as clearly as ever. Meanwhile, Hyuk heads out toward the reported location, and several awakened fighters appear to support the mission. After parking, Hyuk asks for the situation report. One of the members explains that a pack of roughly 100 rank 6 mad dogs has appeared in the area. Just then, the monsters begin advancing along the road. As the leader watches them approach, he hears someone calling out to him from behind. It is Ryushin, racing over to join the fight. Ryushin dashes past the leader without slowing down, then immediately activates his werewolf transformation and charges straight toward the approaching pack with everything he has. Hyuk tells someone to remind the boy to take off his clothes before transforming. The others answer that they already told him many times. But Ryushin thinks stripping before transforming is not cool at all. That only annoys Hyuk more, because he knows the brat cares far too much about looking cool on the outside. Even so, Hyuk gives the order for the entire squad to advance. As they move out, he reflects that Ryushin has become far too aggressive lately and that hunger for strength often creates impatience, and impatience can easily lead to disaster. Deep down, Chulho decides that one day, when the right moment comes, he needs to sit the boy down and have a proper, serious conversation with him. Sometime after leaving the restaurant, Chulho starts thinking about dinner. He knows the meat will taste even better after resting in the refrigerator for a day, and that gives him the perfect excuse to prepare something rich and luxurious. On top of that, he still has some king pig shoulder stored away in the freezer, and he decides that thick, juicy cutlets would be the best way to use it. Before long, the breaded slabs of meat are sizzling in the oil, frying into massive cutlets with a thick, golden crust wrapped around the tender meat inside. Once they are done, Chulho slices through the crispy breading and lays the cutlet pieces neatly over a steaming bed of fresh white rice. He turns to Ryushin and asks how he wants his curry served. Should it be poured straight over the rice or placed separately on the side? Ryushin immediately shouts that he wants everything together, then digs in without wasting even a second, shoveling the meal into his mouth. But almost instantly he jerks back and starts yelling because the food is still scorching hot. After gulping down a huge glass of water, he quickly asks Chulho for another delicious bowl, clearly refusing to slow down despite burning his mouth. Watching Ryushin eat with that kind of desperate intensity, Chulho starts to worry and asks him whether something is bothering him. Ryushin admits that he feels far too weak, and the frustration has reached the point where he simply cannot endure it any longer. Compared to his older brother, Ryushin knows he is still nowhere near that level. From this day forward, he wants to train until he can stand on equal ground and become just as strong. But before he can do that, he knows he needs to eat properly and build up his strength first. Chulho understands that blindly stuffing himself with food and training without any real direction will not solve everything. Still, hearing Ryushin talk about his brother makes him suspect that the brother in question is Jaeger. The blonde boy says he believes that once he grows strong enough, he will finally be able to meet his brother again someday. After clearing every last bite from his bowl, Ryushin gets up and leaves without lingering around. The moment he is gone, Echo appears nearby and says that blonde kid looks strangely familiar to him. Chulho tells him that it makes perfect sense, because Ryushin is Jaeger's younger brother. The instant Echo hears that name, he spits out the water in his mouth. Now everything clicks for him. No wonder that damn kid had looked so painfully familiar from the beginning. Echo immediately decides that he should kill the boy, but the second that thought crosses his mind, Chulho smacks him hard on the head. Echo then tells Chulho that their connection with the demon realm has been growing stronger. That supposedly means Jaeger may have already risen into a demon king, and Echo wonders whether all 5 dimensions might eventually gather on Earth. Chulho cannot give him a clear answer yet, saying they will just have to wait and see. Echo has no clue what kind of horrors might arrive from the other dimensions, but he cannot imagine anything more terrifying than the absolute monster already standing right in front of him. Then another possibility slips into his mind. What if Chulho somehow gets beaten one day and actually loses? That thought earns him another blow to the head, and Chulho tells him to stop wasting time thinking about such ridiculous nonsense. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Ryushin is charging through a battlefield in his werewolf form, tearing down the monsters standing in his way. But after moving and fighting without pause for so long, his body is already beginning to show clear signs of exhaustion. The squad leader watches the situation closely and feels that something is wrong. These rabid dog monsters had never appeared before 3 months ago, yet now they are showing up more and more often. That uneasy feeling only grows stronger, and he shouts at Ryushin to retreat immediately, because something about this situation feels off. Ryushin does not understand what he is talking about. As far as he can see, all they need to do is keep fighting until every monster is defeated. Then, without warning, the sky above them splits apart. The moment Hyuk sees it, he realizes exactly what kind of disaster is about to descend. He breaks into a run and shouts for everyone to form an attack formation at once, because a hidden boss has appeared. Ryushin barely has time to react before the impact from the enormous boss throws him violently into the air. The captain calls out to him in alarm, but his expression quickly turns grim when an enormous 3-headed dog emerges before the squad. He shouts that it is a hellhound and orders everyone to form a defensive formation as well. His concern becomes overwhelming because hellhounds are rank 1 monsters. A single bite can leave a fatal venomous wound, while even their claws carry a paralytic toxin deadly enough to finish a target off. Ryushin crashes to the ground after losing his transformation, and when he tries to move, he realizes that his body will not respond. As if that were not bad enough, he turns his head and sees the massive boss preparing to strike directly at him. Ryushin has no idea how to respond, and neither does Hyuk for even a moment. Hyuk immediately rushes forward with everything he has, desperate to do something before it is too late. The hellhound keeps driving its crushing weight downward, while Ryushin struggles to understand what is happening in front of his eyes. Standing between him and the monster, the squad leader is using his sword to hold back that gigantic paw. Ryushin knows the captain is only a rank 3 awakened from the association, though his actual ability rivals a level 2. Even so, he cannot understand how the man is enduring the attack of a rank 1 monster. Hyuk manages to land a slash against the hellhound, and the squad immediately shouts that they need to move quickly if they want to save Ryushin. They spring into action while the others are ordered to support the captain and keep the giant monster from crushing through their defense. Ryushin can barely believe it. In the middle of such a dangerous battle, he is completely unable to help anyone. After everything is finally over, Ryushin gets slapped across the face. The squad leader stares him down and asks whether he knows why he was hit. Ryushin says yes, he admits that he acted recklessly and promises that he will never make the same mistake again. But then he gets slapped again. Completely confused, he asks whether it is because he drank the drink the squad leader liked so much. Even then, the slaps keep coming until Ryushin finally gets angry and demands that he explain the reason already. He asks if the man simply wanted an excuse to hit him. Hyuk shouts that he must never throw his life away for nothing, because dying like that would be nothing more than a meaningless death. He tells Ryushin that taking a risk is only acceptable when there is something truly worth risking his life for. Charging in without a reason and dying for nothing would be the most pointless death possible. Hyuk knows Ryushin can be impulsive and act however he wants at times, but he is still human. There are plenty of things he can overlook. Even poor manners or drinking too much do not make Ryushin a bad person, so those things are not enough to make Hyuk truly angry. But life is different because a person only gets one. Hyuk is furious because his precious youngest son nearly died over something so stupid. After saying everything he needed to say, Hyuk simply turns his back on Ryushin and tells him to leave. Ryushin quietly takes every word to heart, then decides to head straight for Chulho's restaurant. When he arrives, he drops into a seat with both cheeks visibly swollen from all the slaps. Chulho notices those puffed-up cheeks right away and wonders what could have happened. There are not many monsters capable of doing that much damage to a level 2 awakened, so he quickly guesses Ryushin probably did something foolish and got beaten up by Captain Hyuk. At that moment, Ryushin quietly asks if he can have just a little alcohol. Chulho agrees, but he refuses to let the boy drink on an empty stomach. He starts thinking about what quick and simple dish would go well with it. He slices up some cucumbers, then seasons them with chili powder and just a small pinch of salt. Chulho places the seasoned cucumbers beside the drink. But Ryushin barely glances at the food because his attention is completely fixed on the alcohol. Chulho understands that the longer someone keeps practicing something, the more skilled they become. In the same way, people slowly mature as they spend their days worrying, fighting, suffering, and letting out heavy sighs. Just then, the restaurant door opens, and Hyuk walks in. The sight of him makes Ryushin freeze and nearly jump out of his seat. Chulho feels relieved the moment Hyuk appears, because someone capable of guiding Ryushin has finally come through the door. As he watches the two of them sitting there together, Chulho is reminded of the very first time Hyuk and Ryushin came into this restaurant. With that memory in mind, he decides that today's meal should be spicy pork. It is the exact same dish he served when the two of them first met here. He uses the same familiar seasoning as before, except this time, instead of ordinary pork, he prepares it with rich king pig belly. Soon the finished dish is set before them, looking so delicious that both of them can only stare at it with their mouths hanging open. At that moment, Kal comes rushing in while calling for Chulho. But Khan quickly follows behind her and tells her not to disturb him while he is working. Watching that exchange, Ryushin turns to Hyuk and asks what it really means for something to be worth risking his life for. In theory, throwing away his life would always be a waste, no matter what. Hyuk agrees with him, saying that as people continue living their lives, the things truly worth protecting eventually appear before them. Ryushin still cannot accept that answer, and he demands to know why Hyuk keeps choosing to risk his own life. Hyuk tells him that he does it so the people precious to him do not die meaningless deaths. Then he points directly at Ryushin, making it clear that the boy is one of those precious people too. Ryushin grows emotional at those words, and a wide smile slowly spreads across his face. Chulho can see it clearly. Wolves are willing to stake their lives on protecting their own family. And when wolves clash with another pack, they do not choose the weakest enemy. They go after the strongest opponent in front of them. Then, when the time is right, they leave the pack behind and eventually return much stronger than before. The two raise their drinks for a toast. They agree that the world only becomes harder to survive in as time goes on, but as long as they have friends and comrades to share a drink with, they can endure whatever comes their way. The night passes, and early the next morning, Chulho wakes up and begins cleaning the restaurant before anyone else is even awake. While working, he suddenly remembers something important and checks the appointment marked on his calendar. He begins preparing a large pot, and Khan notices that Chulho is awake unusually early. Curious, Khan asks whether customers are already coming in. Chulho says there are no customers today. He explains that he needs to go somewhere, then tells everyone to take the day off and rest while the restaurant remains closed. Khan thinks it is unusual for them to get a full day off, but then a wonderful smell begins spreading through the restaurant and quickly pulls everyone's attention toward the kitchen. Chulho tells the three of them to sit at the table, then brings out the food and serves a portion to each person. Echo looks down at the unfamiliar dish and asks what it is. Chulho tells him that it is a Korean pancake. The fish version is made with fish fillet, and every piece of tender fish has to be coated carefully in flour before it is cooked. He also cuts the Mino sirloin into small pieces, making sure each piece gets its own coating of flour as well. For another version, Chul-ho shapes the Korean pancake mixture into small balls. He mixes it half and half with pork knuckle first, then only after that does he add in the egg yolk. Once everything is prepared, he fries it in the pan. The dish may look simple at first glance, but after it is cooked properly, it turns out surprisingly delicious. Everyone admits that the Korean pancake tastes amazing, but they still ask whether Chul-ho is planning to go on a picnic somewhere. Chul-ho says no. He tells them he simply has somewhere important that he needs to go. Khan keeps staring at him, unable to figure out what Chul-ho could possibly be planning. After the restaurant is officially closed for the day, Chul-ho asks Echo whether he thinks he can handle the job. The Demon King only stares back, completely confused about what that is supposed to mean. Khan suddenly announces that he has made up his mind. He is going to take down the closed sign hanging outside the restaurant. Echo looks at him in disbelief and asks whether this is supposed to be some kind of joke. Khan says he is completely serious. Even without Chul-ho there, he plans to prepare incredible dishes and serve every customer himself because he is sure it will be fun. He grabs the written instructions he has been keeping, explaining that he knew this day would eventually come, so he made sure to write down every recipe. Khan proudly declares that the dish of the day will be spicy pork. Echo immediately realizes that this could turn into a disaster. Just because Khan has written instructions does not mean he suddenly knows how to cook. The dragon tells Echo to watch carefully. Then, in the very next second, he unleashes an absurd amount of fire directly into the frying pan. Yule comes running in and starts screaming, while Echo watches the chaos unfold and realizes the kitchen has somehow turned into a full-scale battlefield. After a while, the food is finally finished. Khan proudly presents it to the others and asks them to take a bite. Echo and Kyul are both surprised because, at least on the outside, the finished spicy pork actually looks remarkably good. Khan starts by offering Kyul the first piece. She takes a bite, chews for a moment, and then her face twists with disgust as she realizes it tastes absolutely horrible. Kyul suddenly bursts into tears, and Khan can hardly believe it. The food must taste unbelievably awful if it has made his little sister cry like that. Echo tells Khan that he needs to learn how to do this properly. Since he has watched Chul-ho cook countless times, Echo confidently says he will step in and demonstrate. The moment he begins, flames erupt across the kitchen, and the entire place is set on fire almost immediately. By the time the flames die down, Echo is left standing there, completely blackened and charred. Echo knows this is bad. If Chul-ho finds out what they have been doing to his kitchen, they are all going to be in serious trouble. Right then, Choi appears at the restaurant entrance and politely greets everyone inside. Khan returns the greeting, and Choi immediately asks where Chul-ho has gone. Khan tells him that Chul-ho went somewhere else. Echo, meanwhile, realizes that this damn dragon has no idea how to run a restaurant. At this rate, both of them are going to get beaten to death by Chul-ho, so he desperately starts thinking of a way out. Meanwhile, inside the dimensional space, Sofrin calls everyone over for a meal. At that exact moment, Echo suddenly appears beside her. Sofrin notices him right away and asks what he is doing in this dimension. Sweating heavily and looking completely panicked, Echo asks her whether she knows how to cook. Sofrin says she knows a little, and that answer alone is enough for Echo. He immediately grabs her and pulls her along, saying he desperately needs her help. Confused, she asks where they are going, and Echo tells her they are heading to the restaurant. The second Sofrin hears that, she panics. If they leave this dimension, everyone here could die. Echo insists that there is no problem, especially since he already feels like he is halfway dead anyway. Sofrin can only stare at him, still unable to understand what in the world is happening. Sometime later, they reach the restaurant. Echo turns to Sofrin with a desperate look and tells her that she is their final hope. Those words unexpectedly move Sofrin, because this is the first time a Demon King has ever treated her with such consideration. Echo announces that Sofrin will take charge of the cooking. Khan has no objection and tells her to choose whichever dish on the menu she thinks is best, promising that he will take responsibility. Sofrin still has no idea what is going on, so Echo shows her the written recipe pages they had prepared. She gives the recipes a quick, confident glance, then says she will head into the kitchen first and see what ingredients they have available. The moment she looks around, Sofrin is pleased to find noodles. With those alone, she knows she can prepare something decent. She lightly cooks the noodles first, then seasons them with soy sauce, sesame oil, and a careful amount of salt. After that, she stir-fries the noodles together with vegetables, while preparing a bento egg separately on the side. With everything combined, she successfully finishes a steaming plate of fried noodles. Choi is immediately impressed by the meal, and even asks for another bowl. Only then does he realize that the girl who cooked it is someone entirely new around the restaurant. Sofrin does not know how to respond to that, while Khan stands nearby in complete shock. He suddenly remembers that Sofrin was never supposed to appear in front of other people in the first place. To make things worse, Choi starts flirting with her, saying that she is truly beautiful. Sofrin becomes visibly embarrassed under his attention. Meanwhile, in a ruined part of the city, Chul-ho walks up to a grave and carefully places several plates of food in front of it. He asks whether everything is going well, then talks about how he has been doing lately while running the restaurant. He stays there for a while, continuing the quiet conversation. Eventually, Chul-ho says goodbye and promises that he will come back again soon. That night, Chulho returns to the restaurant and immediately finds it strange that the lights are still on inside. When he enters, he sees a large group of awakened people gathered around and talking. Then he comes face to face with Sang-hoo, the spearmaster. Sang-hoo explains that he invited a few of his teammates over for a small dinner gathering. He also praises the young woman handling the cooking, saying her skills are exceptional. Chulho has no idea what Sang-hoo is talking about. Then Echo catches sight of Chulho and freezes on the spot. He is so terrified that he drops the food in his hands onto the floor. Deep inside, Echo is completely certain that Chulho is about to kill him on the spot. Chulho finds the entire situation almost amusing. Somehow, this restaurant never gets to have even one peaceful day. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gabby walks through a portal used by the machines. Since the beast managed to rescue Eve, one of Gabby's missions has been completed. But because of that incident, security around the foreigners has become much tighter, making her remaining missions far more difficult to carry out. Only then does she remember Chulho saying that all he wanted was an ordinary life. She begins wondering how old he really is. No matter how closely she looks, he appears to be somewhere between 20 and 30, yet he carries the wisdom of someone who has lived far longer. There is also a deep loneliness surrounding him, something that makes Gabby feel strangely sorry for him, and continues to linger in her thoughts. While she is lost in those thoughts, a machine suddenly attacks from behind. Gabby calmly turns, strikes back, and tears the monster apart. Even while fighting, though, she keeps wondering whether Chulho has lived through so much that he now carries such an overwhelming aura. She cannot hold back her curiosity any longer. More than anything, she wants to learn everything she can about him. Sometime later, back at the base, Hoon calls Gabby Ma'am and asks whether she has heard the news. Gabby is immediately irritated by the way he addresses her. She grabs him by the neck and demands to know what he is even talking about. Hoon starts talking about the restaurant they often visit. He says he heard from the spearmaster that the owner's wife is incredibly beautiful and apparently an amazing cook as well. Gabby does not know how she is supposed to react after hearing something like that. Then Sang-hoo appears, calls her an old lady, and asks whether she has heard the good news about the restaurant. Before he can finish what he is saying, Gabby punches him straight in the stomach and walks away. Sang-hoo is left doubled over, confused about whether something is wrong with her. Leaning against the door in irritation, Gabby notices a mark on her finger and begins thinking about it. Back at the restaurant, Echo is in the middle of teaching Kyul something, and the little girl is listening with obvious interest. Khan joins in as well, trying to help teach Kyul. But the things he writes down are so confusing that none of it makes any sense. Echo gets furious and calls out for Chulho, complaining that he never knew dragons could be this stupid. Chulho calmly tells him that dragons are actually highly intelligent life forms. The real problem is Khan specifically, because he has become far too humanized. Khan argues that there is nothing he can do about it, since the language of this country is incredibly difficult. Still, he proudly points out that at least he is good when it comes to fighting. Echo is about to yell that he is powerful in battle too, but then he notices the red-haired man laughing nearby. His expression hardens as he asks why Khan is looking at him like that, and whether he is making fun of him. Khan only keeps laughing even harder, and every second of it makes Echo more irritated than before. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Chulho stands beside Sofran and guides her through the proper way to saute the vegetables. Sofran asks whether she should add meat into the pan too, but Chulho tells her he will prepare the meat separately because this particular recipe does not include it. She finds that surprising, especially when such an appetizing smell is already filling the kitchen without any meat added. Chulho continues explaining that she should combine the vegetables with the noodles that were cooked beforehand. Only after mixing them together should she season everything with soy sauce and finish it with a little sesame oil. Sometime later, the japchae is finally complete, steaming warmly from the freshly prepared plate. Sofran thanks Chulho for teaching her another new dish. Since she helped protect the restaurant during the earlier chaos, Chulho gives her permission to visit the restaurant whenever she wants. As for Echo and Khan, they are the ones responsible for putting the restaurant in danger. Chulho gives them a severe warning because they nearly ruined the customer's precious mealtime, something people only get to enjoy 3 times a day. Chulho had always imagined that most demons would be fierce, dangerous creatures, but recently he has started to feel that they may not be as frightening as he originally believed. It turns out Sofran is surprisingly talented in the kitchen, and she is even beginning to think of cooking as something she could enjoy in her free time. She says she finds it genuinely fun, so Chulho asks whether she ever cooked anything before coming here. The vampire explains that she became tired of drinking only blood all the time, so she occasionally learned to cook other food. Vampires can eat anything, even though blood still tastes best to them and remains the source they need to grow stronger. Even after hearing that, Sofran remains curious about one thing. Why is Chulho still leaving the meat out? Chulho explains that customers who do not eat meat come by from time to time, so he needs to have dishes prepared for them too. At that moment, the restaurant door opens and Gabby walks inside. Chulho welcomes her in and asks whether she would be okay with having japchae. Gabby says yes, but then her eyes drift towards Sofran standing beside Chulho. She starts wondering whether this woman is actually the wife she has heard so much about. Chulho sets the japchae down on the table and Gabby suddenly calls out to him because there is something she wants to say. Chul-ho turns back toward her and asks what is wrong, but the moment he looks at her, Gabby becomes too embarrassed to continue and quickly says that it is nothing. Sofrine watches Gabby's reaction and seems to understand what might really be going on. She then says that she should return to the labyrinth and thanks Chul-ho for everything that happened today. Before leaving, Sofrine calls for Khan and asks him to come with her to the market. Khan does not understand why she wants to go there, so Sofrine explains that she has never been to a market before and wants to see one for herself. Khan agrees immediately, because all of those studies have honestly been making his life feel like hell. Echo tells them to hurry up and leave already, saying that he will stay behind and continue teaching the baby dragon. With that settled, Sofrine and Khan begin walking toward the restaurant door. Gabby stays quiet and waits until they finally leave the restaurant. Then, even though she is dying of embarrassment, Gabby gathers every bit of courage she has and asks Chul-ho whether he is married. The question catches Chul-ho off guard. He remembers the spearmaster saying that his wife was an amazing cook, then realizes there must have been some kind of misunderstanding. Gabby brightens immediately after hearing that. From what she understands, Chul-ho has never been married, and he confirms it, saying he has never had the time to think about that sort of thing until now. Gabby is clearly delighted by the answer. After finishing her meal, she says goodbye while practically singing with happiness, leaving Chul-ho wondering why her mood improved so dramatically. Then comes a memory from the past, back when the monster invasion had destroyed a huge part of the city. Chaos covered everything in those days. In the middle of it all, a man says he cannot endure it any longer and announces that he is leaving. His colleague asks where he intends to go. The man says he wants to find somewhere they will not have to lose any more comrades, a world meant only for people like them. Thousands of their comrades had died while defending the city, and after all that sacrifice, it felt as though nothing had been left behind. The man believes that in a world like this, power is the only path to survival. To overcome the monsters and build a new civilization, strength is the only answer. In his eyes, the strong are the ones who survive and create even stronger talent. Heaven's order and evolution itself erase the weak, making survival of the fittest feel like nothing more than a natural law. His colleague argues that if people do not learn to coexist, they will eventually destroy one another in the end. But the man says there is no problem. He will obtain power strong enough to dominate every existence, even if he has to sell his own soul to the devil to get it. After saying those chilling words, he turns away and leaves. The president of the association remembers that moment. Seeing that the old man is lost in thought, the spearmaster says he will take his leave since he has already delivered the report. The president tells him that is fine, then sinks back into his thoughts. He cannot stop wondering what the hell his old friend is trying to do at a time like this. He barely gets the chance to think any further before the spearmaster suddenly appears again, shouting that Eve has just seen a vision of the future. Eve has seen what is going to happen. She says that in the not-too-distant future, a massive entity will descend upon Earth. The president is immediately intrigued because, as far as he knows, something similar has already happened once before during the city expansion project. Eve confirms that it is true, and she even calls the association president father, making their connection clear. Years ago, during the destruction that swallowed the city, he found the little girl alone and lost in the streets, then took her in. Wanting to know more, he asks Eve for every detail she can remember. She says the entity is searching desperately for something overflowing with rage, and it will be far stronger than the being they encountered before. The spearmaster thinks carefully about the place Eve saw. It feels familiar to him, and he suspects it may be the giant mana stone where the sword had once been lodged. He realizes that the sword he investigated must be connected to this incident somehow, but neither the sword nor the enormous mana stone can be found anywhere now. Then the Undertaker appears and brings up the demon realm. This new information carries the same unsettling feeling as that realm, especially now that the barriers separating the worlds are growing stronger. Sang-hoo considers those words, but his biggest question remains the same. Just who is this man called the Undertaker? Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Hodori keeps staring at the turtle. Kyul calls out to him and says they should not be getting along so badly, because they are friends. Then she happily suggests that they all go to the beach together. Kyul summons her wings and tries to lift herself into the air, but no matter how hard she struggles, she cannot fly at all. She becomes upset over it, then notices Echo passing nearby, and immediately turns her attention toward him. Kyul calls out to Echo and says she wants to go to the beach. Echo refuses right away. He says the ocean is the second thing he hates most in the world, with only Chul-ho ranking above it. Kyul cannot believe he genuinely hates the beach that much, and the disappointment quickly shows on her face. Echo notices how sad she has become, and quickly changes his tone. He says that if she gives him 3 kisses on the cheek every day, he might be willing to consider it. Kyul asks whether that small price is really all he wants, and Echo confidently assures her that it is enough. Then Echo notices a strange glow coming from his direction and asks what the animals are doing while looking at him with such pitiful faces. Once they head inside the restaurant, the animals offer him some attributes, but Echo has absolutely no idea what he is supposed to do with them. Chul-ho finds the whole thing strange and asks when Echo became so close to the animals. Echo says he has no idea either, especially since his entire body is aching. At that moment, Kyle suddenly appears beside him, and Echo immediately starts to panic. But instead of causing trouble, Kuhl gives him a small kiss on the cheek, and Echo instantly becomes ridiculously happy. Chul-ho watches all of this with a confused expression, unable to understand what the hell is happening around him. Just then, Khan comes rushing in and says there is a problem. He tells everyone to look closely at the letter because it is clearly some kind of prank. Chul-ho cannot believe that people are still pulling childish pranks like this in an era like theirs. But Khan does not understand what the letter means and nervously asks whether it might be some kind of cursed message. Chul-ho confirms that it is a curse letter. To break the curse, the letter has to be copied 7 times and passed along as a lucky letter. Khan understands the task immediately and says he will handle it himself. Normally, Chul-ho does not believe in superstitions. He has watched too many people cling to their own lucky charms and beliefs, only to die meaninglessly on the battlefield anyway. Still, every morning when he opens the restaurant, a faint sense of anticipation rises inside him. It is the feeling people call the first sale of the day. At that moment, Louisa walks in while singing cheerfully and asks for some meat. Chul-ho finds it strange for someone to ask for meat so early in the morning, but he tells her it will take a little time to prepare. Louisa says that is perfectly fine because she has plenty of time to wait. Chul-ho heads over to the refrigerator, determined to make a meat dish that feels a little different from usual. Since he has some breaded duck meat ready, he decides to roast an entire duck for her. It is a bread duck, a creature with a huge round head that looks like a steamed bun. Its massive beak is said to devour everything that gets in its way. After soaking the duck meat in cold water, Chul-ho begins seasoning it. This time, simple salt and pepper are more than enough. Then he places it in the oven to roast for 20 minutes. Because the heat is so intense, he wraps the meat in aluminum foil first to keep it from burning. After a while, he takes it back out, adds another layer of salt and pepper, and returns it to the oven for 5 more minutes. With that final roast, the whole roasted duck is ready to be served. Chul-ho thanks Louisa for waiting, but then realizes she has disappeared from her seat. When he looks to the side, he finds her questioning Khan about who gave him that strange paper. That same letter had arrived at the association as well, and Louisa notices that the handwriting looks exactly the same. She says that whoever wrote it brings back old memories. Chul-ho asks what kind of memories she means. Louisa explains that even back when she attended cipher school, things like these letters were popular. But while speaking, she suddenly notices that Chul-ho has prepared an entire roasted duck. She immediately starts eating. Every bite cracks with crispness, while the clean flavor of the white meat and the rich fat blend together deliciously. Chul-ho is pleased to see that she likes it so much, and with that, the restaurant's first sale of the day becomes a success. But another question remains on Chul-ho's mind. He wants to know who is really behind those strange letters. Khan soon returns with all 7 copies finished. Chul-ho looks them over and says Khan did well, because the handwriting is at least clearly readable. However, Khan barely has time to leave before he returns looking depressed, because another letter has already arrived. They hear a noise from outside and head over to investigate, only to find Hodori carrying something with him. Khan asks whether the creature is a dragon, but Chul-ho corrects him. It is not a dragon at all. It is actually a goblin. Chul-ho activates his detector eye and immediately realizes the truth. This little creature is a lucky goblin, and the strange messages that kept appearing were apparently all sent by her. The goblin does not seem malicious at all. Her behavior is certainly odd and hard to predict, but every strange thing she does carries the same desperate wish. She wants luck to reach everyone around her. Once Chul-ho understands that, he walks up to her without hostility and offers her some food. After working so hard for so long, he tells her she should at least have a proper meal before she leaves. With a small movement of his finger, Chul-ho opens his dimensional space and calls Kasim out, intending to use him as a translator between them. As the conversation begins, the immortal goblin slowly explains the girl's past. She had once lived peacefully in the highlands, but somewhere along the way, she became separated from the person fate had connected her to. For 120 years, the two of them worked side by side, ate together, and quietly exchanged words of love. Ever since losing him, she has continued handing out letters, hoping that luck will somehow stay with the one she misses. Not long after that, Echo suddenly appears nearby. Annoyed that yet another goblin has entered the picture, Chul-ho turns to Echo with a request. He asks whether Echo can track the scent of the gourmet goblin who showed up at the restaurant last time. Echo, the demon lord, immediately sees how that ability could be useful. With complete confidence, he says that finding someone by scent would be ridiculously easy for him. Chul-ho tells him to go find the gourmet goblin, especially since the two goblins apparently know one another. Echo looks irritated, though, because he cannot understand why he should waste his effort chasing the trail of such a lowly creature. Then Chul-ho offers him a reward that changes everything. If Echo succeeds, he promises to give him an entire roasted duck. Echo pauses to think it over. To him, the breast is the best part of a chicken, the biggest portion, the one packed with the most meat, and the part that makes him happiest every single time. Now, instead of fighting over a few pieces, he has the chance to eat a whole duck by himself. The decision is instant. Echo activates his power, pinpoints the gourmet goblin's location somewhere in the world, and teleports him straight into the restaurant. The moment the two goblins see each other again, both of them are overwhelmed with emotion. They rush forward without hesitation and throw themselves into a tight embrace. Chul-ho is pleased by the reunion happening right in front of him. Echo, on the other hand, stares at the scene in disbelief and asks what the hell is going on. At the rate Khan has been improving, it feels like he will eventually master calligraphy completely, reaching a level where every stroke comes out flawless. Sometime later, Chul-ho heads off to another place. When he arrives, he asks the man there whether the charcoal will finally be ready by the end of the day. The man says the timing is about right now. He immediately turns to his workers and tells his subordinates to get the process moving. The place is a paid lot located some distance away from Sia Demon Market, a workshop dedicated to making charcoal. Whenever Chul-ho needs charcoal, this is the place he always visits. In the past, charcoal could be produced in massive factories with modern machinery, but those days are long gone, and equipment like that is no longer something people can casually expect to find. After looking over the situation, Chul-ho realizes that charcoal will still need time to cool. Since he plans to return later that night anyway, he invites the man to sit down and share a drink with him first. The man gladly accepts the invitation. Chul-ho lays several pieces of meat across a paddle, then showers them generously with salt before bringing them toward the heat. Inside the furnace, the temperature has climbed above 1,000 degrees. Chul-ho himself could walk into a place like that without suffering any harm, but almost any other living creature would be burned to ashes instantly. The flames roar without stopping, consuming everything until it becomes charcoal. With heat that fierce, Chul-ho can only leave the paddle inside for around 10 seconds before pulling it back out. He slices off a piece and takes a bite, already certain it will taste amazing. The moment the meat reaches his mouth, the rich flavor of the melted fat spreads across his tongue. His drinking companion remarks that Chul-ho is an unusual young man. Unlike most people from that era, he still has something innocent and childlike about him. Yet he is also excellent company over a drink. Then the man quietly says that perhaps it is time for him to stop doing this work. Chul-ho asks him why he would suddenly say something like that. The man begins by explaining that there are many different kinds of wood in the world. Even oak trees are not all the same. There are Kanara oaks, Oriental white oaks, daimyo oaks, and many others, and he wonders whether he has simply spent too much of his life surrounded by trees. His whole life has been built around waiting. He waited for the moisture to leave the logs once they were placed inside the furnaces, and even after the charcoal was removed, he still waited patiently for it to settle. Listening to him, Chul-ho imagines the old man surviving through a lifetime of chaos and hardship, gaining precious things along the way, while losing just as many. The old man continues, saying that no matter how long he kept waiting, his wife and children eventually left this world before he did. His master used to tell him that charcoal burners never truly changed. Waiting was lonely, and loneliness made people change easily, so the only way to endure was to remain the same. That was how he had lived for his entire life. Then the old man points at Chul-ho and tells him to enjoy life while he can. The world has changed. Generations have changed with it. And perhaps now is also the time for him to change. Chul-ho is not sure whether he fully understands at first. The old man explains that he has already earned all the money he needs, and after living this long, he wants to spend whatever remains of his life doing something for himself. Chul-ho agrees with that thought. In the end, age means very little once someone finally discovers what gives their life real meaning. The man bursts into laughter and says that, for the final masterpiece of his 70 years, he wants to create something truly unforgettable. If it turns out as well as he hopes, he promises he will definitely give it to Chul-ho. Chul-ho thinks quietly for a moment, then excuses himself. Opening a dimensional portal, he asks Kasim how many world trees are still being kept inside the subspace. Kasim checks and reports the numbers precisely. There is 1 sapling, 7 fully grown trees, and 13 dead world trees that were recovered earlier. Chul-ho does not remember having that many. Kasim reminds him that they came from the elven forest where he planted saplings after the old world trees reached the end of their lives. As Chul-ho thinks back, the memory returns. There had been an incident when the world trees protecting the elven forest mysteriously died, and because he possessed world tree seeds, he planted them afterward. Kasim adds that dimensional rifts began appearing around that same period. Because of those rifts, young elves would occasionally disappear without warning. Chul-ho says he understands now. He orders Kasim to bring out the 13 dead world trees from that time, because he has decided exactly how they will be used. Later, once the charcoal is ready, the old man proudly explains that he fired it using the wood Chul-ho provided. Its heat is powerful, it lasts an incredibly long time, and it gives off a surprisingly pleasant fragrance. Everything about it came out perfectly, but he still cannot figure out what kind of wood it was. Chul-ho knows the wood is a treasure of the world and probably should not reveal its true origin, so he simply tells the old man that he does not know either, claiming he only happened to come across it by chance. The wood itself is incredibly sturdy and has an exceptional ability to hold magical power. That makes it an outstanding material for creating powerful weapons. Naturally, dead wood cannot be expected to retain all of those incredible properties. Even so, charcoal made from a world tree is bound to be more extraordinary than any charcoal ever produced before. The old man celebrates with genuine joy. After 70 years of making charcoal, he has finally created the finest charcoal of his entire life, and now he feels like he has nothing left to regret. Chul-ho asks him to come inside with him. After all, now that they have the greatest charcoal in existence, he wants to use it properly by grilling some meat over it. At that exact moment, Gabby arrives near the restaurant. Before she even understands why, a familiar and deeply nostalgic scent suddenly reaches her nose. With the charcoal finally finished, Chul-ho quietly looks at it and feels that the old man's greatest work has turned out to be a perfect reflection of the man himself. People always begin to resemble the work they devote their whole lives to. The old man's heart may have burned down to its limit like a bed of glowing charcoal, but once a spark reaches it, that fire can still flare back to life with incredible force. For Chul-ho, this meal is more than just food. It is his own sincere way of encouraging a man who spent his entire life tending furnaces and making charcoal. And he is not using ordinary meat for it either. The cuts come from an ivory buffalo, a monster that lives in barley-covered hills. Those ivory buffalo also live alongside another strange creature known as the beer monkey. In a bizarre but useful arrangement, the monkeys produce a fermented drink for them. Basically, they make beer. Because the ivory buffalo grow up eating barley and drinking beer, their meat reaches a completely different level from regular monster meat. It is far too expensive to ever appear on the restaurant's normal menu. But for today, Chul-ho decides to serve the finest steak he can possibly make. Using the fierce direct heat from the charcoal, he quickly sears the outside of the meat first, locking it in before the fat has a chance to drip down onto the burning embers. That way, no thick smoke rises into the air, and none of that bitter burnt smell can ruin the meat. At last, Chul-ho finishes the dish, and the steak looks almost too beautiful to touch. The old man stares at it in surprise, convinced that something this impressive must cost a fortune, and says plain pork belly would have been more than enough for him. Chul-ho tells him this cut suits him much better. Then he adds that the meal is entirely on the house, so the old man should eat as much as he wants without worrying about the price. To complete the meal, Chul-ho also brings over some beer so the two of them can drink together. The old man takes a piece of steak and bites down. The moment he tastes it, his eyes widen in disbelief. He has never felt a texture this tender or a flavor this extraordinary, almost as though there is something magical hidden inside the meat. Deeply moved, he thanks Chul-ho and says that a feast like this truly deserves to be called a banquet. Sometime later, Gabby finally steps into the restaurant, and Chul-ho gives her a warm welcome. Even as she enters, Gabby cannot stop thinking about that nostalgic fragrance she caught outside. She wonders whether it really came from this restaurant, but despite her curiosity, she only orders a salad. Chul-ho considers her request for a moment. Since he has just obtained such exceptional charcoal, he decides this may be the perfect chance to prepare a different kind of salad. He has a small fruit no bigger than a walnut, yet its apple flavor is intensely concentrated. There is also a pineapple about the size of a fist, with a peel soft enough to eat along with the fruit. Once those fruits are exposed to heat, their sweetness becomes much stronger and their flavors deepen into something rich and almost addictive. For the base of the dish, Chul-ho prepares fresh lettuce, tomatoes, and thinly sliced cucumber. With the vegetables arranged and the fruits lightly grilled, the unusual salad is finally complete. When Chul-ho brings the plate to her table, he takes a closer look at Gabby. She gives off an intense glow, and her beauty stands out so strongly that he cannot help noticing it. He pauses briefly, then hands her the salad. Before stepping away, he asks whether she might be from the Spanish continent, the southern elven forest, or perhaps somewhere near the northern infinite canyon. Gabby is visibly startled that he knows those places. After a moment of surprise, she tells him that she is from the elven forest. Chul-ho realizes that Gabby probably knows nothing about Lycus Miro, the identity he once had. She must have crossed over to Earth sometime after all of that happened. The moment Gabby takes her first bite, an incredible energy spreads through her body. It feels strangely familiar, as though it carries the presence of the world tree itself, and she begins wondering whether the feeling in her chest is connected to the elven forest. Gentle warmth settles over her, followed by a faint but painful wave of nostalgia that she cannot hold back. Seeing her reaction, Chul-ho quietly offers her a small cloth and says that she probably remembers the world tree. Tears begin streaming down Gabby's face, and she takes the cloth to wipe them away. She says she is no longer surprised by the longing she feels, until Chul-ho tells her that what she is eating was made from the world tree. She can barely believe what she has heard. In her homeland, her people had a tradition of sharing a world tree after its life reached its end, treating it as an important ritual for the elves. But Gabby never got to have her own coming-of-age ceremony. She looks ahead at Chul-ho and decides she truly cannot understand him. If he has enough world tree material to use in cooking, then she cannot even imagine what kind of life he must have lived. Then, without warning, Chul-ho tells her that she will be all right. He says she will be able to return to the elven forest on the Spanish continent. After all, he himself has already managed to return there before. Hearing that, Gabby becomes overwhelmed with emotion. She thanks Chul-ho sincerely for the meal, her voice filled with gratitude. The following morning, Sofrin finds herself facing a difficult situation. She had said she wanted to learn cooking from Chul-ho, but now she has no idea what she is supposed to prepare first. Meanwhile, Chul-ho cheerfully sends a full set of kitchen utensils straight into the labyrinth. Sofrin stands there wondering what she should make when Echo suddenly appears, accompanied by Kyul. Echo casually asks Sofrin to watch the child for him, then disappears again, saying that he will return soon. Kyul finishes the last of her chocolate and remembers Chul-ho's warning that she should never go out with strangers. She looks Sofrin over and carefully thinks through what she knows. She has seen Sofrin several times before. Sofrin is Echo's friend. She is a woman, and she is pretty. After considering all of that, Kyul decides Sofrin must be safe. Then she holds out her arms and asks Sofrin to pick her up. The vampire lifts her up and immediately wonders whether Hodori is nearby as well, ready to cause trouble somewhere. The moment she says that, Echo appears again with the cat in his arms. He drops Hodori off just as casually, vanishes once more, and wishes Sofrin luck in the difficult battle ahead of her, taking care of both of them. Sofrin picks up the instruction manual for looking after the two children. The first rule says that whenever the little girl is hungry, she must be fed, and if Sofrin gives her something bad, Kyul will start crying. The second rule says Kyul must run around until she spends all of her energy, because otherwise the person who ends up exhausted will be Sofrin herself. According to the instructions, chocolate is the answer when that happens. It can be used to lure Kyul away, because that sweet treat seems capable of solving nearly every problem. While the cows are busy working, Kyul suddenly comes running through the area. With a burst of magic power, she throws all of them high into the air. The workers immediately panic, terrified that the demon has returned again. Right at that moment, Mino appears and announces that it is time for breakfast. Hay is tossed out for the monsters to eat, and Kyul watches them closely before asking whether it really tastes good. Mino confidently confirms that the hay is edible, but the moment Kyul takes a bite, her face twists in disgust. To her, the dry grass tastes absolutely horrible. Sofrin immediately starts worrying. She remembers the warning she received. If Kyul is given something she does not like, the little girl will start crying. Not wanting to risk that disaster, Sofrin quickly checks the care instructions to see what Kyul actually enjoys eating. After scanning through them, she discovers that Kyul's favorite food is meat. The second Mino hears that, he panics. From his perspective, he is exactly the kind of meat Kyul might decide to eat. Sofrin laughs at Mino's terrified reaction, then realizes this is the perfect chance to use the refrigerator she was given. She heads over to search for something children would genuinely love to eat. After looking through the ingredients, Sofrin pulls out a giant crab. Kyul stares at it with wide eyes, completely shocked by how enormous it is. Sofrin explains that it is called a giant crab. Chul-ho once grilled one for her before, and even now she says she has never eaten anything more delicious in her entire life. Remembering that incredible taste, Sofrin decides that this is what she will prepare. She is determined to make a proper charcoal-grilled giant crab for Kyul. As Sofrin begins getting the crab ready, Kyul watches her closely from nearby. The scent already starts spreading through the area, and the little dragon is clearly impressed by how good it smells. Once part of the crab is ready, Sofrin cuts off several pieces of meat. She hands one to Kyul and gently tells her to take a bite and see what she thinks. Kyul bites into the crab meat immediately. Her expression changes at once as she realizes just how delicious it is. Seeing Kyul enjoy it so much, Sofrin finally relaxes. But after taking another bite, Kyul suddenly says that 2 of her teeth have fallen out. The mood changes instantly. Sofrin and the others panic, because if Chul-ho discovers that Kyul lost teeth while they were looking after her, they know they are completely finished. Sofrin rushes closer to inspect Kyul's mouth, only to realize that the teeth were baby teeth. It is still surprising, but at least it is not a serious problem. Kyul then remembers something Chul-ho once told her: whenever someone helps you, you should repay them properly. With that in mind, Kyul offers the 2 fallen teeth to Sofrin as a gift. Sofrin accepts them with a smile, thanking her while secretly thinking the gesture is unbelievably cute. After that brief scare, they return to the grill. The crab meat is almost ready, and the smell grows richer with every passing moment. Sofrin knows that once she carefully removes the crab's innards, she needs to use the remaining shell. By adding rice, water, and salt inside it, she can finish the meal with giant crab porridge. With food spread around them and everyone enjoying themselves, the group keeps eating, laughing, and having fun until late in the afternoon. Eventually, Kyul goes to brush her teeth before lying down for a short nap. She has spent so much energy running around that even she finally starts feeling sleepy. Before falling asleep, the little girl keeps repeating that she likes Sofrin. Sofrin feels relieved hearing that, but before she can enjoy the moment for long, a portal suddenly opens, and the Demon King steps out. The problem is that Echo looks completely wrecked. Sofrin stares at his exhausted face, and immediately asks whether he is all right. He looks as though he has just survived a war that lasted 100 days straight. Sofrin cannot imagine what kind of battle he had to go through to end up in such terrible condition. Echo says that he got something called Kim Jong. Then he notices the necklace made from Kyul's teeth around Sofrin's neck and asks whether she bought a new necklace. Not knowing how to explain it, Sofren simply says yes. Either way, Echo tells her to get ready. Chul-ho said that when Kim Jong is finished, everyone usually gathers to cook meat and eat together, so because Sofren looked after Kyul, she will receive a share too. Echo reaches out his hand for Sofren, and the two of them step through the portal together. Hodori is left behind in the labyrinth. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, the leaders of all 8 demon tribes are ordered to kneel and pay their respects to Lord Jaeger. To the demons gathered there, Jaeger is more than a new ruler. They believe he may become the strongest demon king in all of history. The subordinates who once served the previous king transform into a single stream of mana. That immense current flows directly into Jaeger's body, wrapping him in power so overwhelming that no one dares approach him. With every second that passes, the king continues growing stronger. The demons of both the south and the north have already been gathered under his rule. Now only one thing remains, the Sword of Alliance, the symbol needed to rule the entire demon realm. At the very center of the demon realm stands the Temple of Alliance. It was sealed long ago by the first demon king himself. That temple cannot be entered by just anyone. Only a demon king who has perfectly united the northern and southern kingdoms is allowed to step inside. Every demon remains frozen in place, their eyes fixed on the leader standing at the center of the massive magic circle before them. As Jaeger stands there, he suddenly feels as though his entire body is being crushed under unimaginable pressure. Then he hears that strange voice again, calling him brother, even though he still cannot recognize who it belongs to. The confusion only makes him angrier. He releases all of his energy in a furious burst until the chaos finally settles, and he looks upward to see that a dimensional rift has opened above him. Back at the restaurant, Echo asks Chul-ho whether he knows what classes Echo has mastered. Chul-ho says he has watched him for a long time and has practically memorized them already, but he does not understand why Echo is suddenly asking. Echo tells him that he has mastered 5 classes in total. One of those classes is something only he possesses. That unique class is called the Will of the Immortal. It is an immortality skill whose performance surpasses every other survival class by an enormous margin. Echo explains that every demon king before him possessed a class like that. It is something no ordinary demon can obtain, a special level of power that rises far above everything else. It is known as a first class. When awakened people receive their first awakening, they are given a random class, and Echo believes Chul-ho must have awakened with some kind of extraordinary special class as well. Chul-ho finds it astonishing how quickly Echo has grown and developed in such a human-like way. The Demon King continues, saying that when Chul-ho was summoned to the Spanish continent, he mastered 5 classes within only 10 years. Then, in the middle of their battle, he even opened the door to a 6th class, something raw talent alone cannot possibly explain. Because of that, Echo believes Chul-ho's first class must be beyond extraordinary. More than anything, he wants to know why he lost against Chul-ho, because no matter how much he thinks about it, he cannot solve the mystery behind that power. Chul-ho activates his ability and checks Echo's intentions. What he finds is that Echo is telling the truth and genuinely wants an answer, so Chul-ho steps closer to explain it. But the moment he starts revealing the reason, Echo recoils in fear and accuses him of using a cheat. To Echo, a skill that broken is enough to destroy the balance of the entire world. The class Chul-ho possesses is called the World Destroyer. It can draw out 200% of the potential power from every other class he has, while also increasing the mastery speed of each class at an exponential rate. Echo admits that the explanation is easy enough to understand. But even so, the ability is so absurdly powerful that it feels capable of shattering the balance of the entire universe. Only then does Echo finally understand the gap between them. With a first class that absurdly powerful, there was never any chance that he could stand on equal ground with Chul-ho in the first place. Still staring at him, Echo asks what it feels like to possess such overwhelming power. In his mind, it must feel like nobody in the world could ever become a real opponent. Chul-ho says it is not really like that. Becoming stronger, defeating someone stronger than before, and continuing to rise higher only leaves him with an empty feeling in the end, as though none of it truly matters. Even so, he still wants to become stronger. There is no grand purpose behind that desire, and no dramatic reason driving him forward. It is simply an instinct that refuses to disappear. Even now, the heart inside him, the one that absorbed Eve's mana, occasionally begins to beat on its own. Sometime later, Sofren arrives at the restaurant and asks Chul-ho to teach her how to make the dish called kimchi. Chul-ho does not mind teaching her, although he warns that he would not recommend it lightly. Gathering the rare ingredients is difficult work even for a dragon and a demon king. Just then, Eve and the beast appear at the entrance. Eve greets Chul-ho warmly, since it has been quite a while since she last saw him. After they settle down, something about Chul-ho catches Eve's eye. She studies him for a moment, then says that he somehow looks familiar. Chul-ho figures that she may be sensing the mana he absorbed from her while curing her illness. Still, he only responds by saying that she must really like the restaurant. Eve seems to agree, then wraps her arms around Yeon-woo. She wants to know what he usually eats whenever he comes to the restaurant. Yeon-woo has no idea how to answer her at first. Before he can say much, Chae-yeon suddenly appears at the door, calling Eve's name. The two girls greet each other right away. both clearly happy to meet again after being apart for so long. The Ice Princess greets the beast first, then turns her gaze towards Sofrin. From what she has heard, this must be the woman from all those rumors, the legendary owner of the restaurant. Sofrin does not understand what she means by that. Chulho quickly clears things up by saying that they are simply siblings. Once the food is ready, Eve asks why Che Yuan came by. She wonders whether the girl only stopped at the restaurant for a meal. Che Yuan explains that she was passing through to deliver a report from the association. Recently, mandrakes have been sprouting everywhere, and their numbers have been growing at an alarming rate. That immediately makes Chulho wonder whether something serious is about to happen. Mandrakes feed on yin energy and usually grow in huge numbers within the demon realm, so a sudden increase could mean that the connection point to that realm is getting closer. At least there is one useful side to the situation. Mature mandrake leaves look almost identical to cabbage leaves, so they will not have to worry about running out of kimchi ingredients that year. Eve falls silent as she thinks about the report. The sudden appearance of so many mandrakes may somehow be connected to the future she saw. In that vision, purple mist covered everything at the exact moment the first powerful being descended into the world. But in the very next moment, that same figure was calmly washing dishes. No matter how many times Eve thinks about it, the future she witnessed makes absolutely no sense. As Eve struggles to understand what it all means, the former demon lord suddenly gets the strange feeling that someone is talking about him while he washes dishes. 10 years earlier, during the Great Battle, the city had been destroyed and the demons had taken control of everything. The awakened fought desperately to hold their ground. Back then, the foreigners had not appeared yet, so they had no one else to rely on. Inside his robot, Hoon had been furious. A Class 0 monster had appeared and completely wiped out their formation without mercy. On top of that, countless powerful demons were emerging from every direction, closing in around them from all sides. For a moment, Hoon truly believed the world might be ending. Then Jaeger appeared to help, fighting those terrifying monsters on equal terms. Watching Jaeger stand at the front line made Hoon want that kind of strength too. He wanted to be able to fight beside his friend instead of watching from behind. His dream is to eventually build something powerful enough that he can protect the world with his own hands. Right now, his new robot is being built at full speed. He believes his ogre robot has finally been perfected, but even then, the uneasiness in his chest refuses to fade. Hoon cannot shake the feeling that there is an enemy so powerful that even this completed ogre will not be able to face it. Just imagining such a foe makes him uneasy. The place Eve saw in her vision was No Man's Land, north of Sudaman, where they would face the freelancer beside an enormous monostone and a sword. Because of that, the association sends Gearwalk and Undertaker to investigate the area and secure the terrain before anything worse can happen. Even the association president is worried. For some reason, he suspects that Jaeger, who disappeared long ago, could return through the rift if it opens. And worse still, he may no longer return as an ally. Hoon does not want to consider that possibility at all. To him, Jaeger has to remain the same person he remembers, a powerful, righteous, and incredibly cool hero. At that moment, Echo suddenly wakes up and catches an incredibly intense scent drifting in from the demon realm. He quickly checks whether Kyul is safe, then rushes toward Chulho while calling out to him. Echo asks whether Chulho felt it too, because that smell definitely belongs to Jaeger. Chulho simply says yes. Echo is stunned that he can remain so calm after sensing something like that. Khan then asks Echo just how strong Jaeger was back when Echo still ruled as the Demon King. Echo says Jaeger had mastered around 3 classes and possessed 1 advanced level class. Judging by how far he had already come, it probably took him only 10 years to reach that level. Chulho asks whether Echo at least knows what Jaeger's first class is. The Demon King cannot give him an answer. The only thing Echo ever heard was that Jaeger never left demon corpses behind. He devoured them all, and wherever he passed, nothing living remained except demons who surrendered to him. Chulho finds that interesting. Converting corpses into mana and consuming that mana resembles the gourmet class, only at a much higher level. He suggests that Jaeger may possess the infinite devourer class. Such a class would turn anyone weaker than him into mana, then absorb that mana to make the class itself even stronger. That is the only explanation that makes sense for Jaeger's terrifying growth. Echo believes that if Jaeger has truly unified both the South and the North, then there can only be one conclusion. He is preparing to march into war. Chulho knows Jaeger's growth accelerated dramatically after conquering the North. With demons beginning to appear again, he decides that he will only know the truth once they finally meet face to face. And with that, the story reaches its end for now. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bell. Thank you for watching.